What's it like to be born into Scientology? Hi, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Mormon Stories Podcast. I'm your host, John DeLynn. It is September 10th, 2025. And today we have in studio two people who, in effect, were born into Scientology. And not only that, they worked closely with David Miscavige and Shelley Miscavich and worked at the highest levels of Scientology for many years. Eventually escaped, and since then have become advocates for helping others escape Scientology and heal and grow afterwards. They've also been featured all over the place in lots of different venues, but today we have joining us on Mormon Stories Podcast, Claire Headley. Hey, Claire.
Hello. Thank you so much for having us.
Yeah, so glad to have you. And we also have Marc Headley. Hey, Marc.
Thanks for having us.
And y'all are co-hosts of the YouTube channel, Blown for Good. Is that right?
That's correct.
And
Yes.
you also have a book, Marc, called Blown for Good
That's
as well.
correct. Yep.
And y'all have, and I think also, Claire, you head what used to be called the Aftermath Foundation. Is that
Yes,
right?
correct. I serve as volunteer board president for the now Michael J. Rinder Aftermath Foundation. Marc and I have both been on the board since the foundation's inception in December 2017. And yeah, we're very proud of the work that we do through the foundation to help people get out of Scientology and start new lives.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we're really, really glad to have you. And also, if all that weren't amazing enough, we have Margie here as co-host. Hey, Margie.
Hi there.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah.
So just a tiny bit of background info. For those of you who have been following Mormon Stories for a lot of years, we have covered Scientology a bit in the past. There was this time where we had Chris Shelton, the YouTuber Chris Shelton, on for many, many hours. He gave an entire, background on the history of L. Ron Hubbard and Scientology. We're going to cover that a little bit today, but we're not going to go into the depth that I did with Chris. That was back in the Zoom days of Mormon Stories, so the video quality wasn't that great, the audio quality wasn't that great, but I think the content of it still very much holds up. So we'll make sure that Brooklyn includes that in the show notes, because I think that's some really good content y'all will find valuable as background. We also have had Mike Rinder on Mormon Stories, if my memory is correct.
Yep.
Yes.
And the late Mike Rinder, he passed away in the past year. Is that
January
right?
5th of this year.
Yeah.
Yes.
So our hearts go out to Mike's family, and he'll always be a legend.
Yes.
Completely.
And of course, Marc and Leah Remini were kind of co-led not just their podcast, but also they had the TV series. Was it
Leah
Yeah.
Remini in the Aftermath?
Yeah.
Leah Remini, Scientology and the Aftermath, which is what that show was the reason for the formation of the now Michael J. Rinder Aftermath Foundation, because of the huge outpouring of support and outrage that was really generated on a broad public basis through that show.
And then I can't help but mention the Going Clear documentary, because when I was trying to process my Mormon life, Going Clear was a really important part of that as well. I'm trying to remember, were you all involved in that?
We worked with Lawrence Wright when he was writing the book.
Yeah. Okay.
And we're covered in the book.
Oh, yeah.
And then when Alex Gibney did the film version of the book, we contributed, but we're not really featured in the documentary.
Yeah.
I think there's one or two documents that they show in the documentary, and we're listed in the documents. Yeah. But it's funny that you say that, because when that film came out, Scientology did a whole bunch of hit pieces on everybody who they thought would be in the film. And so we had hit pieces done on us, but when the film came out, we weren't even in it. We were like, we're just catching shrapnel here.
Yeah, they did a Freedom magazine, which is their hit piece, their magazine that really goes to town on trying to destroy anyone who speaks out against Scientology. For that, it was specifically for that Going Clear show, and we were on the cover, and we're like, hey, we weren't even in it. Yes, we were absolutely used extensively to corroborate the research and all of that, and our lawsuit was referenced in that in Going Clear.
Yeah, and we should mention your lawsuit as well. So y'all have been involved probably in more than one lawsuit, or
no, just the one.
Just one, but it went. We lost it. It ended up going up on an appeal, and in the decision, the judge said, if you had used different causes of action, you might have fared very differently. Yeah. And because the FBI was investigating Scientology for human trafficking, then the lawyers sort of went all in on human trafficking when they probably should have gone in on forced imprisonment or assault and battery or
forced abortion.
There was other causes of action, which the same law firm did have other people that went forward with those causes of actions, and those cases were ultimately settled when they were about to go to trial. Scientology ended up getting out the checkbook. And
so y'all sued Scientology for
human trafficking and
labor law violations, forced abortion, and a number of other causes. And yes, as Mark mentioned, the judge in the final ruling, because this went on over 4 years, said had we pursued false imprisonment, assault and battery, et cetera, then we might have come out differently, but it is what it is.
That is a tough.
Yeah. And it also, Scientology is notoriously litigious, and they have, I usually ask people, they say, well, why don't people sue them, and why don't they do, well, Scientology has, let's say, $3 or $4 billion. How much would you spend if you had that much money? How much would you spend to keep it? Would you spend $1 billion? Sure.
Yeah.
You'd spend $1 billion to keep another $3.
We get that. Yeah, we get that.
So, and they have decades and decades of experience in that arena. Yeah. And they use lawfare to their advantage all the time.
Well, we'll get into that for sure.
Yeah.
And Brooklyn's telling me I may have said Mark Rinder instead of Mike Rinder. I don't know if that's true, but
you did.
Okay.
That's okay.
It's okay.
Okay, it's Mike Rinder, not Mark. It's Marc Headley.
It was after. It was when you were talking about the show, and you just said Mark and Leah instead of Mike and Leah. That was all.
All right.
Mike and Mark's are often interchangeable.
Yeah.
So the way we're going to do today's sort of interview, we're going to do two parts. Part one is going to be Claire and Mark's sort of being born into Scientology up through the point where they start to really question it. And that will be part one of this series. And then we're going to come back for a part two, which is going to be what caused them to start questioning it and how they escaped, and then what their life has been since. So it's going to be traditional Mormon stories, long form. Go grab yourself a latte or whatever, a beverage of your choice, and settle in, because Scientology might even out cult Mormonism, I think. I think there aren't many organizations these days that out cult Mormonism, but I think Scientology does. For its size, let's say $1 billion, religions. I think Scientology probably takes the cake. So let's do it. Should we buckle in?
Yes, awesome. Let's do this.
All right. Okay. So, Claire, I thought since you were literally born into Scientology, I thought it would make sense for you to start. And what we do is we kind of cover a certain portion, and then I'll switch to Mark and then switch back, kind of childhood, adolescence, and then early adulthood. And we'll just kind of go from there. Is that okay?
Sounds great.
All right. So, Claire Headley, where does your Scientology story begin?
Yes. So my mother got into Scientology when she was a teenager. She had been raised Roman Catholic. My grandparents immigrated to England from Ireland after World War II. And so my all her siblings were born in Manchester, England, and that's where I was born. My mother was, was mid-70s, hippie, had gotten into some drug use, was going astray, and her older brother got into Scientology and got her in. She read Dianetics when she was pregnant with me.
That was a book by L. Ron Hubbard.
Yes,
right? Yeah.
Dianetics, The Modern Science of Mental Health by L. Ron Hubbard it's referred to as book 1 in Scientology, as, you know, a primary text and a very foundational piece of the body of knowledge of both Dianetics and Scientology.
Actually, let's do like a 3 or 4 or 5 minute background on Scientology before we totally jump in. Is that okay?
Sure. Yeah.
How did L. Ron Hubbard go from like science fiction author to religion founder? You know, let's just do a quick.
Yeah. I mean, my answer to that is he was exceptionally intelligent and psychopathic in seeing and seizing an opportunity. The best ground or the best reference to learn the truth of L. Ron Hubbard's life is Barefaced Messiah by Russell Miller. We always recommend that book. It's excellent. It's really the only true biography on who L. Ron Hubbard was. And of course, you know, for me, being born into it, I just knew the only things I was ever told. But yes, L. Ron Hubbard was a science fiction writer. There are many references to that. In the 50s, he saw an opportunity to make a lot of money by creating a religion. And so he wrote Dianetics, The Modern Science of Mental Health. That was released May 9th, 1950. And then from there, it expanded into a very elaborate structure designed to lure people in, get a lot of money from them, keep them very isolated, get their whole families in, get them, you know, it's a very structured and restraining environment that Scientology has created that it exists to this day. That's how I would sum it up.
Yeah, in Scientology, they paint this picture of L. Ron Hubbard like he traveled, his father was in the military, so he traveled as a young child, and he went to all these exotic countries, and they say that he was the youngest blood brother of a certain Indian tribe, and they have all these like this folklore that they talk about Hubbard, and they reference his science fiction writing years as that's what he did to finance his research, and so he did that. But the true reason for him doing that was so that he could do this research, so that he could the evolution of Dianetics could sort of come about. And then when you read any of the Russell Miller book or any of these the actual history of L. Ron Hubbard, they'll say the Indian tribe that he said he was a blood brother of, they don't do that in that Indian. Like these are all basically just propaganda pieces that the church has put together to bolster this image. And even old photographs of him with his prior wives, they photoshopped the wives out of these pictures because they don't want him to look like, oh, he had multiple wives. And
so he was a polygamist.
It's funny because he was interviewed. He was on his third wife, and he was asked, well, what about your second wife? And he said, I never had a second wife. And you're like, but you're on your third wife. How did you skip the second and the third? And so it's very funny when he gets caught out when he's asked questions. But
like the Mormon Church, I guess, number one, the church has obscured and hidden and whitewashed its founding prophets.
100%.
Yes.
And like the Mormon Church, Joseph Smith was a polygamist. So there are a couple parallels there.
Yeah. There is another important piece that's, I think, relevant for our stories and that's important to talk about, which is that in the late 60s is when L. Ron Hubbard created what's referred to as the Sea Organization, sea as in ocean.
SEA.
Yes. And that is where that's relevant for two reasons. Number one, that's when the billion-year contract became something that Scientology members were required to sign to commit themselves, allegedly lifetime after lifetime after lifetime, in service of L. Ron Hubbard and the goals of Scientology. And also relevant to that is that the reason it was created at sea is because L. Ron Hubbard was already by then an incredibly paranoid madman who was convinced that government agencies and anyone of any importance was dead set on destroying and stopping him from expanding Scientology. So there's always this element of, hiding and keeping things not in plain view that has been baked into Scientology because of L. Ron Hubbard for many, many years.
Yeah. He basically got chased out of America. He was in England, got chased out of England, was in South Africa, got chased out of South Africa.
This is uncanny.
And so the Sea Organization was a necessity because it was the only place that in international waters was the only place they weren't going to get chased out.
Interesting.
So, interesting. So both Joseph Smith and L. Ron Hubbard were fiction writers because the Book of Mormon, I think we all agree now, is fiction. Both were polygamists.
When you say polygamist, he had 2 wives at the same time, but they weren't together.
Yeah, no.
I just want to make that distinction. They had overlap, but they weren't. He wasn't with the 2 women at the same time.
Same. I mean, what do you mean? Not like living together?
Yeah, they weren't together. He had just basically. Pretended the second wife didn't exist and then just remarried kind of thing.
No, but still both fiction writers.
Yes.
Both polygamists. Both became paranoid by the end of their lives. Both led organizations that were driven out of city after city after city after city. So many parallels. So really quickly, as far as special powers go, Joseph Smith was able to gain a reputation by creating the perception that he had special powers, that he could see treasure, that he could look into a stone and be a treasure digger. I didn't even expect y'all would have a reaction to that.
L. Ron Hubbard wrote a book called Mission into Time, where he took a bunch of new Sea Org members, these people that have signed the billion-year contract, and they went off into a remote island somewhere to go look for treasure that he had buried in a past life. And he knew, the location of it.
So both were treasure diggers.
Treasure diggers of treasures that they buried in another life. But when you said the special powers thing, there is this thing in Scientology, and this also applies to David Miscavige, but it did originally apply to L. Ron Hubbard, where Sea Org members and Scientologists would meet or have a conversation with L. Ron Hubbard, or in the case of the current people, David Miscavige, and he would know things that there's no way he could know. Or he would come into an office and he'd be talking to you, and then he'd reach into a drawer and there'd be the one thing that shouldn't be in that drawer would be in the drawer. And so there were very similar ideas that they do have some extra ability or superior intelligence that they're able to spot and know things, but there's no way how could they know that? So there absolutely was that as well.
Interesting.
But I would say too, it's important to note, so in Scientology, you have upper levels. You have the bridge to total freedom. And so you come in, you're at the bottom of the bridge, and you move up both in training and counseling. And then they have the upper levels referred to as the OT levels, or operating Thetan. Thetan is Scientology's word and equivalent for soul. So when you reach the upper levels, it's confidential, and it's alleged that you will get special powers. However, it's also completely forbidden to ever demonstrate those special powers to another person, because it would be out reality. It would create upset and division. So you're not allowed to show the special powers. And you're not allowed to compare notes, like you're not allowed to talk about the materials on the levels. So, for example, I had gotten up to OT level 5. Mark,
not so much.
And so we never talked about it until after we left of what was on the upper levels. And the point being, too, in retrospect, of course, it's one of the most elaborate scenarios of the Emperor's New Clothes that you could imagine is the Scientology reality, because there are no special powers.
Right. Well, that's another parallel, because Joseph Smith implemented a super secret temple ceremony that, you know, only certain people could go to. And then, you know, you had to swear that you'd rather be killed than ever divulge what you learned in the super secret temple ceremony. So many parallels. Let me go back. Also, so the parallel of sort of perceptions of special powers is key for both. Let me just ask about theology really quick. Like, Joseph Smith was squarely someone who believed in God, and he was squarely someone who was Christian. And Mormonism is, you know, ultimately named after Jesus Christ. And it's different than, you know, Protestant Christianity, but it definitely belongs in as a cousin of, let's just say, Protestant Christianity. Is Scientology have a belief in a God? Does it believe in Jesus? Where does the name Scientology come from? And what are kind of the core theologies that are worth mentioning?
Yeah, I'll let Claire go on this.
Okay, so Scientology is definitely diametrically opposed to Christianity. In fact, L. Ron Hubbard wrote that religion is something that was developed by psychiatrists and psychologists on the whole track to control people and as a control mechanism. And I think even at one point Hubbard wrote that Jesus Christ is a pedophile, according to L. Ron Hubbard.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, and so definitely there is no belief in God. I always think the best way to explain that is if you ask any Scientologist, do you believe in God? The ironic thing is you'll get a different answer from every one of them. In Scientology, in terms of core beliefs, there are 8 dynamics, which are considered concentric circles. It starts with the first dynamic is yourself, and it goes out from there. The 8th dynamic, so you have self, family, group, mankind, the animal kingdom, and then you have the physical universe, matter, energy, space, and time. Then you have the spiritual dynamic, where you yourself as a thetan or a soul. And then the 8th dynamic is referred to as the infinity dynamic, which is really just a very vague belief in a higher power, undefined, not God. There's no praying in Scientology. And so it's more of a practical approach. In fact,
they call it applied religious philosophy. Oh. That's how they technically describe it, and that also helps them with the religious cloaking. So when they get up to no good, they can say, oh, that's part of our scriptures, or that's part of our religion. But up until the late 60s and the 70s, there's many references where L. Ron Hubbard says Scientology is absolutely not a religion. And only when they start having government and prosecution and investigative issues that they kind of morph over into, oh no, this is part of our scriptures, or this is part of our religious beliefs. And then Hubbard quickly realized that if he was in that group, then the sky's the limit in terms of what you can do, because you're a religiously protected group as opposed to a cult. And so that is the kind of switch to the religion aspect of it was sort of a developmental aspect of Scientology. It wasn't baked into it from the beginning.
Yeah. And it's a misuse of language, but Scientology believes itself more to be a technology than a belief system, and a technology in that it has the mechanisms and all the theories and everything developed so that you can live successfully in any area of your life.
So it's kind of pseudoscience self-help.
Yes.
Wrapped in the cloak of a church or religion just to be able to afford it religious protection.
It's a cult operating as a business, masquerading as a religion.
I'm going to repeat that. A cult masquerading as a business.
A cult operating as a business.
A cult operating as a business.
Masquerading as a religion.
I mean, why are you laughing, Margie?
It's kind of on point.
And it's funny that you wouldn't know it going in and growing up in it and being part of it as a child. But when you look back at it, almost every single module or concept or piece of it, it all feeds in to the main core, which is Scientology is good. And if anything bad happens in Scientology, that was because of you.
Yeah.
So
blame reversal.
Yes.
Yeah. So Scientology can never do anything wrong, can never make a mistake. And if anything bad happens, then you did something, or you have crimes, or you have things that you've done in this life or a past life that you are now punishing yourself for because you're trying to do better. And in order to do better, you need to punish yourself to stop you from doing bad things. And everything sort of feeds into that, including when you're growing up in it. If you don't want to do Scientology, you're taught that the only people that don't want to do Scientology or don't want Scientology to succeed are criminals, because then their crimes will be uncovered, because Scientology is sort of the cleaner that wipes away all of the facade and all of the cover-ups. And so only the criminals don't want Scientology to succeed, because then people will realize their true nature. So they've sort of baked into it this thing where if you're growing up in it, then you're like, well, I can't say I don't want to do it, because then they know I'm a criminal. Or so you're kind of stuck if you're a young person. And you have this sort of moral dilemma that's going on. And that's the other thing. You can't tell anybody anything in Scientology. They will, if you voice or express any discontent or complaint, they call it nattering. And if you do that, then that means you have overts and withholds. Acts of commission or omission that you either did or you did and you don't want people to know about. That's the missed withhold that they have in Scientology. And almost all Scientologists are required or instructed to write up what's called their OWs, their overts and withholds. It's basically like a written confession. And you write anything bad that you've done, where it happened, when it happened, all of the specifics in great detail. And then you turn those in, and then you basically, it's sort of like a confession. And then it's like, okay, good. Now that you've done this, you're good. The slate's clean. And anytime anything happens, if you get sick or if you get into an accident or anything happens bad in your life, you must have done something again. And so then you need to go back and do this again. And so this is Scientologists could have been in for decades. You might write up your overts and withholds. You might write them up 100 times throughout that period. And it depends on where you are and what you're doing in Scientology. But in some places, once you write that up, you actually get put on what's called the E-meter, where you hold these electrodes, 2 cans that are hooked up to this machine. And if the needle on the machine is doing a certain characteristic, then it means you wrote up everything. But if it has other characteristics, that means you have to go and write more. And so if you're thinking, and this is another weird thing about Scientology, if you think the E-meter works, it will work.
It's the power of belief.
Yeah, if you think that, because they teach you, and this is a thing I only learned afterwards, they teach you that this E-meter has all these different characteristics depending on how you're thinking, or depending if you did this or if you did that. If you know that it's going to do those sort of things and you have those thoughts, you sort of manifest it to do those things. And so then you go, oh, I didn't write up the thing I did, this thing. And then when you're thinking about that and they go, hey, you must be thinking about something. And so everything in Scientology feeds into everything they want it to do.
Yeah. Circling back on, though, Mark talked about that it's not optional to participate in Scientology and that they'll call you a criminal. to expand on that a little bit, it's in Scientology. L. Ron Hubbard wrote he had the suppressive person, and which is also referred to as the antisocial personality. And there's 12 traits of an antisocial personality. And he details that anyone who doesn't want to participate in Scientology is an antisocial personality who is part of the 2.5% of Earth's population that are suppressive. And of course, that's as a child growing up in Scientology, it's almost the worst label you could possibly imagine, and it comes with very real consequences, such as losing your entire family to disconnection. So it's layer upon layer of leverage and control.
Yeah, and I love noting the parallels. So Mormons also believe that things done in a previous life can impact your status in the next life. There's confession, there's repentance, a strong guilt and shame component where you're always unworthy and you're always trying to become worthy. Criticism is the worst thing. The absolute worst thing in Mormonism by far is criticizing leaders, criticizing authority. That gets you excommunicated. You guys are laughing.
It's completely the same.
Like you get excommunicated for criticizing leaders. You don't necessarily get excommunicated for being a pedophile. I mean, that's just a fact.
That's the same in Scientology.
It's exactly the same in Scientology. If you say David Miscavige is a bad person, you're never going to see your family again. If you run a daycare and you're abusing kids, that's, maybe a weekend you have to do some amends project.
Yeah, on the contrary, Scientology will actually protect said criminal acts and said criminals to avoid any bad fallout to their public perception and reputation. And there are many, many instances of that. I mean, the Danny Masterson trial, in which I testified as an expert witness, is a prime example of that is broadly known to the public, where Scientology had documentation of Danny Masterson's criminal acts against women and covered it up and did not report it to law enforcement.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure we have the same consultants. The Mormon Church and the Church of Scientology have the same consultants or the same lawyers or the same accountants. Yeah, because where else in the world are whistleblowers the worst people ever, but criminals and sexual predators are protected and sometimes even promoted?
Correct.
Like in Mormonism, there are instances where predators actually get promoted. So we've got similar lawyers or consultants at some point. But then shunning. So like, if you leave the church, if you leave the church, we don't have hard shunning like Jehovah's Witnesses or Scientologists, but you can definitely be divorced, with withheld access to your kids or grandkids, and socially ostracized and marginalized. There's no ethical, gracious way to leave. There's no good reason to leave.
And if you do leave, you are perceived as a threat, for sure.
Yes, very definitely. But I'm curious. So in disconnection, it's carried out in such a way, like remove all photos. It's like as if the person has died and absolutely no communication is allowed. Like if they were to run into you in a grocery store, they'll leave and pretty much run away. I'm curious if shunning is that extreme.
It's not that extreme.
Okay.
On average in Mormonism.
So like if you ran into somebody that you knew at the grocery store and they said, "Oh, hey, John, what's up?"
It would be a sticky, sweet kind of high. Well, it would either be they would avoid to talk to you. That would probably be the most likely thing, is they would just avoid talking to you. If there was a confrontation, it would kind of be a sticky, sweet hello, superficial, and then leave.
Yeah, that's a similar thing in Scientology, except for the fact that, like, if you leave, that's one thing. But if you leave and then you speak out, then you are what's called a suppressive person.
Yeah.
And that is put up on a very, very high pedestal of like, this person, if you are in Scientology and you're getting counseling and you are connected to a suppressive person and they find out, that's it. You can't do Scientology because you're basically just by the connection, you are liability to them.
Yeah.
And when you're in it, everybody knows, oh, this guy's an SP or this guy did this, but you don't really know what happened. You just know that he was labeled. And that is another thing. When you are declared a suppressive person in Scientology, they write an issue, a piece of paper that says suppressive person declare, and it goes to everybody everywhere to let everybody know this guy is a suppressive person, and you cannot have any contact with him whatsoever. So as long as your family are still in Scientology, if they talk to you, then they're not allowed in Scientology. Like they can't.
In fact, they if they talk to you in violation of that paper that Mark referenced, they themselves can also be declared suppressive people.
Oh,
we both have our suppressive person declares. They don't actually issue them publicly anymore, but we have ours.
We got we got a copy of ours. But the best part of that is that if you were witness to some wrongdoing and you saw crimes being committed and then you said, hey, this is not cool, you guys can't be doing this, as soon as you're labeled a suppressive person, you've just been isolated and siloed against any of their current members. So it's a great way of keeping people siloed, and also people that are willing to say, hey, I worked at the headquarters for 15 years and I saw this and I saw that. That can never get to these lower level people, because then they get to see behind the curtain, and then everybody goes, is that really happening? Yeah. And so it's and they use family as leverage, basically. Yeah. If you've done something and they suspect that you're going to leave or you're going to speak out against them, they'll say, hey, listen, your mom wants to talk to you, your sister wants to talk to you, these people want to be in your life. If you do this, they're not going to be in your life.
Right.
And the second they flip the switch and they say you're suppressive, like we have family members, we have hate websites that Scientology runs on us, where they have her mother, my sister, her brother. They have
my stepdad, my cousin, people we worked with at the headquarters. That's run by their tax-exempt dollars.
Yeah.
To maintain that, we've had those sites for. They've had those up on us for more than 10 years.
Yeah. And the Mormon Church definitely indirectly funds hate sites against critics. I've had plenty of that. They don't go to the extent of going to my believing family and friends and get them to record testimonials. So y'all take it to 11.
That is next level.
Yeah.
And really painful. That is painful, I imagine.
Even in the past year, this is a new thing. We hadn't really experienced this before, maybe within the last few years, where they actually have been going to my business clients and writing letters and sending emails and sending the hate website things directly to my clients.
And to mine.
And to Claire's clients.
They were doing a whole slander campaign on me on Twitter to our entire town of Castle Rock.
Yeah.
Like the Chamber of Commerce and this and wrong audience for sure. 100%.
But also like chaos makers
completely
in your life.
Yeah.
Yes.
They when you leave Scientology, you're basically declared a suppressive person. And there is a policy that L. Ron Hubbard wrote, which is basically how you treat suppressives. And in it, he says they're fair game. SPs are fair game. And the purpose of the operations that Scientology runs against someone who's fair game is to destroy them utterly. He says it very clearly in this thing. The purpose of a fair game campaign is to destroy them utterly.
And to silence them, and to find what they love and destroy it, find what they hate and use it against them. It's fair game is an entire body of policies that is structured on it and breaking it down to exact steps of how to silence anyone who dares talk out.
That is just terrifying.
It's kind of crazy, and I don't want to say we're numb to it, but the fact that we grew up in Scientology We were there. We were raised there.
Yeah.
It's funny to me that they were like, well, these people are horrible people. And these things, all the things they've done. It's like
Your creation
all the
of
things
them.
that you're saying we did are things that
You taught us.
we were there.
Yeah.
You're saying we did all these bad things. We were working for you when all these things happened. And then even in my case, they're trying to portray me as like a devil child. So even when I was 6 years old and my mom was just getting into Scientology, that I was doing things when I was 6, and my sister and my mom are doing these videos.
They're
like,
alleging.
well, they're saying like, oh, he tried to drown me when I was 6. And I'm like, a 6-year-old trying to drown a grown woman when he was 6 years old. And that's why I was in Scientology and worked at the headquarters for 15 years and kept getting promoted because I was this evil child. So to me, it's almost like it's almost comical when they send it to people, and the people that know me, they go like, dude, I got this email from Scientology. What the hell? And I go like, oh yeah, that was a lifetime ago. And they go like, yeah, where was they? Also, when I first left Scientology, I had a birthday in Hollywood, and it was the first time I'd had a lot to drink, and I passed out. And I passed out right on Hollywood Boulevard. And one of the guys that was with me was working for Scientology. He took a bunch of pictures of me, gave them to Scientology. And then when I started speaking out, they said, hey, we wouldn't want these pictures to get out now, would we? And I got texted this picture of me passed out on Hollywood Boulevard. And so I immediately
This was like 7 years after it happened, by the way.
And I said, wow, how long have you guys been holding this for? And so I just sent it out. I tweeted it out or whatever. And I put it on Facebook and I said, hey, just so you know, I'm speaking out against Scientology and they're going to try to whip this photo out. So I'll just tell you, this is the scenario. And that is the photo that they're sending to my clients now.
Yeah.
And some of my clients are getting this email with this photo, and they're going like, hey, where was that guy when you were here doing that job? You know, we wanted to meet this guy. This guy seems like a party.
Yeah. I would like to add 2 things, though. In my opinion, the entire body of fair game policies is as much designed to deter someone who leaves Scientology from speaking out as it is to destroy the people that do.
That's right.
And Mark says we're numb to it. I wouldn't say that. I would say that Mark started speaking out before I did, and being that I was born into Scientology, to me it was terrifying. I was absolutely very fearful of what they would do to us. But there was a moment. Mark had been posting for about a year and a half, and just saying what our experiences were at the headquarters, what David Miscavige actually does to his staff in terms of physical abuse and all these things that we'd personally witnessed. However, in mid-2008, by that point we had a 2-year-old and we had a second son who was about 3 months old, and child services showed up at our door. And they said, we're legally required to be here, but we've looked into this claim. It's obviously false. You need to watch your back. And it was at that moment, like, you know, frozen in time for me, where I realized they are never going to stop. Our silence means nothing. We have to stand up to this bullying and abusive organization for the sake of our kids and for the sake of the truth.
Well, that's a great segue to jump back to your story, and we'll definitely come back around to that stuff. So thank you for sharing. I'm so sorry that's happened to y'all. The Mormon Church has done versions of that to us and others, but not that bad. So we're so sorry. Really quickly, before we jump back into your story, Claire, and then yours, Mark, just in terms of like, I don't know, I remember watching the South Park episode, Michael, Tom Cruise in the closet or whatever it was, and they talk about the volcanoes and the thetans. I want to get a sense for that deeper theology. I know you don't learn that until you reach a certain level, and it's kind of top secret. Also, just like there's got to be good things about Scientology. In other words, ways that it does help people learn and grow. That's got to be the core of what draws people in and allows them to pull people off the street and get them
what the
hooked.
lure is.
So let's talk about the lure and then also that deeper theology really quick. And then, Claire, we really want to get to your story.
Sure.
My friend Jason Begay said it best. He says, there's always got to be some cheese in the trap.
Yeah.
And that in Scientology, they have sort of these things, they're called introductory courses or extension courses that you can do in Scientology, where if you're having problems at work, they have a course that's how to make work easier. And they have a communication course that will teach you how to have a proper conversation with somebody and be able to talk to anybody, and how to have successful relationships. And so they have a lot of these kind of starter courses that you can do that are, and sometimes under $100, like maybe a $25 course or a $50 course, or you can buy a book and read a book and get the audio book and listen to that. And a lot of those things are things that Hubbard sort of lifted from all these other different areas. So Scientology is essentially a whole bunch of stuff that L. Ron Hubbard read about or experienced in other books or in other cults.
It's like a mishmash of self-improvement, right?
Yes,
Exactly.
completely.
It's
Life
like a
improvement.
self-help sort of collection that he kind of reworded or tweaked or did something like that. Ron Miscavige, David Miscavige's father, Ron Miscavige Sr., he actually, when he left Scientology after he escaped from the same property we worked at, he was doing a project for many years to try to isolate these key components of Scientology and where Hubbard had got them from. And I think he had like 11 different books that pretty much contained all of the core practices of Scientology, and they were all 40 or 50 or 20 or 30 years predating Scientology. So you could see, oh, Hubbard 100% read this book because he didn't even really change that much about it. He just lifted it in toto and put it into Scientology.
Okay, and so that's another parallel, because Joseph Smith was definitely a plagiarist. A lot of the Book of Mormon comes from the Old Testament, comes from the New Testament, comes from what's called the Mound Builder myth about Native Americans, comes from Protestant Christianity at the time. So like both plagiarists
Yeah.
in a
100%.
sense. Yeah.
And the other funny thing is that even the Lord Zenu story, so that's sort of what's covered in the South Park
Do you
episode.
want to just give an overview of that?
Well, essentially, there was over 75 trillion years ago, there was overpopulation in another star system 90 light years away or something
was this
like
in
that.
one of his fiction books or
No,
not?
this is on Operating Thetan Level 3. Where
But he
you learn
didn't
about
start this in a fiction book.
Well,
and
there
science
is
fiction
a
book.
script called To the Stars that covers a lot of the story in parallel. Like
Revolt in the Stars.
Revolt, yes, that's right. Revolt in the Stars.
It's essentially a book / screenplay that he had written
Before or after?
before.
but it is the entirety of the story, but in like book form. And that is very sort of, in Scientology, no one's allowed to read it, because then you would essentially be reading this confidential level. But even in that, he has the character, Zenu. He says he could be called Zenu or Zemu, which is kind of a weird thing to say because it's totally different. But even that, there was a very similar alien character that had been created many years prior by Marvel, the comics, and he's called Zemu, and he has all the same sort of powers that the guy. So even the fact that this core belief, it very likely was ripped off from a Marvel comic book.
Which, we do love Marvel.
We do love Marvel.
However,
but this
in
is
this case,
You love Marvel as fiction.
that's right.
Not as
Not
the
as real
reason
life.
you're struggling as a human being is because Zenu, the galactic overlord from TGAC, 76 million years ago engaged in a depopulation. There was overpopulation, so he took all the Thetans and smashed them into hydrogen cubes and transferred them to Earth on what was it, DC-7s? On the planes.
DC-10s with jet engines.
DC-10s with jet engines, and then launched said hydrogen cubes into volcanoes all over Earth, by the way.
Volcanoes that technically weren't there,
Yeah.
at that time period because they hadn't formed yet. So like there's
there's an anachronism problem.
yeah, so there
for sure.
there are, and also TGAC is the name for Earth.
Oh, you're right. You're
the
right.
aliens.
Yeah. Okay,
they were
that's
from
right.
another.
Yeah, they were from another. They were brought to TGAC, aka Earth.
Yes.
He's right. Yeah, but yeah. So when you and so in Scientology, once you've reached the state of clear, that means you've now established that you were the source of your reactive mind, and everything it's gone now, and everything's wonderful. But wait, you have millions of body thetans who are stuck to you as a result of this Lord Zenu and the hydrogen bombs and all that. So you literally have to address those body thetans telepathically using the e-meter, find out which volcano they were put in, even if that said volcano didn't exist at the time they were put into it. That's not a part of the narrative.
Essentially, all those beings that he put into the volcanoes, when they escaped from the volcanoes, he captured them. And this is also ties into the Christianity. He basically says, Hubbard says, that when Lord Zenu recaptured the souls from the aliens, he implanted them by showing them movie pictures of a man on the cross and the angel. And he
the
showed
cherub and the chariot. There is a lot of Christian symbology that is tied into those upper levels as they were used to implant beings and is the cause of why you are irrational.
So
in
basically,
current life.
every person on Earth has these aliens in them that were implanted with these memories of Jesus and angels and all these things. And so that's why everyone has a common attachment or drawing to it, because everyone was brainwashed with those images. So that's why they're useful to those religions, and they can capitalize on that.
So really quickly, so many parallels. So yeah, it's just hilarious that when Joseph Smith produced the Book of Mormon, he saw horses and wheat and sheep and, silk and things like that all around him in early 19th century America. So he writes all that into the Book of Mormon, chariots and wheels and steel. Well, during the time period of the Book of Mormon, none of that stuff existed in Mesoamerica. So I guess both the creations, the fictional creations of both founders have anachronisms that pretty much prove, in your case, the volcanoes that L. Ron Hubbard says, what Zenu sent the Thetans to, those volcanoes didn't exist yet. We have anachronisms too. We also believe that in a pre-life, Satan got a third of God's spirit children to follow him, and they were all cast out of heaven. And so Satan, as a spirit demon, along with a third of all the spirit children God created, are sent to earth. And the purpose of Satan and those demons are to infiltrate the bodies of humans and tempt them to do evil.
Wow.
So we have Thetans. They're just spirits that follow Satan.
Thetans. It's
yeah.
not Thetans. It's
yeah,
okay.
they mispronounce
it's
it. They mispronounce it in the South Park episode.
Oh, that's why.
Yes.
But also,
Thetans. Okay.
Thetans.
I want to say,
which rhymes with Satan. It's relevant.
Oh,
Satan and Phaeton. The guy that was the consultant on the South Park thought I think the story is that he corrected him and said, "Oh no, it's actually Phaeton," but it was comedically funnier to say it as a Thetan. So they left it wrong.
Oh,
I
fun.
see.
For comedic value.
Okay, I have a quick clarification
Yes.
question. So when you're talking about this story that you just told us,
Yeah.
So, and you said the book 1, Dianetics,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
So are they viewed as, they're helpful books to read? Or
no.
Is it like scripture?
It-
Is this story you just described in another work that you read and then you get?
Like a
is that how it
canon.
works?
Is there canon?
Yeah.
Yeah, the operating Thetan level 3 is the level where you find out about Lord Zenu and the body Thetans, and all that whole entire story is written in words, and it's actually in L. Ron Hubbard's handwriting.
And you were taught this, Claire, because you made level 3, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay,
I made level 5.
Yeah.
But yes, no, it's super, super confidential. Like it's printed on what they call them Platons, and it's locked up, and you have to go through double security doors, and it can never leave, and it's it's like wired to the tables and
that reminds me of
extreme
Severance.
levels.
Yeah.
Doesn't that remind you of, I don't know if you've watched Severance, but
we've done
Yes.
many
Oh my
episodes
gosh.
on our channel because, like Mormonism, people will say, oh my God, have you watched Severance? The amount of things that are like Scientology are insane. And if you've watched Severance, the C organization in Scientology is Severance, except you don't have an outie. You're always an innie.
Yeah.
That's how it...
You only have an outie if you escape.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've did like 3 episodes just deep diving on Severance. I'm a huge fan of the Severance show. I think it's brilliant.
Us too.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. For Mark, it was a little too triggering.
Yeah, I can,
honestly.
I
Because
can see
I was
that.
like, why do I need to watch this? I worked there. I know what this is.
Wow, that's good.
The amount of parallels between that show and Scientology are kind of wild. And I want to say
Ben Stiller was never a Scientologist, right?
No, he wasn't, but his dad was on the same show with Leah Remini, the King of Queens show.
Okay.
And we were told that there are several people that were involved with the show that 100% studied Scientology to then do the show
I see.
or use that as, what do you call it, as inspiration.
That's weird because we thought it was based on Mormonism.
Probably a lot of cult people thought, because there are so many similarities. Maybe it's a study in cultic control and parallels and everything else. But yes, to us, there were many parallels.
Yeah, there is a very funny video on YouTube that's probably from the late 70s or early 80s, which is like signs you're in a cult, and everybody's wearing, you can tell by the way it's shot and what everybody's wearing of the outfits. But if they're like information control, and then they basically go through all these things. And when I first saw the video, I thought, oh, this is super lame. This is kind of like a dumb video. But then when I watched the whole thing, I'm like, oh yeah, Scientology has every single one of those things.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just go from L. Ron Hubbard to David Miscavige really quick. So L. Ron Hubbard lives until what, the 80s? Is that
January 1986.
Yeah, January 24th, 1986 is the day L. Ron Hubbard passed, which ironically, January 24th, unbeknownst to me actually, is the day I escaped. I didn't realize it was the same day L. Ron Hubbard died because they kept it very hush-hush. Like, Scientologists don't actually know, at least I never knew, what day he died or the
Is there a
circumstances
reason
or
why?
anything else.
Was he
Yes.
supposed to live forever? Or?
Yeah, well, no, it's because he didn't die. He intentionally dropped his body and left to go to Target 2. And, so we were left behind to finish clearing planet Earth and would then meet him on Target 2.
According to theology of Scientology or belief, he consciously chose to move to a different life station.
This body would no longer support his research. So in order to travel to the planes that he needed to travel to, then he had to discard this body because it wasn't capable of doing the research that he needed to do. And so, and he actually, in his writings, he talks about basically the overriding purpose of all of Scientology is to clear the planet. So every single person on the planet will reach the level of clear in Scientology.
That's getting rid of all the Thetans?
No, the Thetans come after clear. First, you find out in Scientology. In Dianetics, you find out that you have engrams, and that these engrams...
The engrams are a part of your reactive mind. So you have your analytical mind and your reactive mind. And the reactive mind is the source of all psychosomatic illnesses, irrational aberrations, as they're referred to in Scientology. And so, yes, when you're cleared, you've run out those engrams until you realize that you made your reactive mind, and now you've reached the state of clear.
And then once you're clear, you find out, well, now you're in a very dangerous level and it's called the non-interference zone. And you have to, as quickly as possible, get from clear to OT3, because on OT3, they call it the wall of fire. And once you walk through the wall of fire, now you basically become cause over the universe. And actually, the way they define an operating thetan is someone who is cause over matter, energy, space, and time. And in order to be an operating thetan, you have to be cause over matter, energy, space, and time. And that's
Meaning you have special powers?
yes. It's funny that later on in Scientology that there was always the cause, they call it MEST, cause over MEST, matter, energy, space, and time. But they have an actual course in Scientology that you do that is called superpower. It's an actual, that's what the name of it is. And
The superpower rundowns.
Yeah.
So it's training and counseling in various different steps, but there's it is called the superpower rundowns.
And so either way, they basically tell you at first you have engrams. So then you do all this auditing and counseling to get rid of your engrams. As soon as you find out that you have no more engrams, that you actually realize I created the engrams. And so then you find out not only that, but you've got these space cooties living in you too.
Called
the body thetans. And
Not to be confused with thetan. You are a thetan, but the reason you're struggling in life for any reason whatsoever is because you have body thetans. And L. Ron Hubbard even says body thetans is what causes cancer. So by doing the upper levels of Scientology, statistically, it hasn't proven out to be true, of course. But circling back to L. Ron Hubbard's death, yes, he left us all here behind to finish clearing the planet with the technology he'd created and the path he had outlined, and he was going off to Target 2. Of course, that doesn't line up with his death certificate, but that's neither here nor there.
Because in theory, he would have been so pure without all these thetans and whatever, he wouldn't have died of cancer or whatever.
Yeah.
Because he would have been so righteous, he would have been pure.
Correct.
So he couldn't just die immortal, certainly not by cancer, correct?
Exactly, yes.
And one of the kind of wild things is that there were people with him where he lived. He lived in a place called Creston in California. He lived on a horse ranch there. And he actually instructed one of the people that worked, it was like a maintenance guy that did stuff around the ranch there. He had instructed him that he wanted this e-meter to be modified, the Scientology e-meter to be modified, because even right before his death, Hubbard believed that he still had body thetans that he had not been able to get rid of. And his thinking at that time was that he had to electrocute the body thetans to kill them, and the guy basically disregarded Hubbard's instructions because he said, if I do this and you use this, you're going to kill yourself. So he wouldn't do it. But Hubbard was still paranoid up until his death that he still had body thetans that were doing things and making things happen in his own life. And he was paranoid about getting rid of them and how he could possibly get rid of them.
What did his death certificate say? Do we know?
I don't remember exactly.
I'd have to
like
look.
a pulmonary embolism.
There was a few different things, including drugs in his system, and again, all of the documents relating to that were never shared with Scientologists. All of that was nobody should talk about it. Nobody should ever see it. No, the narrative is Hubbard went off to Target 2, and Miscavige swooped in and did a coup essentially and took control of everything, because that's not what Hubbard had intended.
And then also, Brooklyn just shared L. Ron Hubbard's death certificate, signed by his personal physician,
Dr. Gene Denk.
Dr. Gene Denk, stated the cause of death as cerebral vascular accident, stroke.
There you go.
A diagnosis also confirmed by the official news report at the time.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about that,
And his body was cremated, it says.
yes, well, they cremated him because they didn't want anybody to know that he had psychiatric drugs in his body. In Scientology, they're very anti-psychiatry and anti-psychology.
Right, yeah.
Tom Cruise. Yeah.
And L. Ron Hubbard, when he died, he had an antipsychotic drug in his body. So,
And Dr.
sort
Gene
of-
Denker is a Scientologist.
Yeah.
It bears mentioning.
And then, really quickly, one of the big questions I always get is, do the Mormon church leaders really believe
Yeah, that's what I
what they're
thought too.
teaching? And did Joseph Smith really believe he was seeing angels? So you're saying there's good evidence that L. Ron Hubbard actually believed in the Thetans.
I
all this
genuinely think that he really did think, whether it started out that way, and then by the time he got to be he was born in 1914,
1911.
and he died in 86. So he was in his 70s, and he was paranoid. He was taking antipsychotics, and he thought there were space cooties or body thetans in his body. So
Meanwhile,
whether-
convinced that government and all kinds of other people are
all out to get
chasing
him.
after him, and they're all out to get him. And
He thought
and the-
Scientology was stealing his money.
yeah,
He thought
the
David
ant-
Miscavige specifically was stealing his money. So he was paranoid and thinking certain things, and he wasn't too far off on a few things. So it's hard to say. And this was also 86. I was like, I think 12 years old when that happened.
Yeah.
So I remember going, they had an event at the Hollywood Palladium in Los Angeles. And that is where it was a big thing. All Scientologists had to attend. It was a mandatory event that everybody had to go to.
Whoa.
And everybody went to the Palladium in Los Angeles, and there were, it was tons of people there. And these people in Navy uniforms from the Sea Organization came out, and they announced that L. Ron Hubbard had dropped his body. That's what they call it when you pass away in Scientology. You drop the body because you're a spirit. The body is just like the container. And
Mormons believe that too.
okay,
Yeah.
so as soon as they said he had dropped his body, people started crying and gasping and all kinds of
this
wild-
video is on YouTube, by the way.
I think I've seen it.
Yeah.
And it was a wild thing. And
Pretty sure Tom Cruise was there.
no, he wasn't.
He wasn't there?
This was
Not-
this was in 1986.
Oh, before.
So
Okay,
it was
okay,
before
okay.
Cruz was
Okay.
in Scientology, I think even.
Okay.
But I remember when that happened, and they put this number up on the screen that showed how far back L. Ron Hubbard had researched or something like that. It was a specific date, and it was like 47 digits long. And it was sort of like, for some people, they say he's passed away. Oh, and this is his research or whatever has gone this far back. Some people were like, I'm out. Like,
Yeah.
this is crazy. You guys are crazy, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, so
A
y'all.
little tell there,
I
where
was
they were like,
what? It's funny because actually the person who told me this is my neighbor in Castle Rock. A neighbor who lives 2 houses over went to the same Scientology school that I went
wow.
to, and we didn't even know he was a Scientologist. He didn't know I was a Scientologist until like the Scientology and the Aftermath show came out, and he watched it. And he saw Claire and I on the episode, and he walked over
came
to
over.
our house. He's like,
That's awesome.
"Hey man, I wanted to share my yearbook with. I think we went to the same school." And I was like, "Dude, this guy had done work. He's a construction guy. It's like, you've done work for me." He goes, "Yeah, I don't lead with that." I'm like, "I don't lead with that either."
Even his wife didn't know.
Yeah,
Well, that's wild that L. Ron Hubbard, by the end of his life, believed his own fiction. That's crazy.
I think that has a lot to do with number one, the power of belief. Number two, his psychosis, as proven by the information we've heard from people who were directly with him. At some point you can spin a story so elaborate and start believing it. I personally don't think that's the case with David Miscavige.
Yeah. Well, really quickly, so again, probably another parallel with Joseph Smith. Did L. Ron Hubbard leave a clear succession plan for who would take over?
No.
Same with
He did
Joseph
not.
Smith. In fact, Joseph Smith probably told 5 or 6 different people, they would be his successor.
That's exactly what Hubbard did. In fact, Hubbard had written the levels up to OT level 8. And that was it. But the bridge to total freedom that he wrote in the 60s has all the way up to OT level 15.
Yep.
But he had never written from 8 to 15. He spent the last several years of his life writing a fiction series called Mission Earth. It's 10 volumes, and all of the volumes are a lot. And it's also very, very graphic space porn. That is what it is. Anybody reading it would, any Scientologist reading it could not negate that fact. It is horrible, horrible, violent porn in space. That's what it is. The whole series.
Including also involving children and very extreme.
Is this available to read?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's called Mission Earth. It's a 10-volume science fiction series.
Yeah.
Okay. He didn't write past OT8, but he spent years writing this. And it was basically released right after he passed away.
Well, the Mission Earth started, the release started in like the early 80s, but they were coming out regularly.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was one thing, like, oh, well, at least he finished Mission Earth, but bummer he didn't finish the upper levels.
So that's the other thing that's kind of like, so wait a minute. So he wrote all these upper levels and he spent all this time to this point, but from 8 to 15, he didn't do anything, but he spent all these years writing this instead.
Right.
So it couldn't have been that important to him that if he decided, oh no, this science fiction series, I really want to get that out. Who cares who takes over the Scientology church and who cares about these upper levels? I really got to jam this space series.
Space porn.
And it bears mentioning too. Okay, so we're referring to the Bridge to Total Freedom. There's two sides to the bridge. One side is all the training where you come up the levels and there are all these different classes is referred to of auditor. So you have class 0, class 1, all the way up to class 12. Class 12 is the top of the grade chart. It's the highest trained auditor or counselor that you can be.
How much money gets you there? Just to let people know how much of this is.
Probably like ballpark for the training is cheaper than the counseling. So I would say just off the top of my head, probably $250,000, including materials, multiple e-meters that you have to own.
If you want to do the training and the counseling, you can't get up to there without $500,000. Like
at least.
And if you want to do it fast, then maybe $1 million. Like it's not cheap.
No.
There's no poor OT8s rolling around.
And keep in mind, that's just the cost of those transactional pieces of it. That doesn't include the donations you're expected to make to the International Association of Scientologists, nor traveling to Clearwater to do the upper levels, staying in their hotels, all on and on and on, all the elements of it. But yeah, so as Mark's saying, the training side was fully released up to class 12, but the counseling side, the auditing side, lists up to OT 15, but he only got as far as OT 8.
And I will note that by the time you get through operating Thetan level 7, you are supposed to have excised all of these body thetans. So the fact that there was an OT level 8, which does not involve any body thetans, it has to do with you realizing that you, and when we talked about the God dynamic earlier, and that Hubbard didn't really definitively define that there is a God, but there are higher level beings. When you get to OT level 8, you find out that you are a God. And you created Lord Zenu, you created the body thetans, you created the reactum, you created everything. And so the fact that Hubbard wrote a level that said that, but at the same time, he thought he still had body thetans.
Yes, exactly.
Then you go, there's a sort of a hang up right there where OT7, you're not supposed to have any more body thetans. Hubbard wrote OT7 and then he wrote OT8. but then you find out that he still thought that he had
Exactly.
body thetans, you basically go like, well, he must have got writer's block on the OT levels because he couldn't resolve that. How do we write these next levels? And that's another crazy thing in Scientology is they still are telling members that there are OT 9 through 15 are still going to be released.
Yeah.
But everybody that worked at the headquarters and everybody who knows anything about any of this knows there is no OT levels above OT 9. They don't exist.
Interesting. And by the way, Joseph Smith taught that righteous Mormons would become gods as well someday.
Wow.
I've heard that, and that they would get a planet, and that's where their wives would go live, and that they would all be called. Don't they have a secret name? The wives get given a secret name.
I mean, all Mormons, when they go to the temple, are given a new name
Okay.
when they go through the temple for the first time. So,
Yeah.
Wow.
but so many parallels. It's wild. Okay.
Which is funny, by the way. It just occurred to me. This is not the case now, but in the 70s, when the headquarter property was acquired, it wasn't for a
In
religious
Clearwater?
belief.
In
No.
Clearwater, or-
I'm talking about the headquarters in
Hollywood?
the compound in Gilman Hot Springs, California, which is where Mark and I worked for 14 years.
Okay.
But for security reasons, nobody was allowed to use their actual name. They were all renamed.
Yes.
It wasn't religious. It had nothing to do with religion. It had to do with
Interesting.
paranoia. But nonetheless, it just occurred to
Like
me.
if somebody was listening on the radios or on the phone, no one used anyone's
Real name. Yeah.
identified name. So everyone
Yeah.
had nicknames. And even to this day, we still interview those people or talk to those people, and we use their code name. We don't use their real name because we never knew their real name.
Yeah,
we
we-
only knew their code name.
Yeah, like
That's very inny. That's
Yes.
very
Right.
inny.
And that's
completely
another
is,
thing, yes.
very much so.
Where they
Yes.
even have different names. It was funny because somebody, I can't remember who it was, but somebody I was talking to that said, oh, I talked to Gary the other day. And I go, who's
Gary?
And they go, Gary used to be the security guy at the international headquarters. I go, oh, you mean Jackson? And they go, yes,
Interesting.
Jackson. That was his code name was
Wow,
Jackson.
wow.
Because we just never knew him as Gary, so why would we were like, who's Gary?
And when ex-Mormons are feeling naughty, they tell each other their temple names and refer to each other by their temple names. So
That's awesome.
But that's that's blasphemous.
Oh, it's a bad thing. But
But super bad.
That's
In
that's
fact,
on par with.
Mormon wives are allowed to tell their husbands their temple names, but Mormon husbands aren't supposed to tell their wives their temple names.
Wow.
So it's super. Yeah.
So we have a very similar thing, which is in the C organization specifically, it doesn't matter if you're male or female. If you're a female and you're an officer, then the other Sea Org members have to call you sir or by your last name with Mr. So because she worked in Religious Technology Center, which is the highest Scientology organization, and I worked in Golden Era Productions, which was the propaganda machine of Scientology, where they made audiovisual TV ads and stuff like that. But it's a much lower organization than Religious Technology Center. If she came to my work area with other RTC Sea Org members and they were asking me questions, and if she asked me a question, I would have to say, yes, sir, and I would have to call her Mr. Headley.
Interesting.
Yep.
That
Even
is
though she was my wife,
wild.
and I would have to say, yes, sir. Or if somebody said, did somebody come by? I would have to say, yeah, some people from RTC. And they
Like,
say, well, who? Mr. Headley,
If he
Mr.
referred
Sullivan.
to me as Claire, he could get written up in a knowledge report because it's out FO 38, Flag Order 38, which is called Ethics Presence.
Which dictates these rules and
so
things that you
detailed.
have to do.
Yeah.
Yes.
Really
Yeah,
quickly.
I had to call her Mr. Headley many times.
Or sir.
Just the final parallel. Joseph Smith absolutely became super paranoid at the end of his life and made all sorts of terrible decisions, endangering the lives of so many people because he was being chased by the law and kind of went crazy. Anyway, all right. Well, that's it.
That's
Okay,
a
so
good press, like a baseline for what we're going to talk about.
Yeah. And then yeah, that's funny. But then also Brigham Young was the successor to Joseph Smith, and he kind of seized control of the Mormon Church. Do you want to tell us just briefly, David Miscavige?
I love how we use the word briefly. I feel like this whole last discussion, John was like, let's spend
20 minutes.
3 or 4
5-10
minutes on
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, the history of Scientology and everything is so involved. This is
so
the brief
involved.
version.
Yeah,
Absolutely, I believe you.
This
It is
the
so
cliff
layered.
notes. What we're doing is the cliff notes.
Yes. But yes, so David Miscavige, so when L. Ron Hubbard died, Annie and Pat Broker were a husband and wife that were with him until the day he died. And again, some of this is somewhat folklore because it was kept very under wraps. But the initial announcement was that Pat and Annie were to be to take over as the loyal officers. But within a day, that was canceled and scrapped. And now David Miscavige was at the Palladium event announcing the death of L. Ron, or no, not the death. L. Ron Hubbard dropped his body and had moved on to Target 2. And that was the beginning of the end of anyone else having any position of power in Scientology, to where you fast forward to today. David Miscavige, his official title is chairman of the board, which implies that there is a board, which there isn't. He's the chairman of a board of one. And even any person during the years that we were there, any person who had an executive position in Scientology already had a signed letter of resignation on file, so that no matter what, David Miscavige had complete control over every organization in Scientology. And he, as the chairman of the board of Religious Technology Center, is the highest ecclesiastical person in Scientology that has complete control.
And the way he did that was he was the head. David Miscavige was, before this, he was chairman of the board Author Services. And what Author Services is, it's a corporation that is set up within Scientology that is Hubbard's literary agent. So every time somebody anywhere in Scientology buys a Scientology book or does a Scientology course or goes through a Scientology-sponsored rehabilitation program, they get a cut. They get a royalty of that. And that royalty organization, Author Services, was what David Miscavige was the head of. And he was involved with the lawyers and involved with all the different corporations in Scientology, so that he knew how to protect Hubbard from and insulate him from being charged in any of these cases, because he's just the author and he's just getting royalties. He's not getting all the money from Scientology. And so they basically corporately and legally figured out how to insulate Hubbard. But David Miscavige was the one in charge of that project. And it was actually called, I want to say it was called Project All Clear. And it was so that Hubbard could eventually come out of hiding from law enforcement.
And to eliminate the pending lawsuits at the time. That was also part of Project All Clear, or maybe Project Clear. I can't remember, but yeah.
But basically, when David Miscavige was doing that, he figured out, and as instructed to him by L. Ron Hubbard, you have to make it so that I can be in the clear again and I'm not being chased by all these different governments. And in order to do that, David Miscavige isolated all of the weaknesses in Scientology, figured out how he could silo all these different things. And I think, this is my opinion, that during the course of that, he realized that he now knew everything, how it could work, even more than Hubbard did. And he was, him and Pat Broker was the one with L. Ron Hubbard, and David Miscavige was in Los Angeles. So, or at the headquarters in Gilman Hot Springs. Those two places was where David Miscavige was operating out of. And during that time period, David Miscavige was isolating, okay, these are my allies, these are my enemies, these are the guys that are threats to me. So as soon as Hubbard passed away, he put his plan into action, and he immediately got rid the people that were, and this is an interesting thing too, the people that were with L. Ron Hubbard, besides Pat Broker, everybody that was with L. Ron Hubbard when he passed away went to this thing that's called the Rehabilitation Project Force within the Sea organization. It's basically like a labor and reprogramming camp.
Yeah, it's the ultimate punishment to a member of the Sea organization. You're literally not allowed to talk to anybody else outside of that program. You dress in black. You have to run everywhere. You're interrogated 5 hours a day for your evil purposes. And when you're not getting interrogated for evil purposes, you're doing heavy manual labor. It's the most extreme reprogramming in Scientology.
Do not speak unless spoken to.
Yeah.
The whole thing. So all of those people, besides Pat Broker, and the only reason Pat Broker didn't stay is David Miscavige suspected that he might have OT 9 and 10. And David Miscavige couldn't find OT 9 and 10. And Pat Broker said, hey, L. Ron Hubbard said I would be in charge. And Dave's like, well, that's not going to happen. I'm going to be in charge. And Pat Broker was like, well, I'm going to tell everybody all the stuff you've been up to. And David Miscavige told him, you've been transferring large amounts of cash over state lines. I can just turn you in right now. We've got that all taped up. And so he basically offered Pat, you just ride off into the sunset and you don't say anything and we'll never bother you again and we'll never hear from you again. And that's the last time anybody ever hears of Pat Broker. His wife, Annie Broker, tried to escape and go see Pat, and then she was essentially isolated and locked up in the Gilman Hot Springs property until the day she died. And she had escaped. She had at least tried to escape once or twice, and she was recovered and caught mid-escape and brought back to the property.
So dark.
Yeah.
Wow.
And so Hubbard passed in January 1986. In 1987, by that time, David Miscavige took over the Religious Technology Center, which is it's also referred to as the Inspector General Network. It's essentially intended to be the internal affairs of Scientology, or the policing organization. They're the ones who are supposed to have oversight at any level of Scientology. And as we mentioned earlier, it's the highest ecclesiastical organization. So David Miscavige comes in, takes that over, and then systematically removes anyone who was loyal to anybody other than him.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's how power works.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is that a lot of the people that worked with L. Ron Hubbard throughout, all the way from the 50s all the way up into the 80s, when they got
to go.
Well, if you look at it, in Scientology, L. Ron Hubbard says that 2.5% of the population of Earth are suppressive, period. And then there's a small portion of people that are sort of susceptible to those people.
20% are potential trouble sources, and of that 20%, 2.5% are suppressive persons. So basically, to clear the planet, you'd have to clear 80%, and the other 20%, they're a
write-off. They're just a write-off. They're never going to be cleared. Well, if you look at historically, I would say it's about 97.5% of the people that worked with L. Ron Hubbard have been declared a suppressive person. So, and even at the headquarters, there is a large percentage of the people that work at the international headquarters of Scientology that used to work with L. Ron Hubbard. And most of them are doing things that they're not public facing, or they're not interfacing with public. And they're on a job in the middle of nowhere, isolated until they die. And once they die, then there is no living person that's going to be able to tell you about what L. Ron Hubbard was up to. It's only going to be the Scientology propaganda that's left.
So they've all been isolated.
They've all been isolated or declared suppressives and kicked out of Scientology.
Got it.
So, and even within the executive structure, at any time, information is very carefully siloed, so that, it's not broad common knowledge even within the executive structure of Scientology as to, let's say, what's going on with this legal case or what's happening with this. It's David Miscavige is the kingpin on top that runs everything, but there's not. There's a very small handful of people who have the same information he has. Shelley Miscavich, by the way, was one of those people.
So really quickly, it's David Miscavige who declared so many of L. Ron Hubbard's associates as suppressive people. Is that right?
Well,
That is right.
Yeah,
Okay.
during the, I want to say during the 80s and the 90s, there was a lot of, because the Scientology were being investigated by the FBI and they had been raided in the late 70s, and it was uncovered that they had perpetrated the largest infiltration into the United States government in its history. Hundreds and hundreds
Into the IRS, right?
of operatives. IRS, FBI, Department of Justice, American Medical Association. They had infiltrated organizations all over the United States and in foreign countries as well. They had people everywhere, and they were essentially trying to whitewash Scientology's criminal files, take information out of them and plant like just flowery nonsense stuff in them. So when people was like, hey, we got this thing on Scientology, and they pull out the file and they'd be like, oh, these guys are like hippies. Like, who cares? They're not doing anything wrong. And that was a project called Operation Snow White that L. Ron Hubbard had basically been running. And when they caught them in the late 70s, they raided them. They raided Scientology facilities in Los Angeles, I think in Washington, D.C., and
subsequently in Canada, there were raids as well.
yeah. So basically, when that happened, there was a big campaign to flush out any SPs that were within the organization. So there were people that were being declared suppressive just regularly. And if you discussed something like, oh, I think this is wrong, or immediately pulled in, people would rat each other out in order. Scientology's very dog eat dog within the C organization. Stepping on somebody to get another level up is very, very common within the C organization. It's very, if you're loyal to David Miscavige and you show your loyalty, then you will be rewarded. If you show dissent or you show disagreement, then that will also be very quickly flushed out.
Yeah.
Really quickly, so those of you who follow Scientology will know that David Miscavige's wife, Shelley, has been missing for decades now. How long?
Yeah. Since approximately mid-2005.
So 20 years.
So publicly in Scientology that long, and I don't think her family have heard from her since 2014. So she's become more and more isolated. During the years that Mark and I worked at the headquarters with David Miscavige, Shelley was always present. She was at every meeting. She worked as his assistant. So yes, she was his wife, but also she was his deputy, his right-hand man there at every single meeting, she was copied on every single piece of correspondence he had with anybody.
And some people think she's dead.
I don't think she's dead.
We don't think she's dead. She was at a property near Big Bear called Running Springs. There's another division of the church which is called the Church of Spiritual Technology. And this group is responsible for taking any of L. Ron Hubbard's recorded or written materials and burning them into gold records, if it's audio. And if it's written word, it is etched into metal plates that are put into hermetically sealed with argon gas titanium time capsules. They bore out the entire side of a mountain.
I was going to say there's got to be a mountain involved where they're boring into a mountain.
They bore out the entire side of a mountain. And all of these cases with all these materials, it's a long, like hundreds and hundreds of yards long corridor that has tracks that all of these titanium, they're called time capsules, and they're all loaded with all these materials, and they're put in these mountains. There's locations in Running Springs near Big Bear. There's one in New Mexico, in Trementia, New Mexico. There's one in Washington, I want to say.
California.
Petrolia, California. They have all these mountains everywhere, and they have a distinct logo that is made in the top of the property so that it can be seen from space, so that if somebody comes from another planet after the planet's been destroyed by nuclear
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. In the event of an Earth-ending event, the technology of Scientology will still be available. They even had solar-powered cassette players.
and record players.
Yeah, record players,
Crank,
exactly,
hand
to
crank.
listen to his lectures because, of course, if the planet is destroyed, your number one priority is going to be to listen to L. Ron Hubbard lectures again.
And y'all will not be surprised to learn that the Mormon Church has a huge granite vault in the side of a mountain. And in our case, we put genealogy, there because we believe that, again, when Jesus comes again, we'll spend 1,000 years all getting baptized for all the people who have died, baptisms for the dead. But we'll need all these genealogical records to know who to get baptized for.
Yeah.
So we have a big granite vault.
That's wild.
For record keeping.
Wait, I just don't understand what you mean by baptism is for the dead.
So there's a Bible passage that says, except a man be born of the water and of the Spirit, he can't enter the kingdom of heaven. And so in early 19th century, that was often interpreted as meaning you had to be baptized by water and then by the gift of the Holy Ghost to be able to go to heaven. And if you don't get baptized by water, you can't go to heaven. But then that begs this question, what do you do for all the millions and billions of people who died before Joseph Smith restored the one true church? Or even before Jesus was born, how do all those people go to heaven, or are they all just going to hell? Well, Joseph Smith came up with the bright idea that humans who are living, once they've been baptized into the true church, they need to go to temples and get baptized in a water font proxy for all the people who have ever lived who died without a baptism.
But they're specific ancestors.
Anyone
Wow.
anyone
That's
who
going to be a
wasn't
long baptism process.
anyone who wasn't baptized.
Membership.
That sounds equivalent to trying to clear the planet statistically.
No. It's not just anyone who wasn't baptized Christian, anyone who wasn't baptized Mormon. So all the Catholics and all the Baptists, they all have to get rebaptized too. And not just all the ones living now, but all the ones who've ever lived or who will ever live.
Wow.
So Mormons are going to spend 1,000 years with Jesus in the millennium, just constantly getting baptized in temples for dead people.
Well, they have a similar thing in Scientology where they say we have to clear the planet. And there is the belief, while there is the belief in Scientology that you had a prior life and that things that you did in that life will affect what's happening in this life. If you were, let's say, a Scientologist in your last life and you went clear when Hubbard was around, if you remembered in this life that you were a clear in the last life, then you were called a last lifetime clear. And because there'd been so many generations of Scientologists, this was a thing. As soon as David Miscavige took over, he canceled all of that. So Scientology, every few generations, they have to wipe the slate on clearing the planet because they lost all those people that were clear that have now passed away, and they have to restart. So the clear the planet it's inherently flawed by math because, well, to start off, they can't even clear the zip code that they operate in. But besides that fact, every 20 or 30 years, they're wiping out all the old Scientologists and all the new ones. They have to have new ones to then clear. So whenever we're talking with Scientologists, because that's all they ever talk about usually, clear the planet, clear the planet, clear the planet.
They can't even clear the Scientologists.
Yeah, you
basically.
can't even get the people that are in Scientology clear. How are you going to clear the planet?
Yeah.
And so it's sort of this, it's whenever you're talking with a Scientologist, they've been trained for years, sometimes even decades, on how to respond to criticism of Scientology.
Oh, of course.
Yep.
But as soon as you
Apologetics,
start
we call it.
using math,
Yeah.
then they kind of they start glitching, like, oh well, you're like, yeah, it's mathematically impossible for you to clear the planet.
Well,
period.
bad news. They're gonna keep believing anyway.
Yes.
regardless of math.
Yes.
This reminds me of the Jehovah's Witnesses. They have that teaching that 144,000 are going to make it, into whatever type of salvation they do. But they've had so many Jehovah's Witnesses now for over 100 years, they've well exceeded the number of people promised or told they'd be in the 144,000. So they have to
Right.
keep excluding people or redefining what it means.
Did they have a list?
They used to. They used to have a list.
They did.
But, like with David Miscavige, at some point, the math stops adding up and
Yeah.
starts
Yeah.
to become problematic. So they have to get rid of lists or redefine things. I forget, but
Yeah, by now, there's no question in my mind there are far more former Scientologists than there are actual Scientologists
sure.
in today's world.
for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's a good background for that's at least 5 minutes, right?
6 minutes
Glad
max.
we took that 5 minutes.
Thanks.
interesting.
That's really fascinating, and I think it's fun to do the parallels.
Yeah,
Someone really should
completely.
do either a YouTube video or a book on the parallels between Joseph Smith and
Well, I think by the time we're
Hubbard.
done, somebody could just clip this.
yeah, I think so. Okay, all right,
It
Claire.
is fascinating to see the parallels.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's more. All right,
Yeah.
Claire, back to you. So
Yes.
you're born into this situation in what year?
1975.
So you're born while L. Ron Hubbard is still alive,
Yes.
and your parents were already members.
Yes. My mom and dad were both staff members at the Manchester Org in England. My mom read Dianetics while she was pregnant with me. She actually named me after the state of Clear. Claire is French for clear.
Oh, interesting. Cool.
I didn't even tell Mark that until a couple of years ago. It was
Yeah.
so embarrassing. I was just like,
say what?
You're like, one
You're
more
named
thing.
after Clear? I was like,
Yeah.
oh, that's so
Yeah.
That makes sense.
yeah, but so my dad very quickly became disillusioned with Scientology and decided he wanted nothing more to do with it. So my first experience with disconnection was when I was 3. My mom divorced my dad, and I've never had contact with him since that time. She always told me the narrative that, well, he cheated on her and he's not a good person. But since I've gotten out of Scientology, I've found that the facts from his family, who we are in touch with, they're like, yeah, no, it was all about Scientology.
He had passed away before you.
No, he's still alive.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no,
Okay,
he's still alive. I'm in contact with all my aunts and uncles. He's also the black sheep of his family, allegedly. So there's more there than we see. I did reach out to him, but it wasn't meant to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, so my mom and dad are divorced. I'm 3. Now my mom is just becoming more and more involved in Scientology. She was very fanatical from the get-go. She had this dream that she wanted to go to the ship and work with L. Ron Hubbard as a messenger. Anyhow, so shortly after my 4th birthday, she signed a billion-year contract, and we moved to St. Hill, which is the headquarters in England. At that point, I was moved into what's referred to as the Cadet organization, where children of Sea Org members at that time were groomed and trained in Scientology with the intention of then carrying out their own billion-year contract.
So your mom was in the Sea Org?
Yes.
When she signed the billion-year contract?
She signed the billion-year contract and then joined the Sea organization.
Okay. And so then you were born as a Sea Org. I mean, you were a Sea Org kid.
From the age of 4, yes, until age 10. And the Cadet organization is best way I've been able to find to describe it that people can relate to is it's like Lord of the Flies meets orphanage meets Nazi youth, in that from the moment you enter the Cadet organization, the schedule is such that if I saw my mom 2 hours a week, I was lucky. That was a good week. Yeah.
So they separate the kids from the parents.
Yes. And then not only that, but they have the children run themselves. So there was maybe 1 or 2 adults for 40 to 50 kids, the kids ranging in age from 6 weeks old to 14 or 15, by which age they would then start on their own billion-year contract. But Hubbard had a policy. At that time, children were allowed in the Sea organization, but Hubbard's policy was that they were allowed at most, best case scenario, 6 weeks maternity leave, and then their kids would be put into, the newborn babies would be put into the nursery, and then by the age of 4, be a part of the cadet organization.
And was this for you all on a boat or not? Is it a building?
No, this was at St. Hill in England.
So you could be in the Sea Org, but not at sea.
That's right.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, exactly. So
It's a good distinction.
it is a good
There's only one
distinction.
place in the Sea Organization where you're actually at sea, and that's they have a cruise ship in the Caribbean.
It's one cruise ship, right?
One
Yes.
cruise ship. It started out as multiple boats in the ocean, and then when they moved to land, the boats were gotten rid of, and then in the 80s they bought this cruise ship that used to be a ferry or a cow transporter, and they turned it into a little cruise ship. If you see it next to any other cruise ship, it looks like a tugboat.
tiny.
But
It holds about 300 people,
Yeah.
I think.
Oh, so there's no more than 300 people actually at sea in Scientology?
in the Sea Organization,
I did not know
there's
that.
5,000 Sea Org members probably around the world between all their facilities, and there's about 150 that work on that one
That's
ship.
funny.
Yeah, because the 300 capacity is max capacity, so that includes the staff and the public.
The people that are
civilian
coming there to pay to go
Scientologists.
there and do Scientology counseling or courses are part of that maximum amount of people.
But it's not that the top leadership is on that boat.
Oh, no,
No.
definitely
Okay,
not.
okay. That's
No.
good to know. I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
But L. Ron Hubbard was on a boat.
He was.
For many
he was,
years.
There were a few different ships that he was on, but I think for the most part, he was on the Apollo. But that was at the time that the Sea Organization was first created and before it moved to land, as
And
Mark
he was running from the
mentioning.
law. He was kind of a fugitive,
Yes.
right?
Completely.
I mean, there's stories from people that worked on the Apollo. We know there's a channel on YouTube called Peeling the Onion. It's with a guy named Mark Fisher and a woman named Janice Grady. And Janice Grady was a messenger for Hubbard from, I think she started when she was like in early teens or like 9 or 10. And she was a messenger and she worked with him on this ship. And
Which, by the way, bears mentioning, Shelley Miscavige also worked on that ship from about the age of 11. Her parents were not on the ship. She was just there with L. Ron Hubbard.
as a messenger for
That
L. Ron
child
Hubbard.
alienation is just crazy.
But
Yeah.
she tells stories of sometimes they left port with the locals and police and like the people of the port throwing rocks at the ship and getting them like, get out of our town.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. That's good to know. So, and by the way, Joseph Smith and L. Ron Hubbard were both fugitives for the law. So you were in the Sea Org. As your mom was in the Sea Org, you were a Sea Org kid, but you were separated from your mom, and it was Lord of the Flies plus
Hitler Youth.
Plus
orphanage.
orphanage.
Yes.
So not a great time.
No, not at all.
Do you have what are your memories?
Yeah.
So, a day in the life of a cadet was pretty brutal. It was, our parents had no money. We barely ever saw them. There was a girls' dorm and a boys' dorm, so we weren't even allowed to sleep in the same room with our families. And in my case, it was only my mother. She was a single mom by now, and so yeah, there was a lot of heavy manual labor. We would go to the local school because our parents couldn't afford to send us to Scientology school. So we would constantly get teased and called Sino, and we were often had ratty clothes and poor hygiene and just a general lack of care. And within the cadet org, it was run just like any Scientology organization. So we each had posts assigned. We were we were grouped into groups of 6 kids. So you had a kid in charge of another 5 or 6 kids, and we were essentially parented by checklists, lists of get up, make your bed, eat breakfast, go to school, study Scientology, do what they call Chinese school, which is chanting L. Ron Hubbard precepts over and over again until you know them verbatim. Like, I will never be able to get those things out of my head.
Do you have an example? Just it would
Sure.
be traumatizing to no pressure if you don't.
Definition of a team. A team has a tendency to know what the other team members are doing and thinking and coordinate thereby and therewith. And that is the definition of a team. It is people who cooperate one with another to push forward a common purpose. And they normally get along great.
Interesting.
That's a relatively benign one. Keeping Scientology working. 1, having the technology. 2, knowing the technology. 3, knowing it is correct. 4, teaching correctly the correct technology. 5, applying the technology. 6, seeing that the technology is correctly applied. Anyway, I could keep going on.
So the idea is when you're going over these things verbatim over and over again, are you in like a classroom setting? Is this as you're working?
You're standing in a crowd in front of a big sheet that has it written out, and you have a person with a pointer who will chant it, and they'll say, "Keeping Scientology working. What is it?" And the whole group in unison will chant like at the top of their lungs, or not the top of their lungs.
So it does
It's not
remind me
shouting,
of Hitler Youth. Yeah.
But yeah, it's that exactly.
loud.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's why I started including that reference, because the
Yes.
indoctrination in Scientology, like we're talking, in my case, I was 4 when I started learning the language of Scientology. I didn't even have a grasp of the English language.
Yes.
So when you're learning the language of Scientology before even understanding any having real world parallels, it's really challenging to walk that back.
Yes.
Yeah.
I am so sorry. Ugh.
We're here today, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So,
It has a good ending.
every day is a blessing of freedom and love and, making our own choices. So
Yeah.
Were you protected from abuse? I guess there's
No.
psychological abuse, physical abuse, sexual abuse.
no, none of that. I was not protected from any of that.
So do kids raised in Scientology experience a lot of abuse?
Very definitely.
Do they abuse? Is that the Lord of the Flies?
Kids
Correct.
abusing each
Yes,
other?
like older kids abusing us younger kids was very common. And because of the snitch culture, when you translate that into a Lord of the Flies scenario, you have no recourse. And not only that, Scientology believes that, as Mark was referencing, the overts and the withholds, which is what they call transgressions, they have the overt motivator sequence. So if I say, hey, Billy punched me, then I deserved that. And that means that I've committed transgressions. And the only reason Billy punched me is because I pulled it in and it was my fault. So it's the ultimate victim shaming as well.
In Scientology, the victim is always guilty, no
That's
matter
so
what.
insidious.
Because they're a victim, and they have the thing called the tone scale. And victim is way, way down at the bottom of the tone scale. So if something
Are
happens,
these vibrations when they say tone?
no, it's more like an emotional tone, like anger, happiness, cheerfulness.
It's a sign digit. So the highest is 40.0. It goes down to 0, which is body death, and minus 40.0 is total failure.
Yeah, so there's tones below body death that you could be exhibiting while alive.
It's insidiously, darkly smart to make any mistake any member makes the fault of the victim.
Yeah,
because then the organization's never responsible for anything.
It's the
Exactly.
it's the Scientology's get out of jail free card is, hey, this happened to me. Well, what did you do?
Yeah. No, it's called blame reversal.
Yes,
But,
and eventually the member, the person who's been indoctrinated in all this, they are, for all intents and purposes, doing the work themselves. Yes, Scientology has reinforced that with physical and control mechanisms that keep you in. But really, you're going, oh no, I had a critical thought. I want to leave. Oh, I can't do that. And you're doing the work yourself.
That's
Yeah,
right.
I watched another episode that you did, and you mentioned something. I think it's called, I want to say scrupulosity.
Yeah. Religious OCD, basically.
Yeah, in Scientology, if you're a dedicated Scientologist, you have that all day, every day. You can't do anything in your life and not be thinking, well, where is this guy on the tone scale? And where is his this? And you look through everything in your life, your business, your family, your personal relationships. Everything is through that Scientology lens.
Yes. In fact, you reminded me now, there's not the language of, oh, I'm feeling upset. It's like, oh, he's griefy. Grief is a tone level on the tone scale, or he's being really 1-1. that's covert hostility, which is depicted as a person who's smiling at you while holding a dagger behind their back, like a lower negative tone on the tone scale. The language is so oriented around the beliefs, the scriptures,
Yeah, and Scientology is a fundamentalist belief system. So you can't be 25% of Scientology.
That's
You
right.
can't be 70%. You can't be 90%. You're either 100%
all in or all out.
or you're not a Scientologist.
Yeah. In fact,
so that scrupulosity thing, when you were talking about that really resonated with me as like, oh, you can't be in Scientology if you're
it's
not
almost a
like
requirement.
that. You have to be that.
Yeah. In fact, in Keeping Scientology Working Series #1, which is a policy every Scientologist reads multiple times, it's at the beginning of every single course, Hubbard says, we'd rather have you dead than incapable.
He says Scientology it's rough and tumble, and only the tigers survive, and even they have a rough go at it.
Yeah. But I mean, I don't mean to be apologizing for the abuse there. Does it produce very resilient, capable, hardworking, dedicated people or not?
I think my answer to that is it produces very damaged people.
Okay.
And I've thought about that, and my perspective on that and my answer to that has changed through my own recovery, therapy, reading books, and so forth. Because unfortunately, when someone gets out of Scientology, they very often have a lot of trauma and a lot of struggle. So in our case, I believe the catalyst that led to our success was the fact of escaping and that motivation. I don't attribute us being successful to 100+ hours work week. No education.
I do.
You do?
Well, my take on it. My take on it is a little different. That in Scientology, and specifically in the C organization, if you're just a Scientologist that lives at your house and you pay to do courses and counseling, not the same situation. But in the C organization, and specifically at the C organization at its highest levels at the international headquarters, they beat the wimp out of you. You cannot work there if you get tired, if you can't work till 8 in the morning.
They make you tough.
Till midnight.
They make you tough, resilient.
Well, but I won't say they make you tough, but they do beat the wimp out of you. Some people become a robot.
Yeah.
So they basically are just an automaton. They just do what they're told. They do that. They do this. They don't complain. There's no emotions. That's the thing. Maybe they don't beat the wimp out of you. They beat the emotion out of you.
Well, they beat the you. They beat the you out of you.
They beat the you out of you.
Yeah.
And so
Yes,
if
they do.
you can't find you after that, then a lot of people get broken.
Yeah,
and
that makes sense.
that's the thing that happens. They either make you stronger and more resilient, and if that you is still in there, then you can find your way out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, stronger as a result of abuse, not stronger as a result of something that works. Yeah, you either figure out how to power through, and that's very, very hard. But
I'd say
I don't know.
50-50 on there's 50% of the people get broken and
Yeah.
50% of the people and also they might, even the 50% that become successful, it might still be a little bit broken. So,
That's right.
For sure.
It's
for
like
sure.
they're coping. When we
Exactly.
say successful, we would say that their coping shows up in socially, like where socially we're like, oh, we really admire that.
Yeah.
For example, really coping in the way of never resting, overworking as a result.
Yeah.
Or like there are some, it feels like socially approved of ways of coping that's still psychologically
and
Not
not
great.
healthy.
Yeah.
even we did actually we had to reintegrate because we never really lived outside of that world.
Yeah.
But even the reintegration was, how do we not work till midnight every
Exactly.
night?
Yeah, Mark
Because
still
you're
gets
wired.
frustrated with me because I have a terrible habit of taking on way more than I can comfortably handle.
Yes.
And it is a flaw. It's not something that I realize like, oh yeah, let me just work myself to death. He gets very, very frustrated.
Yeah.
But which
'Cause there's
I
no
understand.
reason to
And
do
he's
it
trying
anymore.
to protect me and make me realize that like, hey, this is not a path to success. This is a path
That's right.
to overwhelm.
Or even like as a child, you're experiencing aggression, so much sort of not just with your schedule, but emotionally and
Yes.
all those things.
Yes.
And so later on, what looks like self-discipline, actually in your mind, is a lot of self-aggressive thoughts.
Completely.
Right? But no one knows, and it can look so, and that's why it's so problematic when you're talking about what a successful person or a resilient person.
Yeah.
Completely. And the irony is that fast forward to which I can give you a few examples of some extreme things that happened in the cadet org that were just I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy, honestly. But then fast forward to our lawsuit, and my mother wrote me a letter from Scientology headquarters in which she said, well, you were in the Sea organization as a child, so I thought you knew how bad it was. And again, it's blaming me for, and not, I never told her many of the things that happened to me as a child because I knew that victim blaming mechanism would break me as a person.
Yeah.
And so I preferred to just keep my mouth shut and power through than say, hey, this kid, what he did was abuse. It's not okay. I could not ever say that. And I didn't for many, many years. And so, anyway,
Let me really quick ask, would someone who is sexually abused be blamed as being the reason why they were sexually abused?
Very definitely, yes.
Okay, so that would be an extreme example, but that was applicable.
Yes.
Okay, let's keep going, Claire, with your story. So
Yep. So I lived in a dorm. It was, I can give a couple of examples, but I went to the local school. It was
Tell me about when you broke all your
broke my collarbone. Yeah. So when I was approximately 7 years old, I was sleeping in a bunk bed with a friend of mine. We had no play dates, no sleepovers, all of that. So that was our only version of like, oh, let's have a sleepover in my bunk bed. And I fell out. Someone had left wooden planks on the floor. So I cut open my head, broke my collarbone. But my mentality in the cadet organization was the only normal part of my life was going to school because it was a public school. So it was my only
Outside
string
world.
to the outside world. And I loved school and I was doing really, really well. I was, despite everything, a star student. I loved the teachers. And so I went to school anyway with a broken collarbone and my head cut open. And of course I could not, it was excruciatingly painful. Anytime I would move my arm, I would start crying. So the teacher kind of had me first sit by her desk. Then she noticed my head cut open. The headmistress then called me into her office at lunchtime. And it didn't occur to me until many years later that she obviously saw signs of abuse and neglect. And so she asked me, well, what happened? And I never said anything. I was just like, oh, I fell out of bed. Never mentioned the fact that I was living in a dorm and I landed on wood planks. Because again, already by that age, I had been programmed to never say anything bad about Scientology ever, under any circumstances that would cause any kind of negativity on them. So my mom came to pick me up, went to the hospital. I was not allowed to be given any drugs, even though the doctor suggested it. And so that was one example. Another example was in the Sea organization, members are not allowed to have any form of sexual activity outside of marriage. My mother was single, so she was dating another member of the Sea organization, and they engaged in sexual intercourse, for which she was then assigned to the Rehabilitation Project Force when I was 6. So I was not allowed to know where she was or talk to her for months while she was off on that program. She was doing heavy construction at the St. Hill Castle. She ended up getting hit in the head by a brick, rushed to hospital. I was then trained on how to do touch assists, deliver touch assists, assist technology developed by L. Ron Hubbard of how to nurse someone back to health after an injury or illness. There are several different kinds of assists, but touch assist is the primary one. It's feel my finger, feel my finger, feel my finger over and over. There's an exact process. So I was trained on how to do those. So when
not creepy at all. Someone touching somebody else with their finger all over their body saying, feel my finger.
Yeah. And so I hadn't seen my mother in months. She got hit in the head, and I hate to say it, but I was just grateful to be able to see her again, even if I had to do these creepy touch assists on her. Another time she escaped and left me behind. Anyway, it was a complete chaotic train wreck. Yes. And very rarely did I get to see any of her family who are not in Scientology. When I was 7 to 8, she used to put me on a train in London to go visit my grandmother in Manchester. So it's like a 4-hour train with like 20 stops. She would just ask some family to keep an eye on me. This was like not that long after the Yorkshire Ripper, serial killer, and various other things that was going on. So, she
also used to hitchhike with you a lot?
Yeah. We hitchhiked a few times, and then my grandmother got really mad. That was during the time of the Yorkshire Ripper in England, serial killer killing hitchhikers.
Wow.
But anyway, my grandmother put a stop to that, but nonetheless, because my mom had to work all the time. Another element was that starting at around the age of 6 or 7, I don't exactly remember, but all of the children in the cadet organization were required to sign billion-year contracts. So I eventually started my own billion-year contract at 16, but I signed my first one when I was 6 or 7,
Wow.
Another one when I was 10, another one when I was 12, another one when I was 13, multiple contracts.
Wow. Okay, I have a question for you.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask you, like, in looking back maybe now.
Yes.
It feels like you're in survival mode for years. That's what it feels like when you're kind of describing this experience. So I'm curious if you can remember if you experienced it in a way where you were like dysregulated all the time. Are you just perceiving, are you stressed? Are you dissociating? Are you disconnected from your, like, how, I guess I'm trying to get at, like, how did you cope with this level of severity when it comes to just a reality? Like, did you have moments where you're like this, why is everything so hard? Like, this is just like life or death all the time, feeling that way? Or did you get numbed out and dissociated?
No, I did not. I was all very commonly in my childhood, I just cried all the time.
Yeah.
As an example, so my mom's a member of the Sea Organization. She would get 2 hours once a week to do her laundry and clean her room. And that was, it's probably a bad analogy, but it's extreme enough to be relevant in this case. It was like a drug addict getting a hit. Mm-hmm. But the hit is time with my mom.
And safety.
Yes,
like
exactly.
Safety.
And so every week I remember I would have to write a completed staff work to say it's Saturday or Sunday. I can't remember which day it was, but can I please go into work with my mom and I'll help and I'll work there. It would always get disapproved. No, you got to be here at Stonelands, which is where we lived, doing chores and manual labor. And I would go into hysterical crying, like crying, could not stop, like headache, throbbing, just a mess. And because it was a constant battle for any time with my mother.
Right.
And so being at a public school, I obviously knew that was not normal, relevant to what I saw from my friends. And the only thing I ever wanted was a normal life like we live now with our kids. But I couldn't even say that because that would mean I'm trying to leave or I'm trying to drag my mother out from the Sea Organization. That would make me a suppressive.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't you, at one point, your mom then started a relationship and then that's how she ended up leaving the Sea Org? And then wasn't she going to leave you there?
Yeah, so she, again, it's very strict relationship rules within the Sea organization. She began a relationship with the gentleman who's now my stepfather, but he was not a member of the Sea organization. So it gets a little complicated, but she had to have special approval to even marry him.
They don't allow this now.
No, they do not. They do not. And even talking about stress, like when the first time she went on a date with him, she left the property where we lived, and I woke up the next morning and she went to her room and she wasn't there. She hadn't been there all night. And so I panicked. I'm like, oh my gosh, where's my mother? Like, she's my only human in this alien world that I live in. And so I ran around and I ran down to the mess hall looking for her. I found her friend and I was like, oh, she didn't come home last night. Anyway, I go back up and factor in my mother had already been assigned to the Rehabilitation Project Force with a previous boyfriend for having an affair with him outside of marriage. So now I go up to my mom's room and she's there all of a sudden. And I'm like, I've been looking for you. You didn't come home last night. She's like, yes, I did. I was in the shower. She was lying. She, many years later, apologized for lying. But she made me go explain to the people that I talked to that she was there and cover for her and blamed me for potentially getting her in a lot of trouble. Anyway, it was just so layer upon layer of really bad child abuse, child neglect, Scientology stressed over the importance of actual education. We were required to study Scientology every day after school. So yeah, it was a constant stress factor that was really hard to navigate and really hard to ever kind of find a balance.
Yeah, I can see that.
And you mentioned crying a lot and being sad. Was there a part of you that was into it or grateful for it or committed to it where you were also feeling like you were sacrificing or doing what was right or learning the truth? In other words, were they successfully compartmentalizing you to also feel like it was good what you were doing, even though you were sad and missed your mom and being abused?
Good question. In the years that I was in the cadet organization, no. It was so miserable.
You just hated it.
I just hated it. I wanted a normal life. I wanted to figure out a way to get out of that life where the constant pressure was such that it became evident to me at some point that this was the path of least resistance. And you find a way to acclimate to go, okay, well then I may as well find something good or at least commit myself to doing this. So by the age of 13, I had decided, okay, well, maybe if I become an auditor and a counselor, then I can help people. And if this is the only way to help people, then, so it was more of a compromise in my mind of a way to not lose my family and not be a bad person, quote unquote, in their eyes. So I would never say that I was like hardcore fanatical, but I was definitely from a very young age programmed to be a very good rule follower. Mark would absolutely agree with that. He was always the rebel, and that's was where our relationship was such a breath of fresh air. Like, wow, how does he not give any shits about this?
But it does make sense, given that, to me, what you're describing is you were born into a really unsafe, chaotic experience of the world. And so it totally makes sense to me that at some point you become very cognizant of like, okay, if this is what the world is, and this is what I have to work with, how do I, with what I have as a child, literally, to work with, how can I create safety? How can I control what I can control to at least have a little more of,
Yes, that hits the nail on the head, literally.
Yeah.
It was like, okay, the only way to succeed in this environment is to embrace it, even though, that was not my goal, not my dreams. I wanted to be a teacher. I wanted to go to Oxford University. I had this whole game plan that included, ironically, from when I was like 6 or 7, I was like, I will join the Sea Organization when I'm 45 years old, because by then I will have had a boy and a girl, and my life will be over because I'll be 45. That's a good plan, but that plan got torpedoed because of the environment I was in. And so, yes, it was the only way to survive was to embrace it and figure out, I just gave up at some point that I had any path out.
Yeah. Wow.
So in those early teen years in your mind, were you ever like, this isn't true, I don't believe this, but I'm basically in prison? Did you allow yourself to even question?
I did not.
Okay,
no,
you didn't even let yourself question.
Questioning had already been broken much earlier
Years
than
ago.
that.
Okay.
Yeah, because it was dangerous. And like I had, I'd already lost my dad, so I couldn't lose my mom too. And I'd seen my friends get in trouble for rebelling. So the only path that I saw as a child was to dive in. And I did have when I was 13, I did try to rebel a little bit. Unfortunately, that didn't go well at all and ended up just driving me further into Scientology. But I was already by that point in a Scientology school and very firmly ensconced in an environment that completely depended on Scientology. My mother, my friends, all of that was
Absolutely.
Random question. Why do you have no British accent at all?
Oh, yeah, great question. So I always wanted to move to America. I always wanted an American accent. Americans think that the English accent is cool. Well, conversely, English people think the American accent is super cool.
I never heard that before.
Oh, no,
I
it's
guess I've never
absolutely
heard a
true.
Brit that would admit that, maybe.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm just being honest. Like, kids would come to St. Hill from America, and we would always be like, say something. It was, so I had a dream to become an American and get an American accent. My family moved to the U.S. when I was 13, and I was told that I was too old to lose the accent. And in fact, when Mark and I got married, I was 17, he was 19, and I still had a British accent at that time. But you know what's funny? Not to credit Scientology with anything where credit is not due, because Scientology did not create the dictionary. However, the barriers to study, the misunderstood word, lack of mass, the skipped gradient, the misunderstood word means that any Scientologist in studying Scientology spends a lot of time in the dictionary. Well, wouldn't you know it, one day I have an American dictionary and somebody is doing word clearing with me where you have to read stuff out and so forth. And the word was walk, W-A-L-K. You walk down the street. So I would always say that, walk. And this person was an American, and I looked at the pronunciation key in the American dictionary, and it said W-O-K, and I was like, walk? And he's like, you're saying it right. Anyway, it's a long story to just explain that the final barriers to my English accent were broken by learning to use an American dictionary, which told me how to say them even when my brain couldn't figure it out. So I so thoroughly lost my English accent that nobody believes I'm from England anymore. And
are you even able to?
I'm not.
Oh, wow,
She's not. Even when we go, we've been to England many times with the kids.
You don't drop into it.
No, she cannot understand.
There's about
them.
5 words. There's about 5 or 6 words. Tour. 6 and
aluminium.
Yeah, whatever.
Insulation.
Mark always used to give me a really hard time about my accent. I think now he regrets having done that.
I do. She used to call me Mock. So she would say Mock, and I'd say, there's an R in Mark. Most people say Mark. Whenever she would say boot or the bin, or I would say water, butter, cutlery. I would just say that every single time. She would say, I would think it's in the boot of the car. I'd go, water, butter, cutlery.
I do think it's interesting, though, because when we talk about cults or high control, high demand religions, this idea of conditioning, right? And how a conditioned self is created, which is very different than like a self that we, or organically create as we grow. It's just a completely different thing, right?
Yes.
But it makes it so clear and to what level of detail you were conditioned.
Yes.
That actually the way you spoke, this like the root of where you were born and where your story began, it even, it eliminated that.
Right. Like it's kind of chameleon in nature a little bit. Yeah, I know. I've thought about that a lot because I have been asked that a lot. Like, why does she not have a British accent?
Yeah.
So you say around 13, you decide to switch from one test to another. What was the main?
At 13, I was still living in England, and I was trying to rebel and get away from it.
Yeah.
And it didn't work out well. I got in a lot of trouble with my parents. I was assigned lower conditions, which is ethics conditions for betrayal after trust, condition of treason. Find out who you are. Oh no, find out that you are. That's the formula for treason. Find out that you are. Condition of enemy is find out who you really are. It's a whole nother segment of the ethics technology of conditions of existence. You're either doing well and contributing to the group, or you're betraying it. And yeah,
this reminds me. Many religions have to make you sick so they can then offer themselves up as the cure. And it sounds like that's very similar.
Very, very similar.
Yeah. Okay.
One of the lower conditions is also the condition of doubt. So again, it's another control mechanism where if you're thinking of leaving Scientology, that means you're in a lowered state of existence. And there's a formula to fix that, which is the doubt formula.
And the formula for doubt is find out who you are.
No, that's enemy.
Oh, enemy, yes.
Yeah.
You have to.
Doubt is where you basically do this whole evaluation of the good guys versus the bad guys, and then so you say what's good about this, and this, and what's bad about this, and this, and then make a decision as to which group you're going to join.
Which group should be helped or supported, and which group should be rejected.
And then you have to announce the fact publicly to both sides.
But the greatest thing is that you can never do a doubt condition in Scientology where Scientology is the group that should be rejected. It's always the way it's worded and the way it's engineered is if you're thinking, I need to leave Scientology, if you do this, you will decide that you should stay in Scientology.
In fact, there's even a policy that if you decide that Scientology is the bad group, there's a policy to fix that, and it's called hung up at doubt. That means if you're making the wrong decision, you have to go through interrogations and other steps to handle being hung up at doubt.
And did you say at some point you decided you wanted to be an auditor? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What age was that?
Let's see. I think 11 is when I decided that.
So what was that like?
Well, so I began, I think the first auditor training that I did, I was 12, and it was the Hubbard Qualified Scientologist course. And I had never really wanted auditing as a child. The first auditing I received was from my mother when I was about 6, and I really didn't want auditing. But as we talked about earlier, you cannot refuse auditing, otherwise you're a suppressive person.
And that's holding the cans and
Correct.
The little meter
Yes.
and all that. Okay.
Yes, and you hold the, so I began learning how to use the e-meter and do that counseling on other people. By the time I started learning to use the e-meter, I was 13. And so I started moving through what's called academy levels to become a classed auditor at 13. And very quickly, it was very, very uncomfortable as a child learning how to do that on adults.
So you were doing that on adults? Mm-hmm. Whoa. And aren't they confessing big sins and dark sins and...
Yep.
Ooh.
Especially when you get to what's called a class 2 auditor. That's where you are trained on how to deliver security checks and interrogations. And for example, there's what's one of the more famous sec checks or security checks is called the Johannesburg Confessional. And so I learned how to do that specifically when I was about 13 going on 14. And it's, did you murder someone? Did you rape someone? Did you commit sodomy? Did you have sex with someone of another race? Did you... I know
interracial sex is bad?
Yeah.
And I didn't realize there was
that
a
just
racial
got grouped
component.
into a...
I can give you a copy of it. The
interesting.
questions are outrageous.
Especially if you can just imagine
A
a
14-year-old
child asking
of
them
course,
of
of
an
course,
adult.
of
For
course.
sure.
And also,
Did they ask about bestiality? Did you say bestiality? Did they ask about
I'm
that?
sure that was on there.
Yeah.
And just as being gay bad? Just being
oh yeah,
gay
that's
or-
100%. That's called covert hostility. Hubbard says that anyone who is homosexual is at the tone level of 1.1, which is covert hostility. So they are presenting a good face, while holding a knife behind their
While
back.
trying to stab you in the back. Yeah.
Wow.
It's covered extensively in another book by L. Ron Hubbard called Science of Survival, where he details, and he says that people who are 1.1 on the tone scale, covert hostility, should be sent off on a leper boat to die on an island. That's a scenario that he gives in that book. So
Okay, so as a 13, 14, 15-year-old kid, you're learning how to interrogate adults to
Yeah.
uncover deep transgressions.
yeah. So it was definitely a conflict of being very uncomfortable with what I was being required to do, but yet in Scientology, again, it's another layer of the indoctrination and programming. Like the way out is the way through. What turns it on will turn it off is another thing. Like you have to push through no matter what, and they will not let you quit. So I didn't have the option to say, I just don't feel comfortable doing this anymore, because actually then the opposite will happen. I'll be pushed through even harder. And on the flip side, now I'm learning and doing auditor training, which of course my mother and my stepfather by now are incredibly supportive of. It's the only thing they've ever supported me in. I never even went to high school after we moved to the US. They didn't put me back in school, but yet here I am. I'm doing my auditor training, so they're super happy and super proud of me. And yeah.
Also, as a kid, if you're the child of a Scientologist, if you're doing Scientology courses and you're doing stuff at the organization, everybody is like, this kid's a superstar.
Right.
So
now, yes.
the amount of love
Positive
bombing when
reinforcement.
you're doing what they want is over the top. As soon as you pull back, or you're like, oh, I don't want to go on course anymore, or now it's like, what's going on? What are you doing? Are you out ethics? Are you committing?
You're off purpose.
Yeah.
You have other fish
Are you
to fry.
committing overts? All these things. So then when you do it,
Yeah.
everybody switches into, oh, this is amazing. Oh, let's take you to go shopping. So when you do it, you get rewarded. And that is a big thing in Scientology, rewards and penalties.
That's right.
People that are productive and do Scientology and are dedicated are rewarded, and everything else is penalized. And that you learn that as a kid. You learn the rules of the game pretty quickly. Like,
Yes.
when I do this, it's good. When I do that, not so good.
Talk about baptism by fire. It's like, oh, you better cooperate, or your parental rights are optional, and you're not going to have any parents anymore, or you're going to have your,
Wow. So much at stake.
Yes.
And the other kind of interesting thing that I wanted to say, because she mentioned it in passing, is that she didn't go back to school after she moved to the States. In Scientology, L. Ron Hubbard really, really puts down a traditional education system. Like, you're basically just being brainwashed to be what society wants you to be. And in Scientology, we're going to teach you the truth of the universe.
Right. The one true technology, the path out that we've never had the opportunity for in all the past millions of years.
So they almost treat it like it's a waste of time. So like, if you're going to a traditional school that's not a Scientology-based school,
Got it.
you're not learning the real things that you need to learn. Reading and writing, and the three R's was the only thing that Hubbard really put any. Like you need to know how to read, write, and do math.
Yep.
Those are the only three things you know how to do. Everything else is useless.
Interesting. Okay, so I'm kind of hearing at this point in time that you're having more approval, and in some ways, did you feel more valuable? Like when you learn skill or you make that ladder, I guess that you're kind of describing of the levels, or you're cooperating also, I guess,
Yes.
within
Yeah,
a
no, for
system
sure.
that
And
really
I-
wants obedience.
Yes.
So on one hand, are you feeling the safety? Are you feeling more of the approval, and which basically did you feel desperate for from your childhood being like so, I don't know, where you didn't really have any of that?
Yeah.
But then on the flip side, you're also now being exposed to really adult situations, themes as a child.
Yes.
And it sounds like with not a lot of resources on like
No.
how to process that or what so
Yeah.
it's like this dark, confusing, it sounds.
Yeah, for sure. No. So backing up a little bit just for context. So my mother ended up leaving the Sea organization when I was 10 because she had now married my stepdad. And he had a lot of debt from having done the upper levels of Scientology. And she'd gotten pregnant. And this was right at the time when they implemented the new rule of no more kids in the Sea organization. So she was actually told, if you have this baby, this is going to be one of the last babies born into the Sea organization, or you can take a 1-year leave of absence, get the debts paid off, have the baby, and then come back. That's the option she chose. She just never ended up going back into the Sea organization. So yes, a huge part of and a huge driver of what motivated me to want to become an auditor or a counselor was that my stepdad was OT and he was a Class 8 auditor, and my mother had great respect and love for him. So I was like, oh, well, maybe if I do that, then I'll get my mother back and somehow have a decent relationship with her. So there was definitely a huge piece of the requirements for approval within Scientology were to do Scientology and always be
That's
participating and growing.
And earning love.
Yes.
Earn the
In fact, I did. I drafted a TED Talk to try and explain to people what it is to be born into a cult as a child, and that was one of the things I covered, is that unconditional love does not exist in Scientology, especially not for kids, but even not in husband and wife relationships. It's just not a thing.
Yep.
So how long were you an auditor for?
Until I escaped.
So till you were in your early 30s?
Yeah.
So is that your main role?
No, it was never my main role, but
okay.
it was always a part of my duties was to put people sometimes do counseling. So there were, there were several years where I did a lot of auditing on people. And it wasn't always necessarily like the interrogation piece is to me where it's super like really invasive and really destructive. There are other elements where you're just asking people, remember a moment you were happy, recall a moment you were happy, or talk about problems with communication that is less, I wouldn't say it's harmless, because unfortunately it's all centered around the e-meter and the belief that the e-meter can see into your soul and therefore they know everything about you. And so I think that's it's a control mechanism of Scientology that in retrospect I think is very destructive and hurtful.
Do they record the sessions?
They do.
Audio
Yes.
and video? Or
Yes. In fact, Mark can speak to
That's
that.
that was my job. I was the one who went to the organizations and wired up all the cameras and made all the systems so that it would record to a hard drive. And
So they keep everyone's confessions of their
Everything.
deepest, darkest
And
things.
yes, and not only do they record the sessions, but part of an auditor's role is so you're set up You're sitting across from me. We have an e-meter in between. So I'm looking at the needle dial. You're holding the cans. There's a shield, and I have a worksheet. And everything you say, every question I ask, every reaction of the needle, everything you say in response is all written down on these worksheets. So there's not only an audio and a visual recording of this session, but there's also a written recording of it as well.
Yeah.
And that's dark.
And that is something that they are going to run into some problems with the new privacy laws, especially in Europe and other countries where if you don't have any dealings with an organization after so many years, you have to destroy all of those personal records. Well, because Scientology policies can never be changed once Hubbard wrote them, he says you don't ever destroy anything. So that's gonna be, I really do think that will be a major hurdle that they will not be able to overcome outside of the U.S.
But in the U.S., they just say religious freedom.
But they
can do whatever they want.
And in the U.S., I think eventually they will have to do something different than keep everybody's deepest, darkest secrets for the rest of time.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so how did your responsibilities grow, and how did your personal life evolve after you became an auditor?
Yeah, so, from age 10, when my mom left the Sea organization, until age 16, I was constantly being hounded by Sea Org recruiters, constantly. So as I mentioned, starting at around age 7, I signed my first contract, and I signed at least 4 or 5 more after that until I eventually started at age 16. But the more I became trained, I finished class 0, class 1, class 2.
So you were going through it too, yourself?
Well, so this is the auditor training.
Right. Oh, the training, auditor
yeah, so
training.
I was becoming trained in how to deliver the bridge to other people. And
that doesn't involve being audited yourself? Or?
No.
Okay.
Well,
no,
Hubbard recommends that if you're doing the training, you do the processing at the same time. But a lot of people just do the training and then they just do the counseling.
Yeah, we were super poor, so we had no money for me to be getting auditing. So I would get student auditing, which is cheaper, where you twin up with somebody. So I had done... I did the purification rundown when I was 13. That's, 5 hours a day in the sauna, taking up to 5,000 milligrams of niacin daily, which, by the way, is carcinogenic according to the last research I looked at. And not to mention the fact that the only drug I had by that point, I'm 13, was Novocaine. So, but allegedly that resides in your fatty tissues and can cause problems and prevent you from getting the full benefits of counseling. So that's why the purification rundown is one of the first things that you do on the bridge to total freedom. So I had done that. And
it's also a good test for how much nonsense you're going to put up with.
Yeah.
Because you have to sit in a sauna for basically 5 hours.
I was going to say,
my
that
reaction,
does not seem good
no,
for
at
one's
13,
health either.
I got violently ill. After 3 weeks doing this program, I was up all night throwing up vitamins, which, by the way, I do not recommend. It's one of the nastiest things on earth. If you're going to throw up, do not throw up vitamins. Anyhow, it was, it was bad. But the pressure to join the Sea organization was just ever increasing, like more and more and more. And at one point so I had done the professional TRs course is what it's called, where you have to do the training routines outlined by L. Ron Hubbard to a professional level, which includes sitting for 2 hours, looking at somebody without blinking, without flinching, without yawning, without looking away, just perfect TR0. And then TR0. Anyway, so I had done those drills multiple times when I was younger, but by this point, and this was a prerequisite to start the auditor training too, by the way.
Oh, I see.
And one of the results of that course is that you should be able to handle any situation, no matter how rough. So when I went to my mother and stepfather and said, hey, I really need your help getting these recruiters off my back, my stepdad said, well, you should be able to deal with any communication situation since you finished the professional TRS course, so you can deal with it yourself. So yeah, I asked for help, and eventually I gave in by the age of 16, because already by that point I wasn't in school, I had no life. Everybody I knew was a Scientologist. I wasn't going to be able to resist the recruiters that much longer, so I gave in, and I started on my contract at age 16, which was in July 1991.
Okay. So do you feel like part of your conditioned experience was kind of being left alone a lot as a child and young adult, that when you did kind of brave through and face even punishment for reaching out, the times you did, you weren't really helped in any way?
I do, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And even the significant trauma and abuse that I suffered, I never told anybody. It was better to just suffer in silence and power through and not be victim blamed. That was less than, saying what happened, for sure. Absolutely.
In Scientology, whenever you complain or anything happens to you, it sort of goes on your permanent record. So there's a lot of times in Scientology where if anything happens, any major accident or event or trouble that you get into, they sort of go through all of your history, and they go through it and they go, he's got a history of this, or this happened here, or that happened, or so anything you do.
Yeah.
If you bring it up, like, hey, I want to bring something up, it's like, okay, put that in the file.
That's right.
So you've got to, as a kid, you sort of have to keep your cards close to the chest. You have to keep your cards close to the vest.
It's kind of weaponized against you.
They weaponize your bad experiences against you. So. Right. And if you're a succeeding Scientologist, you shouldn't be having any bad experiences.
Yeah.
So it's kind of goes both ways. Like if I'm having a bad time, it's because I'm bad. And if I'm having a bad time because I'm not bad, it's because I'm bad.
That's
so
right.
you can never
win.
You can never win.
To lose.
As a kid, it's very.
Yeah.
It's sort of. It's basically like there's no way to win. There's no good way to do this. There is no lesser evil. It's only more evil, or as evil it is now. There's never and so the Sea Org, it's kind of like, it's almost a get out of jail free card, because now you don't have to worry about your parents. You don't have to worry about school. You don't have to worry about a job. You don't have to worry about paying bills. You're getting rid of a whole bunch of problems. And if I do it, my parents might even like me a little bit too.
It's like it creates this world of like extreme scarcity when it comes to like human relationships and human needs.
Yeah, manufactured
That's
scarcity.
right. Yeah. So that it creates this desperation where you're willing to kind of, I'm just thinking on the rebuilding side for y'all. I know we're not there yet, but I'm just thinking like of how much damage to undo, because it's like taking healthy relationship principles.
Yeah.
And you're like conditioned to do the opposite, that it's a bad thing. So anyway, just a moment of feeling for you.
So how was that for you to join?
Yeah.
I felt like I was backed into a corner. I literally was backed into a corner. My stepdad told me, if you don't join by tomorrow, my best friend is getting a committee of evidence, which is like a tribunal, severe punishment.
So you were threatened.
We call that a disciplinary council.
Yeah,
Well,
there you go, disciplinary council.
That's what we call it.
Yeah.
And does that include guilty?
Yeah, I was
A
excommunicated.
presumption of guilt. Yes.
Yeah.
Disciplinary, what did you call it?
We Mormons have called it a disciplinary council, but it's where you're tried and ultimately excommunicated.
Yeah. Well,
Like a court of law.
Yeah. So
committee of evidence is the one that can what do they call it? Expulsion. Expulsion is punishment only deliverable by a committee of evidence, technically. But
and that's also
don't
where a
always.
lot of people are declared a suppressive person is in a committee of evidence. They have another one, which is like a baby committee of evidence, which is called a court of ethics. And that usually just dishes out some punishments and recommendations that you should do. And if you don't do those, they can result in a committee of evidence.
But it's got to be weird. Your own stepdad is
I know from a
threatening you with that. Plus, your mom left the Sea Org.
I know. It was definitely a conflict.
And he wasn't qualified to be in the Sea Org.
No, it was
so
his
he couldn't
friend.
be in the Sea Org.
Yeah, but it was his friend who was a member of the Sea Organization who was going to get a committee of evidence if I didn't start the next day. And I remember, like it was yesterday, my mom denies it now, but I went home and she was crying and I'm sure part of that too was that I was looking after my siblings by that point, like 40 hours a week.
wow.
So
And how old were they at that time?
when that started, so let's see, let me just think for a minute. So this was 14 to 16. I was the daycare for my siblings. So at the start, they were 4, 2, and like 3 months old. My youngest sister, and so I would look after them from noon until 10 to midnight each day, and I taught myself to cook by reading the entire Fannie Farmer cookbook front to back. And, you get pretty creative when you have no money. Like, oh, well, what can I make with the ingredients we have and no money? Oh, let's make ham croquettes. We got ham and we got bread and we'll make it work. Anyway, I literally had no life, no social life. I was babysitting my siblings, which I love them. I love them like they were my own kids. And that was actually the biggest reason for me that I didn't want to join the Sea Org, because I knew they wouldn't remember me. And sure enough, they don't. And now they do hate videos against me. So I joined and I was terrified. I remember like just packing a bag and my comforter and getting dropped off at the big blue buildings in Los Angeles. And being moved into a dorm with a bunch of other women. It was like, bunks were 3 high in this small little smelly, cramped space. And I right away was miserable. I didn't enjoy it at all. A few times I called my mom and was crying and telling her I couldn't do it. And she was like, you just have to push through. You're going to get in a lot of trouble if you quit now. And I know it's hard. And, anyway, it was just being, as a child, really, I was still 16, being thrust back into this very alien world where it was just a lot of, no freedom, no capacity to breathe, no spare time, no access to family. One of my first experiences within the first few weeks was there was an Italian woman who she was under security watch in our dormitory where we were sleeping, and she was beautiful, and I was really, she had been working with us, and then all of a sudden it was like, oh, she's not here, she's sick. And then I saw she was under security watch. So I went up to her when I got home late one night and I said, what happened? Are you okay? And she's like, oh, I'm okay. But meanwhile, there's a security watch sitting outside. I'm like, something's not adding up here. And so I just kept pushing, and she finally went like this, and she had tried to unalive herself, and it was just really, really sad. And as a 16-year-old, it was so overwhelming, like, oh my gosh, how could this happen? But again, I already felt by that point I had no way out.
That's right.
What did your main roles become, your main duties?
So let's see, so this was July 1991 when I started. By September of 1991, I had been moved to the headquarters where I met Mark. So this was the 500-acre compound in Gilman Hot Springs, California. And for the first 5 years there, I was in the staff training department. So I would, staff were required to do 2.5 hours a day study. So I would either oversee them.
Of Scientology.
Of Hubbard, yeah, exactly.
I see.
Scientology courses. So my role was supervisor, and I also did counseling during that time. And then, so that was the first 5 years until March 1996. And then I was moved into Religious Technology Center, where I worked for the next 8 years directly under David and Shelley Miscavige in various roles, but primarily executive correction. So all the management executives, I would have to correct them if they mess things up with Scientology, word clearing or interrogations or, various different tools provided by Hubbard. I had to attend most meetings with David Miscavige with the management executives. That was during the time that he was at the property. It would be meetings every day. And then starting in 2000 to 2004, so the last 4 years that I was in Religious Technology Center, I was over the internal functions of Religious Technology Center. So technically, I was number 3 under Marty Rathbun, who worked for David Miscavige. Of course, that didn't mean I had any more freedom than anybody else, but I was responsible for recruiting new staff into Religious Technology Center, approving the financial planning, staff training, things of that nature.
So is this one of the most elite groups
It's
within?
the highest Scientology organization.
And was Rinder there when you were there?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
he was not in Religious Technology Center. He was, but he was a management executive. Though there was about a year where he was considered in Religious Technology Center, even though he wasn't. Whatever, it gets confusing.
He was running Religious Technology
We
Center.
worked with him. Sometimes I had to interrogate him. Sometimes I had to bring him coffee. It just depended on the day and Miscavige's mood. It's kind of all over the map. He forgives me. I forgive him.
So what are the stories you feel are really important to tell about working at Scientology headquarters? From the beginning to the end, like if people wanted to get a sense for your experiences there, what are the key stories to tell? Because obviously I want to ask all about David Miscavige.
Yeah.
There are rumors that he was physically abusive to people, that he was a tyrant, but I don't want to just jump there. So talk about whatever you want to talk about working at Scientology headquarters.
Yeah, let's see.
I'm sure there's so much you could tell.
No, there is. I mean, key points. I mean, it sucks to talk about, but I was forced to have 2 abortions in the years that I was working there. The first was when I was in Golden Era Productions. The second was 2 years later.
You're not allowed to have children in the C organization.
Okay, so what year did y'all meet? And
So we met in 1991, and then we married in August 1992.
okay, and you
So-
joined what year again?
So 1991 is when I joined, and then I was moved
That's where
to the
y'all met.
headquarters, which is where we met.
And I had already been there since 1990.
Okay,
Yeah.
so maybe let's back up.
Well,
Yeah.
we can tell mine,
Maybe
and then
let's
then
hear-
ours kind of match back up again.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
All right, well, first of all, thank you so much for sharing,
Going through all that.
Claire,
again.
so much of that. I mean, we can't imagine what you've been through, but we know it's sacred stuff to be sharing
Yeah.
what you've shared.
I appreciate that. And I will say just in closing that I know it's an awful thing, but to me, it also speaks to the tenacity of children and the importance of education to gain perspective on that. Because speaking for myself, I really did not have perspective on my childhood until I had kids of my own. And all of a sudden, everything shifted very dramatically. And as our kids have reached each milestone where we can compare and go, oh my gosh, like, when our oldest son turned 4, I was like, what? That's how old I was when my mother joined the C organization. It has really put a lot into perspective on the road to recovering from all of that.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks for sharing, Claire. Mark, where does your Scientology story begin?
So my parents, I was born in Nebraska, and then my parents moved to Kansas City. And then in 1979, my father in high school was in a band. and one of the band members had moved to Los Angeles. And I think my father was in college for a little bit and then ended up dropping out. And then the guy in LA was like, hey, you should come out to LA. I can get us, we can be a band and we can make it big and da-da-da-da-da. So in I want to say November of 1979, my mother, my father, and my sister and I, we all moved to California from Kansas City. And I want to say within a month, the guy who was in the band with my dad, we found out he was in Scientology. And he got my mother into Scientology, and my dad didn't want to have anything to do with it. He was like, this is not good. I don't want to do this. And I didn't know at the time, but for that reason, they split up. So I have the memory of the family pre-Scientology and then after Scientology. And after Scientology is when everything goes to shit. And before that, we weren't rich or anything, but we lived in a house and we went to regular schools, and it was like, this is how life is. And then as soon as we got to Los Angeles, my parents split up. We were now poor because it cost a lot more to live in California than it did in the middle of Kansas City. And my mother was sort of all in from the get-go.
Like, do you know, have you ever thought about what made them want to join? Things in their life, personality traits, like what would make someone make such a dramatic change? What made your parents want to make such a dramatic change? Do you even have a sense for how they got lured in?
I think my dad genuinely wanted to be a musician. And so moving to California for that dream made perfect sense. And they put out cassettes and albums, and they were doing stuff, and they were always almost about to make it, and then the whole thing would fall apart. And oddly enough, there was a lot of Scientology people that were involved with all kind of parts of this journey, and including this band, because one of the members was a Scientologist. No, actually, two of the members were Scientologists. The drummer was a gentleman by the name of Thad Correa, which was Chick Corea's son. So they had connections into the music industry. And one of Thad Correa's best friend was this guy named Danny Keough, and Danny Keough's girlfriend was Lisa Marie Presley. And there was all of these sort of Scientology celebrity and musician connections, which they seemed to be able to maybe have access to, but then it would kind of all fall apart. So in terms of my mother and why she was so drawn to Scientology, she grew up on a farm in the middle of nowhere. And I think that the fact that John Travolta and Chick Corea, and there were these famous
Tom
people.
Cruise, not
Tom Cruise wasn't in Scientology in the early 80s, but there was...
But Travolta went early?
Travolta was 100. Travolta, I think, got in either right before or after he got Welcome Back, Kotter.
Oh.
And so that's how long he was in.
Oh, wow, that's early.
And so I think that was sort of part of the allure. Also, we lived in Hollywood, and that's where the Scientology Celebrity Center is.
Right.
So in LA, in the industry, if you're an actor or if you're a musician or if you're any kind of artist in LA, Scientology's all over. They have people in all these different areas of the industry. So, and they use their celebrities to get in other celebrities, and then they use the celebrities to get in the regular folk. So I think if anything, my mom, that was sort of her thing. Like, she kind of gravitated to, these are successful people, and they're using Scientology to be successful. So she was sort of all in right away. And I remember even when I think I was probably 7 or 8, and it was like, oh, you're going to go to a different school now. You're not going to go to the public schools anymore. You're going to go to a Scientology school. And there was a school in Los Angeles called Apple School, and they used L. Ron Hubbard's study technology. They did all of the normal classes a regular school would do, but if you ran into a word that you didn't understand, you had to look it up in a dictionary, and you had to do these certain procedures, which are identical to what you have to do if you're in the Scientology organization. And so it's just kind of like just a kiss of Scientology. And then the people who ran that school didn't want to be paying Scientology royalties and have to do certain things that Scientology was sort of imposing Scientology, the rules of a Scientology organization on these schools that were using Scientology. And so they sort of rebelled, and then the school was blacklisted, and the people that were running the school were declared suppressive persons. So literally one day it was just like at the end of school, like, oh, you're not going to go back to that school again. And it's like, what do you mean? That's where my friends are. That nope, you can't go there anymore. And like, what? And then later on I found out, oh, they got declared suppressives, and now no one can go to that school that's a Scientologist.
Dang.
And so then I had to go back to regular public schools again. And it turns out in the Scientology schools, they're not really keeping up with the curriculum of the standardized public school system. And so I ended up not doing so well in those schools just because I was behind. And then my parents said, listen, we have enough money to maybe send your sister to a Scientology school, but not necessarily you. We're going to see how it goes. And so then I ended up going to another Scientology school called the Delphi Academy. And that is also in Los Angeles in California. It's actually in it was in a town called La Cañada, which is maybe like 30 minutes from Scientology's big blue building complex in Los Angeles. And I ended up going there for several years. And at that school, by this time, this is in the mid 80s now, and they teach Scientology at this school. They don't just dabble in the study technology. They teach other Scientology concepts, and you do the courses you do, just a regular history course, you do with a Scientology check sheet. So you read something, then you demonstrate something. You might do a clay demonstration, and then there's tests, and you have to get tested in a Scientology fashion. And when you're done with the course in this school, you go on an e-meter, and they do a check. And so it's very kind of hybrid Scientology mixed with a regular education.
It's like a charter school kind of thing?
I don't know how they designate themselves. It's a private school.
Yeah.
It's a private school.
Wow.
And so at this school, and also by this time, Scientology sort of evolved its organization structure so that the office that we talked about, Scientology perpetrated the largest infiltration in the United States government. Well, the government infiltration was mainly perpetrated by a Scientology organization called the Guardian's Office. And the Guardian's Office was responsible for the Scientology schools. So when all these people, these Scientology officials, including L. Ron Hubbard's wife, went to jail for this government infiltration, they had to disband the Guardian Office. And so all of the schools that were under the Guardian Office, they had to make a new organization, and they called it the Association for Better Living and Education, ABLE. And that group is the one that controls the Scientology schools, the Way to Happiness Foundation, which is kind of like a precepts to good living that was written by L. Ron Hubbard, like brush your teeth, don't sleep with your neighbor's wife, these type of things, don't murder.
Don't do anything illegal.
Support and forward government supportive of the people, and all these different things.
Yeah.
But and Criminon, which is a criminal rehabilitation program that uses Scientology courses, and NarcAnon, which is a drug rehabilitation program that just uses Scientology courses as a drug rehab course. So this organization, ABLE, ran the group that ran the schools. It was called Applied Scholastics, and it's just a corporation. So Applied Scholastics is just a corporation that runs all of the Scientology schools that license L. Ron Hubbard's study technology. So that's, again, how this authored services organization gets a cut from all. They get a cut from the NarcAnon. They get a cut from any group that uses any L. Ron Hubbard technology. They have to pay a royalty fee to the Church of Scientology, this one group.
Which, by the way, just to interject, I'm pretty certain that was replicated off the Mormon tithing system.
Oh.
Yes. Yeah, and we'll get into David Miscavige's fascination with the Mormons later on. But
I want to hear all about that.
Yes.
Of course.
David Miscavige loves him some Mormons.
Oh, yes.
He loves what they're doing and all the things.
Especially loves
and all
their
the ways
bank
they
accounts.
Do it. Yes.
And their bank accounts and balances.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, no. He is more and more shifting everything in Scientology to that, to Mormon systems and the way they fundraise, and all of those things are slowly morphing over. And most of the things that they do in Mormonism, Hubbard forbade. He said, you cannot do that. So for the fact that David Miscavige is slowly migrating everything over is an interesting choice on his part. But so I was going to this school, Delphi, and again, this is now I'm 12, 13, 14. And because this organization, the association, that is a C organization. They're in charge of the school. So they would send Sea Org recruiters from their organization to the school.
Got it, yep.
And so you're at, and by this time, by the time I was 14, I never had a good relationship with my mother once she got into Scientology. As long as I didn't do Scientology, I was a zero. And I did not matter, and there was no fixing it. So at the age of, I think I was 13 or 14, I was like, I'm out. My dad had moved to Nebraska from California. The band thing didn't end up working out. He moved to Nebraska, and I was staying with my mother, and she was like, if you don't go on course and do Scientology courses, then you can't be a part of the family. So I was like, okay, good. It was sort of like a ultimatum. And I was like, okay, good. Then I'm not going to be part of the family. And so I moved out. And I was actually living with my friend, my best friend. And his parents used to be in the Sea Org when he was a baby, and they got out. And the dad became very successful and started a whole bunch of companies. And so, and because we went to school together and I was his best friend, whenever they would go on a trip, the dad would be like, well, Mark, why don't you come? That way Jesse's got somebody to hang out with when we go to Steamboat for 2 weeks, or when we go jet skiing in the Kern River, or whenever. So I was with them all the time. And so when the trouble started at my mom's house, he was just like, why don't you just stay with us? You're not having a good time with your mom. Just come with us. And they were Scientologists, and they were former Sea Org members.
Okay.
But they understood that I wasn't in a good place, so like, just come stay with us. So I just moved in with my friend, and I lived with him, and my dad would send him like $200 a month and just be like, hey, here's something to help him. And my dad knew when he lived in California, I would constantly be back and forth. Oh, you're going to live with your dad now because you're not going to do Scientology. And my dad wasn't in Scientology, had nothing to do with it.
Right.
So, and he didn't care that I didn't want to do it. So it was a safe place for me to go. So when he moved out of state, I was like, well, now I have no safe place to go. And so I ended up living with him. And then he ended up, his name was Ron Rastrom. He's since passed away. But my friend's dad, in the early days of cable television, he was the one who manufactured the cable boxes that you would sign up for Showtime or Z Channel or whatever it was back then. You'd have to buy his box, and then you'd sign up for their service. And he had 2 companies, and they were each their biggest competitor. And he owned both of them. They made all the cable boxes. And so he ended up selling those businesses. And I remember to this day that word got out amongst Scientology that he had sold these huge companies. And so they sent these people who are the ones who get the money from you. They sent them to his family, to his house. And when we got home from school, there were all these people there meeting with him. And he had made several $1 million from the sale of all these companies. And Scientology wanted their cut. And so they got him to pay for his entire bridge, which means all of the training and all of the auditing, for him, his wife, and I think their children, from nothing all the way to OTA.
Wow.
Which is hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars per person. And so as part of that, the people that run that cruise ship that I was talking about, that's in Aruba and Bonaire and Curacao, well, they wanted their cut too. And so he signed up for himself and for my best friend and for me to go to that ship and do some Scientology courses.
I see.
And as part of that, we would also go to Clearwater, and we would do a bunch of courses in Clearwater at the headquarters there, which is the Mecca. That's the only place that you can do the highest operating Thetan levels. You can only do them in Clearwater.
They call flag the Mecca of technical perfection.
Okay.
So if you want to do the higher levels, you have to be trained in Florida, and you have to do your counseling, your highest levels of counseling. You have to do that in Florida.
I see.
And so for the summer, we basically, his dad sold it to us like, hey, he had 2 jet skis. He said, we're going to take the 2 jet skis and we're going to do a cross-country trip to Florida. We're going to jet ski all over the place on the way there. We're going to jet ski once we get there. And then you guys will do your courses. We'll go to the cruise ship and do some courses there, and we'll have a great summer. So
this is to me the importance of packaging, the packaging, because it feels like you left your mom's house, like living with your mom, being like, yeah, I don't want anything to do with it.
Exactly.
But then this version, see, this is a little more palatable.
Exactly. He knew how to sell it. She was like, do it or you're nothing. And he was like, hey, listen, we're going to have a lot of fun. You got to do a little bit of work. So during that trip, my best friend gets recruited for the Sea Organization. He's gone. His girlfriend, also a good friend of mine, recruited for the Sea Org, gone. My girlfriend was being recruited. She didn't want to go in the Sea Org, and I was being recruited, and I didn't want to go in the Sea Org. I lived in Hollywood right around the corner. When I was with my mom, we lived right around the corner from that big blue building that has the big Scientology. We lived like a block and a half away. And I always would see the Sea Org members, and they stunk and they were dirty and they were, it was basically like a Sea Org member was a lower life form to me. They were filthy, and they lived in filth, and they were, to me as a kid, and I had also, when I was young growing up, my dad, he lived across the street from the Celebrity Center. So my mom lived across from that big blue building, and my dad lived across the street from the Castle, which is the manor, the Celebrity Center in Hollywood. And they had a Sea Org daycare facility next to that, the Celebrity Center. And whenever I saw the kids, I would always feel bad for the kids because they never were with their parents. They were always filthy because they weren't taking showers or baths daily. They would take like a once a week bath or shower. So they would always be dirty. They would always stink, and they'd always be, you could tell they were just, no one was taking care of them. And so for me, I always thought the worst thing is the Sea Org. You can never join the Sea Org because it's horrible and they don't care about the kids. Anyway, I ended up, my friend goes into the Sea Org. His girlfriend goes in the Sea Org. And so now I'm living with the family because my friend is in the family, and now he's not in the family anymore. Right. He's gone. So now I'm actually living with the family, and my friend is gone. So I'm like, well, I can't do this. So I move back to California, and I stay with another friend that went to school. It was actually a girl, and her sister was at a Scientology boarding school, so they had an empty bedroom. So they're like, hey, you could stay here. And then I ended up working for the school. So that's how I would pay for my schooling, because it was a private school. I want to say it cost $500 or $600 a month at the time in the 80s. And so the school said, listen, if you work for us, then that'll pay for your education. And on top of that, we will pay you additional money. So I was basically making a few $100s a week, but I was also paying for my schooling. And then I had enough money for some bologna sandwiches and some ramen. And I had to figure out how to get to stay somewhere. I was staying with this girl. Her family, the girl that I was staying with, her parents were recruited for the Sea Organization. So they went to the Sea Organization. So then I was like, you gotta be kidding me. So then I'm 14. And so now I'm like, well, now I've got to find another place to live. So then there was two teachers, or one teacher that worked at the school who had a roommate who was like a paramedic or something. She might have been like barely in Scientology or kind of knew about it. But anyway, so I ended up staying. She had a room where her son would stay in when he would come to visit her, but he lived with his dad. So I got to stay in his room. Okay. This teacher was recruited.
They keep recruiting everyone away from you.
Okay, can I just ask a really quick question?
Yeah.
Because the way you're describing at least your perception of the Sea Org organization, like that it's, the kids are dirty, that it's not the most appealing, but yet it's so successfully picking up all, and even the son of, didn't you say the first friend you moved in with?
Yeah.
Who the dad got all the money.
Yeah.
And then why didn't he quit it? Did he quit this year? Why would he want his son to do it?
Well, if you are a Scientologist and you're in the Sea Organization and you leave, it's usually, in their case, it was because of the children that they had to leave. They said no more kids.
You can't have kids.
So because they had kids, it was like, okay, we'll go raise the kids and then we'll join once the kids are older or whatever. They don't really end up going back. They get in the real world and they're like, well, of course I'm not going to go back because that place is crazy. But when the kids are old enough, now it's sort of on them. Hey, you never came back.
Got it.
The kids, and it's sort of
it reminds me of missions almost.
Yes.
Like where the parents feel the pressure to have the kids go.
100%.
The motto of the Sea Organization is "We come back," and also many are called, few are chosen. So
we use that. Many are called, but few are chosen.
Really?
It's probably in the
Mormons
Bible.
do.
That is the motto of the Sea Org. Many are called, few are chosen.
So Mark is telling you his honest perception as a child of the Sea Organization, but no Scientologist would ever say that.
Yeah.
They're like, no, they're the
That's
most.
true.
You
You could never say that. I can say it now because I'm a suppressive person.
Yeah.
But if you were,
But within the structure of Scientology, members of the Sea Organization are pitched and presented as the most dedicated beings on the planet.
they're the elite of Scientology.
Got it.
Yeah.
So
Okay, thank you
and
for that.
so even all the time that I was going to the school, I was constantly, they were trying to recruit me to be in the Sea Org. It's if you're between the ages of 13 and 16, that's the perfect Sea Org age because you don't have any debts. You can't have done anything bad that could disqualify you for the Sea Org because you're not that old. Yeah. And actually one of the main disqualifications for the Sea Organization is if you have debts, because they don't want anything to pull you back out of Scientology. Yeah. And they don't want anything to be a liability for them. So if say you owe somebody $500,000 and they're like, hey, well, this guy works for these guys, let's go after those guys. So they don't want any of that. But the other thing is drugs. If you've done LSD or angel dust or
those two. If you've done those two specifically, you can never join the Sea Organization.
Yeah, because L. Ron Hubbard, I'm pretty sure, had done both of them and had many Sea Org members that had done both of them. And those guys turned out to be the flat ball bearings he had lots of troubles with. So he said nobody who's done those two drugs can be in the Sea Org. And so when I was a kid, when I was 12 or 13, when the Sea Org members would be like, hey, can we talk to you for a second? I'd be like, LSD in 79. And I just keep walking down the street.
Let me just say, for the Mormon Church, they don't necessarily grab them for multi-year commitments in their early teen years, but they grab them when they're 18. missionaries, and they serve for 2 years. They pay for themselves to go on the missions. They're basically paying to be the church's salesman.
Yeah, and then they have to do so many baptisms or so many every month or whatever.
But the church knows, they've done studies what guarantees or what decisions will most likely guarantee that the members will stay faithful for the rest of their lives. If you can get them on a mission when they're 18 or 19, they serve a 2-year, or in the case of women, a 1.5 year volunteer mission. They pay for it. And then immediately they get married and in the church, in the temple, and then having kids. And they know that if they can get them in, and so the missionary program, people outside the church think that the Mormon missionary program is to convert the world. But the number one purpose of the Mormon missionary program is to convert the teenagers, a lifelong commitment to the church.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So in the Sea Org, in the Sea Org,
it's like our Sea Org, basically. Yeah. And the Mormon mission is the most cult-like aspect of Mormonism.
Right. It's like a little more extreme. The expectations, the control ramps up.
We can't read the newspaper. You can't watch movies. You can't watch TV. You can't date.
Is it similar?
If you're in the Sea Org and you get People Magazine, if there's a bad article about Scientology in there, it doesn't get to you. It just gets thrown away.
Well, as a Mormon missionary, you can't even read the magazine.
Well, There's no, you're not watching TV. The Sea Org, there's no TV.
Yeah, right.
There's no newspapers. There's no magazines. If you're from wealth and you end up in the Sea Org, so you might have a car. Most Sea Org members don't have a car.
Yeah,
most Sea Org members don't have a driver's license.
Few and far between. Few and far between.
I never had a car as a missionary in Guatemala. Never had a car.
Yeah.
So here I was, though. I'm now 13, 14. I've already had to move several times.
Yeah.
And I'm paying for my everything. My dad was sending my friend's dad a couple $100, but once I was on my own, he didn't send me nothing. And I don't even think he sent the dad that much money over the year or whatever I lived with him. But so it was at a point where I was having to somehow get a ride to school, somehow pay for food, somehow get home, make it so I had like a bed and clothing and just all the necessities, and somehow feed myself. And I was 14. So I was at a point where I think by the third place, like when I got this final place with the teacher, I was like, I'm good. I got my own room. She doesn't care what I do. She lets me borrow her car. She gives me a ride there, a ride back. I was sort of like, I finally got it.
Yeah.
And then these recruiters Sea Org recruiters show up at the school. And there was a rule, because they had been swiping so many students, a rule was instituted, basically like sort of agreed upon between the Sea Org and the school, that you're not going to recruit any more kids. You got to leave the kids alone, because we're trying to get these kids to graduate and you're stealing them all before they can ever graduate. So nobody ever graduates the school. So I was like, well, hey, they're not going to mess with me. And so then I got called into this office and the recruiters were there. And I was like, what's the deal, guys? And they're like, well, we wanted to talk to you. I was like, you can't talk to me. I'm a student. They're like, you also work here. So we're going to talk to you because you're employed here.
Right.
And we're allowed to talk to the teachers. We're not allowed to talk to the students. Well, you're a teacher, so we're going to talk to you.
Got it.
Anyway, I was like, that's kind of lame. I'm coaching soccer for 7-year-olds.
To pay for your tuition, no less.
I'm kind of like, come on, guys. This is a stretch. Right. Anyway, they sell me this story about how I can go off to this Indian reservation in Oklahoma where they have a NarcAnon facility that helps get people off drugs. Now, I grew up in Hollywood, and I grew up right next to Hollywood Boulevard, and I've seen anything and everything. As a small kid, again, when your parents are in Scientology, you're kind of like, no one's watching you.
Right.
I would stay out till midnight every night when I lived in Hollywood.
Wow.
And sometimes I'd come home and my dad hadn't even got home yet. And sometimes when I was with my mom, she'd be at her boyfriend's house or she'd be at another boyfriend's house. So I could go and do anything all day and a night and no one would know the difference.
Incredible.
Which, by the way, is driven by the belief by L. Ron Hubbard that children are not children. They're adults in small bodies. So that is the overriding
You've lived millions of
fundamental
years.
of where it's just an extreme lack of adult supervision across the boards and driving your childhood and my childhood in different contexts, of course, but that's why that is.
Interesting.
Anyway, so they pushed, but they knew where, this is another thing that's very interesting in Scientology is they study a person and where they live and what they've done so that they can sort of craft a narrative that's going to appeal to that person. And they call it buttons. So if I grew up in Hollywood and maybe some friends passed away of drugs or I saw drug use or I brought up that I was kind of sad that was happening around me or whatever it was. So they were like, hey, you can go to a NarcAnon facility that's run by Scientology and you can help get people off drugs. And we're going to pay you to do it. It's not going to be like the regular Sea Org where you don't get paid. We're going to pay you minimum wage because NarcAnon is not part of the Sea Organization. It's just a group and you have to get minimum wage if you work there. So I'm thinking, I don't have to go to school anymore.
Yeah.
I can join the Sea Organization and do this instead of the stuff I've seen the Sea Org. It's horrible. In Los Angeles, the Sea Org is horrible. I'm not going to be in Los Angeles. I'm going to be in Oklahoma doing this drug rehabilitation program.
At this big acreage with land and
also
beautiful.
for me,
They sold it.
Yeah,
Yes.
but for me at the time, I'm paying rent. And I'm 14. I'm like, there's too much.
Both of you are like literally children as adults.
Yeah. And so for me at the time, I thought this is going to solve a lot of problems and it might even fix the problem with my mom because unless I'm doing Scientology, she doesn't want to have anything to do with me. And so as soon as I signed that contract, she's the biggest supporter of me that in my entire life, I never felt so much support from the day I said, hey, I signed a Sea Org contract. I'm going to go work. I'm going to go work for these guys. And this is what I'm going to do, da-da-da-da-da. And then...
And the parental conditional love in Mormonism is not that extreme, but I think it's similar in the sense that we very much have performance equals worth, righteousness equals worth, obedience culture, where many kids only feel love and support from their parents if they're doing what's right.
That's right. And parents, particularly mothers, hold a lot of this sense of like how successful they are if their kids remain Mormon.
Well, I was just going to tell you in the Sea Org or in the Scientology world, if you're a Scientologist and your children are in the Sea Org, your status as a Scientologist is raised because you raised two people that then now are in the elite of Scientology. Yeah. So it's almost even if you did something bad as a Scientologist, you can erase that if one of your children joined the Sea Organization.
Which happened with my mother. My mother had been in the Sea Organization, left, didn't go back. The way that she was allowed to be approved to do the upper levels of Scientology was because I was in the Sea Organization and I was a member of Religious Technology Center, and that literally wiped her slate so that she could be approved to do the upper levels.
Got it.
So I understood that. I understood those dynamics, and I did want to have a relationship with her, even though, I mean, she was very physically violent with me when I was a child. Like punch me in the face kind of violent, not a spanking. We're talking
would she have been taught that was wrong as a Scientologist?
I think
corporal punishment.
Well, she grew up on a farm.
Okay, that wasn't Scientology.
And I think that was that kind of, she might have gotten a lot of that from the farm life in the middle of
Because I know
Atchison,
David
Kansas.
Miscavige did hit
and
people.
so my answer, sorry.
In Scientology, it's not frowned upon to get violent with somebody. It's not frowned upon. So it's sort of
encouraged to put their ethics in.
Yeah.
Like Hubbard outlines, if somebody's misbehaving, take them in a dark alley and do
what you need to do.
Yeah, there's a policy. It's in actually the policy called knowledge reports,
Yep.
where you're encouraged to, if somebody does something, you're encouraged to at least report them. But it's also in there that says if Joe's going around with pins,
It's literally
sticking
Joe.
people,
Yeah.
If Joe's
At the
going
first
around,
pinprick, give Joe a black eye.
yeah, and then it says, and if Joe ends up getting taken in a back alley and dealt with, then that so be it. But as long as somebody's not doing what we want them to do in Scientology, then bad things could happen to that person.
Yeah,
They're less human.
that's where corporal punishment, like Mark is describing, is not necessarily encouraged broadly, but it's definitely not forbidden.
Yeah.
And Hubbard outlines frequently that in his body of ethics technology, you have to make the punishment too gruesome to be faced and enforce those punishments to gain and enforce compliance. And
Yeah, it's called, and that's actually that policy is called too gruesomes. So if somebody's not complying, make the penalties so gruesome that they will not dare non-comply.
Yeah.
And in a lot of instances, that is physical. Too gruesome is getting punched in the face.
Right.
So
especially because Mark was always the rebel that really didn't care about Scientology. So clearly, anyway.
I wasn't contributing to de-escalating that system, because whenever I would do something, my mom would pull out an L. Ron Hubbard book and be like, let's see what policy says should be done. And I would always be like, oh, you can take that green book and shove it. I don't care what that old dude had to say. And so anytime I was having sort of challenges as a child, it was always Scientology was going to be the parent and solve this. Not her. She's just going to read from this book and tell me all the things I need to do. And if I don't do them, well, she'll be the enforcer and give me a whipping.
Interesting.
So
Scientology was the parent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is a big thing, even in the Sea organization. When you're 14 or 15 and you join the Sea organization, the Sea Org is now your parent.
Right.
They
Yes.
take ownership, and even somebody there becomes your legal guardian
Yes.
if you're underage.
Oh,
For both of us, when we moved to the headquarters,
Well, by the time I got to the headquarters, I was 16, so I didn't need a guardian there.
I did.
But she did. She needed a guardian.
My parents signed over guardianship of me when I was 16 to somebody that neither they nor I had ever met, who worked at that property.
wow.
So the very first thing that you do in the Sea organization is you do what's called the Estates Project Force. And it's called the EPF. It's very similar to the RPF, except the RPF is the Rehabilitation Project Force. And if you screw up as a Sea Org member, you got to go do that project. But when you first start, you do what's called the Estate Project Force. And it's basically you do a lot of hard manual labor for many hours a day, and then you study for a certain amount of hours a day, and you study all of the introductory courses that you need to know to get into the Sea Org. And this is a very telling thing that a majority of those courses I did while a student at a Scientology school. So you kind of realize that as soon as I got there, I was like, they say it's going to take, 3 months to get through this program. And they're like, there's no way it'll take you 3 months. You're from a Scientology school. And I'm like, what? And they're like, you already know all this way to study. You already know all the Sea Org, how everything works. You've already done 3 of the 5 courses that need to be done. You've already done them because you did them at school. And so I was like, oh, so like I've already been being prepped for this at the Scientology school. And so then you realize that's why the Sea Org recruiters are so heavy on the Scientology kids, because they're already halfway in the door without even being there. They're already they already know how everything's going to work when they get there.
They're conditioned, some would say brainwashed.
Yeah, you
Yep.
already
You're primed.
Your parents you already know the punishment systems, you already know the reward systems, you already know the way to study the technology. You know, you're like their best case scenario.
Yeah.
They're getting in adults that have learning disabilities or they're not productive. Those people are going into it because they don't have anything else. They need 3 hots and a cot.
Yeah.
You know, that's what they need.
3 hot meals.
Yeah, 3 hot meals and a place to sleep. So there are a lot of people in the Sea Org that are foreign nationals. They're escaping a country and they're going, oh, I'm going to go work at this place. They're going to feed me. They're going to train me on whatever this Scientology stuff is, make the world a better place. And I'm going to get a free visa out of it. I'm going to get a religious R1 visa. What the heck? This is the best setup ever.
Yeah.
There are a lot of foreign nationals, even at the
Especially
international
now,
headquarters.
more so since we've left. But yeah.
No, and more the Mormon Church targets people in developing countries, immigrants.
They don't know anything about it.
And they're also they don't know anything about it. They're also the most vulnerable, the most needy, and they have the most to benefit from joining.
100%.
Yeah.
They, even as bad as it is in the Sea Org, they're like, this ain't nothing like where I came from.
Yeah. Try
This
Africa.
is a walk in the park.
Yeah, try.
Right.
Anyway, so I end up doing this program, and usually it does take people several months to do it. I think I did it in 2 weeks because I'd already done most of it. And if you do a certain collection of courses in Scientology, you get like a bonus status that's called fast flow, which means no one can challenge whether or not you know the materials or not. And you have to do those courses. And I did those when we went and did that trip for the summer. I did those exact courses in Clearwater at Florida at the best place you could do them. So when I was in the Sea Org, if somebody said, hey, you got to do this, and I go, oh no, I'm fast flow. Basically means you just read it and you're like, I'm done. And you don't do a test.
Zip through your studies.
You don't do any
much
tests.
faster.
You don't get any exams, nothing. If you did those courses and you read things, you know what they are. Ironically, I am very good at sort of just mass absorbing. If I'm reading, I just kind of just glance through everything, and then you can quiz me and I can tell you everything about everything. So I was very good at bullshitting my way. If somebody did suspect that I wasn't really reading it, I'd be like, go ahead and quiz me. And then they'd quiz me and I'd just tell them everything they needed to know, and they'd be like, okay. So, but then I'm like, hey, when you're doing all these courses, you find out.
How old are you at this point?
15.
Okay.
I just had my birthday and turned 15. And another thing they told me is that, listen, you will have to go to school on the weekend, or maybe one day a week you'll have to go to school, because as long as you're under 16, you legally have to go to school a little bit, a few hours a week at least. And so I was like, okay, whatever. It's only a year that I have to do that. I don't think I went to school one day when I was 15. Not one single time.
They alleged the same requirement for me too. Like, because I would say, I don't want to join the Sea Org. I want to get my high school diploma. It's like, no. We got it all taken care of. I think I went once too.
I can't believe that's legal.
Well,
they're basically a clear cult in the United States can keep kids from getting any real semblance of an education, and instead they're allowed to just brainwash the kids for years, disconnect them from their parents.
Yeah.
And there's like, and it's
could not
totally
agree with you
fine in
more.
the United States.
The thing you think about is, well, who's telling? The kid's not telling.
Yeah, that's right.
The parents not telling.
How would they find out?
Nobody around them's telling.
Well, no, I mean, at some point it would get out that this type of behavior is going on. There's enough whistleblowers throughout the country.
Oh, like now?
Now it is a little bit more. They try to do it a little bit more under the radar.
Right.
Okay, so you're saying back then.
So for example, though, because we know this from the work we do with the Michael J. Rinder Aftermath Foundation. More recently, what they've started doing is they've developed this 2-week zip through your high school equivalent program and still join the Sea Org. So they are
Get your
still
GED.
doing it.
Yeah,
it's not even the GED though. It's like a high school proficiency equivalent. That's a 2-week fast track program. But
Yeah.
again,
It's not technically a GED, but it's some way they've figured out to train you to take a test that they know what the answers are going to be. So they train you to take that test and you get a diploma. And then if anybody asks, by the time anybody figures it out, you'll be 16 and it won't matter.
But
Because once you're
even
16,
this-
you can
yeah.
do whatever. Once you're 16,
You're
you don't
emancipated.
have to go to school.
I'm sure this latest version is not accredited, and if a government oversight agency looked into it, I'm sure it would be fraudulent.
Yeah.
So anyway, I get into the Sea Org. Once you start doing, you do a course. It's called the Welcome to the Sea Org course, and it's basically a bunch of L. Ron Hubbard lectures that he gave in the 60s on the ship, the Apollo, when he's saying, hey, he's welcoming these people to the Sea Org, and he's telling them basically how living and working on a ship is. And that's pretty much what it is. It's him just bullshitting about sea stories, old
It's
sea
so
dog
weird
stories.
they'd be playing those videos in the 90s or whatever.
Right.
Well, these are recorded lectures. So
Yeah.
you're sitting there in a course room listening to
listening.
headphones, and you're reading a transcript. And if you come across a word or symbol you don't fully understand, you need to stop and look that
Dictionary?
up. Look it up in a dictionary. Use all of the definitions in a sentence, and then so you listen to these lectures.
It's got to feel irrelevant and kind of dumb
It's
to a
crazy.
15-year-old.
It's crazy when you're there. If you have Scientology is a study in what is it called when you're watching a movie. You have to suspend.
Suspended reality?
No,
Suspended.
What is it? I can't remember the word.
Trying.
It's basically when you just denounce reality and you
Yeah, right.
are
Cognitive dissonance.
Cognitive dissonance.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you might have
Scientology
just
is a
said-
study in cognitive dissonance.
Right.
Because you're like, these guys are going to clear the planet and these are the most ethical group and da-da-da-da.
And
then
this
you're-
is the most righteous, pure man who's
and
ever
you're-
lived.
And this guy's
Yes.
like, if you mix a little rum in your hot chocolate, that'll keep you up for a late night at the helm. And you're just like, what?
And I remember listening to that going, oh, he's just joking. Of course, no Scientologist would ever drink alcohol or be, I don't
Because
know.
alcohol is forbidden.
Well, you're not allowed to do any type of drug or alcohol within 24 hours of getting counseling. So if
And
you're
it is incredibly frowned upon.
Yeah.
Like, for sure,
Drugs and
absolutely. Drugs way more so than
Yeah.
alcohol. But alcohol, too, it's just not a,
yeah.
yeah.
Anyway, and that's the other reason why a lot of Scientology kids are recruited for the Sea Org, because some of the main disqualifications are having done drugs or debts. And obviously, a lot of kids that are the kids of Scientologists, they're not exposed to drugs and alcohol and these sort of things. So most of them have lived a pretty clean life up until this point, which I had that as well. I'd never drank or smoked or anything like that as a kid. And so when you're doing the course, though, there's a policy that you read, which is basically wherever we tell you you're going, that's where you're going.
Yeah.
And it don't have anything to do with what you want to do. It's where we need you to be. And as soon as I read that, I was like, there's no way I'm going to Oklahoma to help people get off drugs.
And
sure
I would
enough,
just like to add to that, it's not only will you go anywhere and do whatever we say, it's that regardless of training means nothing. You will do any job assigned, no matter what. So it's like this whole litmus test to make sure that you're going to toughen up to become a member of the Sea organization.
Yeah, and for the record, Mormon missionaries don't get to choose where they go. If you get assigned to Sacramento or Mud Lake, Idaho, you go.
Venezuela,
Or if you get, Guatemala or Kinshasa, Africa, you go where you're told to go. Yeah.
And you pay for it to go there.
You pay to go there.
Wherever
Yeah.
it is.
Like, that's so genius. How do you get people to
Mad
pay
genius.
to work for you?
Yeah.
That's genius.
Or
Yeah.
just or really
gotta hand it to
disturbing.
'em.
Yeah.
Genius slash
in
really
this
disturbing.
in this case, in the Sea organization, you basically, when you're doing the Estates Project Force, that's sort of, it's like the Sea Org boot camp. And so you're doing drills, you do marching, and it's the Sea organization is like, we call it Davy's fake Navy.
It's militaristic. It's militaristic.
It's a military. You have rank and ratings. You have, you're a PO3, you're a petty officer 3rd class, you're a lieutenant general, junior grade.
Because L. Ron Hubbard was in the Navy, right?
He was.
Yeah.
And he
Briefly.
he was discharged. There's controversies.
Yeah, right, I remember.
And going clear, they talk about he was bombing an island that they thought was the enemy. It was Mexico.
Yeah.
And they're like, you can't bomb Mexico when you're on a U.S. Navy boat. That's frowned upon.
We have friends in Bremerton, and we were told he lived in Bremerton, Washington for a short time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, so during...
Let me just say, just for the sake of time, what are the main stories you want to tell about kind of those early years, those teen years in the Sea Org? What are the most critical stories that really convey what it was like for you? If you can even reduce it to that.
I mean, during that time, so like I said, I got in because I wanted to do the drug rehab thing. So as soon as I graduated the program, which is just a few weeks, I went to Able International. So those were the recruiters that recruited me. We're from this Association for Better Living and Education, which is a Sea Org organization that Scientology controls. It's all Sea Org members.
Yeah.
And it used to be part of the Guardian's office.
Yeah.
So when I got there, they told me, you're going to be in charge of recruitment for Sea Org members for ABLE. You're going to be the vice president of personnel, which is if you're in if any sort of Scientology organization, they have the workers, they have the department heads, they have the division heads, and then they have the executives. This is a division head executive post at an international Sea Org organization. Mm-hmm. I'm 15 years old.
Right.
And they're like, you're going to be in charge of this entire division, which includes all of the communications in and out of the organization, all our bulk mail promotional activities, recruiting people, keeping the ethics of all the policing, all of the members of the organization.
Wow.
I'm 15.
Yeah.
First day on the job.
Honestly.
You're in charge of all of these people here. And I failed miserably at that job. I got one person in. And that was my sister. And she was going to the same school I was. And I said, hey, you got to get over here. I'm going to get killed if I don't get somebody in. And she joined. And she's still in to this day.
Wow.
Anyway, then I was kicked off of that. And I was put into accounts. I became the Treasury Secretary for that, Vice President for Treasury. And then within a few months of that, I was promoted. So I'd gotten taken off of the post of the personnel post in disgrace. I think I might have gotten a committee of evidence.
Yeah,
and they were
I remember
like, this
you saying
guy is
that before.
horrible. He's a piece of junk. He couldn't do the job. So we'll just put him on another division. I got basically promoted laterally to another division, and I was the only person in accounts and treasury. So then I did that. And then out of nowhere, some people came from the headquarters and they said, you're coming to the headquarters. And so I went, and in order to go from a lower organization to a higher organization like the international headquarters, you have to get heavy, heavy interrogations. And so you get on an e-meter and they ask you lists and lists. And do you have any evil purposes towards L. Ron Hubbard? Do you have any evil purposes towards David Miscavige? Do you have any evil purposes towards Scientology? Do you have any evil purpose? They just... anything and everything. It's hundreds and hundreds of questions.
It's like a lie detector test.
It's 100%.
Yeah.
And if you show any sort of reaction or there's a certain characteristic that the needle makes, then you're guilty or you're innocent. And this is, I will tell this because this is a funny story. When I've been a very big fan of a group called Depeche Mode ever since I was
What do you mean a group called Depeche Mode?
group.
We are
Okay.
children of the 80s.
Okay, so
We're with you. We're with you.
In 1988, I went to a concert that they had at the Rose Bowl. It was called Concert for the Masses. It was the 101st concert of their tour that year, and I was front row center.
Wow.
What was the album?
That was Music for the Masses.
Okay.
It was the very last concert of that tour, and that friend that I was talking about that I lived with, him and I went, and his dad was the one who bought us the tickets, front row tickets,
yes.
for this big
makes
giant
sense.
concert.
And Scientologists can listen to pop music.
They are allowed to listen to it, but not at the international headquarters. Depeche Mode is banned at the international headquarters because I was a big proponent of them, and then I became a big bad suppressive person. So no one is allowed to listen.
And because Mark used to run the all hands that would get done at the property, and he would always play Depeche Mode, so much so that everybody on that property knew Mark was the biggest Depeche Mode fan and associated the music with Mark.
Got it.
Wait, what's Depeche Mode's best album?
That's like picking a best kid. You can't
Speak and
do
Spell?
it. No, that was their first album.
Not that. No, that's not it.
No.
No. What's your
I
favorite
really like
Depeche
I
Mode?
like all of them.
What's your favorite Depeche Mode song?
I don't have a favorite. I listen. Anybody who knows me knows if you ride in my car, you're just going to be listening to Depeche Mode for the entire
The answer is
time.
Somebody. That is the answer.
All right.
That's a
Okay.
nice
I
song,
disagree.
but that's not.
I
anyway,
like a bunch of them. I like Precious. I think that's a good one.
Give me
I also
three.
like some
Come
of
on,
the
give me
earlier-
three songs.
There's some funny
World in
Depeche.
My Eyes.
That's a nice
I like
Policy
it.
of Truth.
Mark, give me three songs.
Okay, to be fair, I like the live versions, more recent live versions. I like Never Let Me Down Again, World in My Eyes, Pain That I'm Used to. There's Enjoy the Silence live. I like a lot of their new live stuff. That's old songs, but the way they do them live, my favorite thing in the world.
And your favorite three albums are?
Violator, Music for the Masses, and maybe Memento Mori, the latest one that they just came out with.
And I would, as long as we're going to talk about Depeche Mode, I will attribute Depeche Mode for helping me break free, because after he had escaped, which we'll get to later, and left me behind, I went home, I was crying, I packed my bag, but I didn't think I was going to be able to make it out. Turned on the CD, Depeche Mode is playing, and I just knew there's no way I was going to be able to live without him, and I had to escape.
Anyway, this all leads back to this interrogation. Because
For someone who loves Depeche Mode, you don't want to talk about him very much.
well, no, because I want to tell you the story that has to
It's
do with
circling
Depeche
back
Mode.
to Depeche Mode. He'll get there.
I'm
It is
kidding.
relevant.
Okay.
So, when you get an interrogation, if the needle has to do something that's called a floating needle, it has to just
Rhythmic sweep of the dial
just
back
has
and
to
forth.
move back and forth like floating. It's
I'm
floating.
stressed just thinking about going into something
Yes.
like this.
So
Yes.
this is the best thing ever. If your needle is floating, that's good. But there's a dial called the tone arm. And if the needle goes off the dial, they have to use this other a lever on the meter that's called a tone arm, and they have to get the needle, they have to move it to get the needle back on. And if your needle is floating so much that they have to use the tone arm, it's called floating TA. And this is basically in Scientology.
It's just like a really big.
In Scientology,
giant
it means
floating
that
needle.
you are so awesome right now that there's no way you could have done anything bad. Because
So do people try to get a floating
well,
TA?
so that's the thing. They teach you in Scientology that it's not possible to successfully manipulate the needle, the E-meter. You cannot trick it.
But conversely, you also do a metabolism test at the beginning of each session. And when you take in a deep breath and let it out, the needle drops if you've had enough sleep and food. So it's just kind of a contradiction in
But either way,
retrospect.
if you have a floating needle, then they're basically like, you're good, nothing's wrong.
Okay.
And when they're doing this list of questions, you could have a floating needle on one question, but on another question, not have a floating needle.
Yeah.
If your needle is floating through a lot of the questions, it just continues to float, then that means everything they're asking you is not applicable to you at all.
Okay.
If you have what's called a floating TA, then it basically means your shit don't even stink. This kid's cleaner than a whistle. And so I formulated very early on, whenever I would get interrogated on the E-meter, I would just think about that Depeche Mode concert, front row center, listening to. I'm even
You
getting.
went to a happy place.
I'm even getting goosebumps just now thinking about it. Like I get emotional thinking about that concert and just being there front row and growing up with it my whole life, and then being right there, and the band is right there. It was just for me, it was a very, spiritual moment, and I felt a lot of joy in that one moment. I had a lot of turmoil, and that was sort of like, not that. Anyway, I aced the interrogation, and I went straight to the headquarters. And then every time I would get in trouble at the headquarters and I would get interrogated, I would just lock right into that moment. And I was a person that was in trouble a lot, but never got in really big trouble, because when I would get interrogated, it would turn out it was just a misunderstanding, or it was just whatever, because he's fine. And also because I grew up in Scientology, what could I have done that was so bad to get interrogated? I'm not, the things on these lists are insane. Like she said, having sex with another. I grew up in LA. Okay. I'm here. I'm a kid. I was a kid. I got here when I was 15. What did I do?
Yeah.
So that was sort of how I got to the international headquarters. And that pretty much lines up where Claire's story is.
So now
So now we're at the same place. There was, in 1990, there was a come to Jesus moment in the August of 1990 at the international headquarters, where there was a flash flood that pretty much destroyed the entire property. It was a disaster.
In Clearwater?
No, this is in Gilman Hot Springs.
Okay, I keep asking
It's in the desert of California.
Okay.
If you know where Hemet or
San
Jacinto, it's like 2 hours outside of LA.
Okay.
Yeah.
They have a giant 542 acre compound.
And it's a confidential location within Scientology. So no Scientologists were allowed to know the address. Our parents weren't allowed to know nothing.
All of our mail going in is opened and read. And any mail that we send out is left open so that they can read it, and then they seal it when they mail it. Like I said, if there's any kind of magazines or anything that you could subscribe to, if one has a bad article about Scientology, they just throw it in the wastebasket that month. If your family members are like, hey, I don't know what's going on, we haven't seen you, you don't write, you don't get that letter. Mm-hmm. You get told, hey, your family needs you, would like you to write a little bit more. And then when you write to them, you have to write what's called fair roads, good weather. Like, hey, everything's good, everything's wonderful, my life is amazing, I'm getting lots done, I hope you're good. And that's what, you don't talk about any specifics. You don't talk about what you're working on. You don't say anything like it. You're not even allowed to say what you do.
Right.
Mormon missionaries are also discouraged from writing about negative mission experiences home.
Yep.
They're told to keep it positive.
Yep. Good roads, fair weather. Or fair roads, good weather.
No,
either way.
Yeah, good roads, fair weather. The idea being everything's great, life is wonderful.
Don't worry about us.
Even if it's not. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Don't worry about us. It's from a Hubbard lecture called Can We Ever Be Friends, where it says don't create antagonism. You just always keep it mellow, and yes, everything's great.
Yeah. And then when I was brought there was in May of 1990. That's when I first got there. And there in August, this flood occurred, and the property had been being renovated for many, many years. And one of the reasons was because there was a certain individual named Tom Cruise it was planned that he would be brought there to that property, and David Miscavige would sort of wow him on all the amazing studios and recording facilities and film studios we had, all these different things. And those were at the tail end of being done. And I think he was supposed to come and visit the property in like September or October of that year. And this flood occurred, and it destroyed the entire property. And specifically destroyed the bungalows that had been renovated for Tom Cruise to live in when he was staying at the property. They were fully destroyed, filled with mud. And David Miscavige was so angry at us that we had allowed the flood to occur.
Because of course that would be
emphasis on allowed.
Yeah,
because you were like 16, right?
The entire
they pulled it in.
Yeah, the entire property was assigned a condition of confusion, which is the lowest condition operating existence that you can have in Scientology. Like, you don't even know what's going on.
I thought you were going to say they declared the property as suppressive property.
No, but he declared many people on the property suppressives that were still in the Sea Org.
Because the mudslide happened.
Not because of the mud, but because of other things. But either way, the penalties there, because with conditions, these are called, there's conditions that are above that are good. There's like normal and
Not very many. There's more lower
there's
conditions.
normal.
There are good ones.
There's normal, affluence, power
change. That's it.
There's 4 conditions that are okay to be in, and there's formulas to get to that next one. And then there are many that are called lowered conditions.
Yeah, so there's like 8 or 9.
Lower conditions.
Yeah.
Well, no.
Well, or considered negative.
Yeah.
But below normal is negative. Emergency, danger, non-existence, liability, enemy, treason, confusion.
Yeah, confusion. And also there is another one.
Yeah.
Child.
Condition of child is the only condition that Hubbard said is lower than a condition of confusion.
And people at the property were assigned a condition of child before,
Yeah.
even though they're like 60 years old.
Yeah.
Anyway, so he blanket just assigned the entire property a condition of confusion, which was at the time, I want to say it was about probably 800 people that worked there. There's 800 people that work at this one facility, and there's various organizations that are there, but the main organization was a production propaganda organization called Golden Era Productions.
Yeah,
and that's where
that was the largest organization, but all of the management of all Scientology emanated from that property.
So Religious Technology Center is there, Golden Era Productions is there, Executive Strata, Religious, there's like a research and technical compilations where they take all of L. Ron Hubbard's writings and they go through it, verify that this is his original recording and this is where it was modified. We need to go back to this. It's basically where anything that happens or gets disseminated to any Scientology organization in the world, it's packaged and created at this one facility.
Let me just ask, I forgive me if I missed this. Were either of you there when the flood happened?
Yeah, I was
Mark
there.
was
You were there.
I was
Yeah, I
not
was
there
there.
yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did anyone die? Was it terrifying?
No one died. It was basically a flash flood. And they were...
Well, sometimes flash floods kill people.
Well, they were
in Utah.
wholly unprepared for the flood just because the way the property was being designed and maintained. And they were oblivious that there was a construction division there, an electrical department, and an engineering department, but they were
it's like the flood that happened in Texas at that summer camp. Did you hear about that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very
Wiped it out.
similar to that, but it only lasted for maybe 15 minutes.
And you said it was declared by him. What was the label again?
We're assigned a condition of confusion.
And does that mean all the people were assigned?
Yes, means every single person, no matter what they were doing in their job or their life or their work or what their production performance was, you're now the lowest of the low.
Yeah.
Because a flood
Because of the
occurred.
flood.
But also to understand, it's not just because it flooded, it's that they weren't prepared in order to stop it. It's a flood, but in the Sea organization, the theory is that you drill and drill and drill and drill, and if you're prepared, then
Accidents
nothing
don't
will
happen.
happen. You will be able to prevent it. Like they should have gotten the sandbags there faster to prevent the. That's where it's
In Hubbard's mind, if you're in the Sea organization, a lot of the things I talk about in the Sea Org indoctrination is that an emergency is only an emergency unless you're prepared. And
Exactly.
if you're not prepared, an emergency becomes a catastrophe.
Yeah.
So if you were prepared, you would have turned this emergency into a non-emergency, but you weren't, and so it was a catastrophe.
I'm reminded in Mormon history of Joseph Smith needing to save the members in Missouri that were running afoul of the law. And so he brings he assembles an army and brings them all down to the people of Missouri to rescue them. And they end up being run away. And long story short, he blames the soldiers he recruited for not being righteous enough. And that's why they were kicked out. That's why they ran away. Even though he told all the people to go to Missouri.
Yeah.
He recruited the army to bring them into Missouri.
Yes.
He, prophesied that, the Missouri, town would flourish, and he prophesied that they would rescue the people in Missouri. None of that happens. It's a big catastrophic failure. And
So-
instead of just saying, I got it wrong, I gave a bad prophecy.
Well,
Yeah,
he
that's
just
what I was
told all
going to say.
soldiers-
The inability to self-reflect is another huge parallel
take any responsibility,
between Joseph
right?
Smith, L. Ron Hubbard, and David Miscavige.
Yeah. You never apologize.
It's never somebody
and it's always
else's
the
fault.
of the members.
Or rather, it's
even when
never their fault. It's always somebody else's fault.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
funny that you say that because David Miscavige was the one who sort of picked that these bungalows would be the place where the VIPs
Exactly.
and the pros would stay.
He chose it.
And it just happened to be the place that was in the path of the mountain.
Right.
Basically the entire mountain
He's in a floodplain, basically.
went to this one
Yes.
spot, and the highway that ran through there's a major California highway that runs through the property, and on the other side of where this mountain goes to those bungalows are right there.
Yeah.
So all of the water was going to go to one single, and mud and everything else was going to one place. And it was the place that he picked to be the VIP
Yeah.
housing.
Oh, and
for
by the
whole
way,
property.
his own bedroom was also in that path. So it
Yes.
was not only
That's right. I
Tom
forgot about
Cruise's
that.
bedroom, but also David Miscavige's bedroom. Yeah, it was
Anyway,
the two.
when that happened, everyone was assigned a condition of confusion. And in order to move up the conditions, you have to do what are called formulas. And it's basically just a few steps. And if you do those and it's approved by the police department of the organization, they look at it and they go, okay, this looks good. And then you get upgraded to the next condition. And then you have to do that. When you get to the condition of liability, like you're a liability now, you've moved up from confusion and enemy and treason to liability. When you get to liability, you have to petition everybody else on the property to rejoin the group. You have to,
And it has to be approved by majority
yeah. So if there's
permission.
So if you work in Golden Era Productions at the time was probably 300 people. If you worked in Golden Era Productions, you had to get 300. Most of these people you might not even know. You might not even work with them. You might not even know their name because you're not in their division. You don't see them. You don't eat with them. You don't talk to them. Who cares? You've got to go to all these different people, and they have to sign. They have to assign it. They can't just say, yeah, I'm good. No, they have to sign their name and say, yeah, I'm okaying you to get back in the group. So you probably, the people at the time, you have to factor in, well, there's a lot of other people that might be in liability too. You don't ask them. They're not in the group. They're in liability. You have to ask the members that are not in liability. So it creates this catch-22 because, well, we're all in liability. So who are we going to ask to get out of liability?
right.
So just when you do these blanket things, it kind of short circuits
Yeah.
how the systems work
Yeah,
because you're like,
always.
well, wait a minute. Find out who I am. I'm with a bunch of people that are in confusion. I don't even want to be part of any of this. I should be getting out of here. But either way, in order to get out of all of the lower conditions, he basically assigned production tasks. And only one of them had anything to do with the flood. Everything else was totally disrelated to the flood. So it was basically a lever for him to pull. Hey, we had a flood. Guess what? I'm going to rain down the wrath on you guys. And if you don't do these things, then you're going to be in the shit for the rest of time. So you better snap to. And one of those things was that the area that I worked in, we manufactured cassettes. And the previous people that had worked in this area, they made 300,000 cassettes that were bad quality. They were overt products. And the tapes cost about $1 each. They were very, very expensive cassette type tape, metal TDK tape that we used, and it cost $1. So these guys basically wasted $500,000 worth of materials and production masters and time and whatever. And so they were all sent to the Rehabilitation Project Force, except for one person, and that was a girl by the name of Clarice. And Clarice was Shelly Miscavige's sister. And she was the only person left
Favoritism,
in the
yeah.
manufacturing area that didn't get sent to the the Rehabilitation Project Force or declared a suppressive. Some of the people were just declared suppressive and kicked out of the Sea Org.
So yeah, I'm stunned by the craziness of these rules and these punishments and just the treatment of the most committed devout members. But ironically, what I've learned about psychology is sometimes in a cult or a high demand religion or in an abusive marriage or abusive relationship, the worse someone's treated, the less they're respected, the more they're asked to sacrifice, the more committed they become.
Yeah, because you're trying to climb back up that ladder. And again, there's Sea Org bases in UK and Denmark and Los Angeles and Florida. This is the top.
Yeah.
You cannot go any further than this one facility. You can't get higher than that. That is the top of the top.
Yeah.
So if you're there, it's sort of like we're going to ask more of you than you're going to get asked anywhere else because this is the top of the top. Every decision, everything that gets done here is the most important thing you're going to do today. It's going to get done here.
Yeah.
But when that thing happened and he said, you have to, the area where I worked, it was the thing, the benchmark that we had to achieve to get the entire property out of this condition was we had to produce 50,000 cassettes every single week. If we could produce 50,000, it had never been done in the history of them making cassettes. And also because they had made all these bad ones, the machines had to be essentially hot rodded to be the best quality that they could be. And they had to, they couldn't be any bad ones in order for us to make 50,000. All of them had to be amazing to be able to pass.
Yeah,
and when the day we did that was Thanksgiving of 1990, Thanksgiving Day is in Scientology, the work week ends on Thursday at 2 p.m. And everybody in the Sea organization has a statistic. And if your statistics this week at Thursday at 2 p.m. are higher than last Thursday at 2 p.m., then you are what's considered an up stat, an up statistic. If your statistic is down, then you are in a lower condition than normal, and you have to do something so that you make more widgets or more auditing hours or more study hours or whatever it is you do. You have to do more than last week. And so we did 50,000 cassettes by Thursday at 2 p.m. And then David Miscavige assembled the entire property for a meeting and said, okay, that just so you guys know, the tapes guys did 50,000. I'm upgrading you all from lower conditions and hold on to your hats. You're going to have 45 minutes for dinner tonight for Thanksgiving.
For Thanksgiving dinner, 45 minutes, which is a big deal when you've been on a 15-minute meal break for months.
That's crazy.
The penalties when we were from that, so it was from August to November is when everybody was in this. There was 3 to 4 musters per day. So everybody lines up and every division says, we're all present or accounted for, this person's on security watch, or present or accounted for, this person is with a celebrity, or whatever it is. But every single person has to be accounted for. If you are late for a muster, you have to do an all-night amends project that night. So if muster is at 12:30 right after lunch and you arrive at 12:30 and 10 seconds, you're late. All-night amends project. You have to work through the night and be on post first thing in the morning. If you're late a second time after that, you go to the Rehabilitation Project Force in Los Angeles. They moved the rehabilitation. There used to be a Rehabilitation Project Force at the INT base, but a bunch of German media came and were filming them working and doing all this stuff, and people were now exposing that there was this thing, this reprogramming camp called the Rehabilitation Project Force. So they disbanded it at the international headquarters and they moved it to Los Angeles. So if you were late a second time, then you would immediately get shipped off to Los Angeles. Could be the Rehabilitation Project Force could take 2 or 3 years. It could take 15 years for you to finish that program. So if you were late once, all night amends. If you were late twice, you went to the Rehabilitation Project Force. And I would say, I don't know, maybe 10 or 15 people ended up going to the RPF during that, or they just got kicked out of the Sea organization altogether. Yeah. They just said, I'm not going to the RPF and I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to leave and there's nothing you can do to stop me. Then those people would usually get given $500 and just kicked in the ass and said, go do whatever you're going to do. Over the years, David Miscavige was basically figuring out that people were trying to get assigned to the RPF because it was better than staying at the international headquarters. Like, you know you're going to sleep every night. You know you're going to be in LA. You know you're going to get fed. You know it's like this, that's better. Doing the Rehabilitation Project, which was always like the worst, too gruesome to get assigned to the RPF. The RPF was now a vacation compared to working at the international headquarters. Yeah, it'd be a walk in
the park by relative comparison.
So when he would be yelling at people, and he'd be like, this and this and this, and the person would be like, I don't know, sir, I just think I need to go to the RPF. He'd be like, no way. Now I know that the RPF is no longer a too gruesome. No one's going to the RPF. You're staying here. I'm going to figure out how to make this place worse than the RPF. And you don't get to take a break from this. This is it. And that is about the time when this thing called the Hole was created at the property. And that is a place that you don't leave. You get locked in a room and you eat there, you sleep there, you work there. And that's where all of the big key executives from all of Scientology were all in this place.
Well, ironically, originally that was the building where their offices were, this double wide trailer. And we're talking about the management executives for running Scientology on Earth. But David Miscavige considered that all these people were incapable and non-compliant and counter-intention and all these other things. So he converted, he essentially started declaring management executives suppressive people and then restrained them to what's became referred to as the Hole, which Mike Rinder talks about in his book, and next level of punishment and too gruesomes.
All right. So I think I have a good sense for kind of both of your individual experiences leading up to you actually meeting. Any other stories from each of you that are kind of crucial that need to be told before we talk about how you met?
Well, I did think about something that you had said earlier and something we were talking about where when you're in Scientology, you're growing up in Scientology, there's always this sort of idea that the elders or the executives or the people that are high up in Scientology have these like kind of these powers that they talk about in Scientology that you'll get. Cause over matter, energy, space, and time.
Special powers kind of thing.
Yeah, kind of like superpowers. You can move things with your mind. You know things. You can locate things that people can't locate. And one of the things very early on at my time at the property was that David Miscavige, the leader of Scientology, would come down to our area all the time. Every day he would come to where we were making the cassettes. Of all of the subjects that he was very interested in and that he liked to deal in, audiovisual was one of his favorite because he used to be a cameraman when L. Ron Hubbard had the film crew. He was a cameraman on L. Ron Hubbard's shoot team. So he was a camera guy who then became an audio guy. So he would always be in the audio and video production areas. But he would come down every single day, and it was sort of like everything has to be perfect. Everything has to be clean. Everybody has to be on their best behavior. We've got to be working when he comes in. You can never not be working when he comes in. And it was always like, oh my God. And no one ever called him Dave or David or David Miscavige. It was always COB, chairman of the board. And you never even said chairman of the board. You just said COB's coming, or COB's in the building, or it was like panic stations if he was in the building. And there were many, many stories and folklore that went around of things. He'd walk in and he'd see something and he would go like, what's that over there? And then you'd open the drawer and there'd be something that wasn't supposed to be in there. And then everybody would get in trouble. And that he just had this sixth sense kind of thing. Because he was the head Scientology guy, you go, well, yeah, that's what happens when you get that high, you get this. Well, when I was working making the cassettes, I was on the night shift. And we would have to walk by a whole bunch of the cinematography division to go to where the dining hall was. And we would go in the middle of the night. There's nobody else there, just the people that are on night shift. In the entire property that was 800 people, there might be 20 people on the property in the middle of the night. And David Miscavige lived on the property. So he would be up and around sometimes late at night. And one day we were walking past the cinematography division, and normally when he would come into your area, he'd have 5 or 6 people with him, maybe 10 or 15 people with him. He was all by himself, and he was in the cinematography division. And we could see, because the lights are on in there, we could see in, but he couldn't see us out in the dark. And he was digging through all the drawers in the cinema. He was just going through all the offices, pulling the drawers and looking in them. And we kind of walked by and we kind of stood there for a second, and he was just rummaging through all these desks. And we thought, that's so weird. Anyway, we just kept going. We went to eat. We went to midnight rations called Mid-Rats. We went to Mid-Rats. We went back to our workspace. We worked all night. And then we would sleep during the day. So a bus would take us to our apartments. We would sleep during the day. And then at dinner time, right before dinner, we'd get picked up and brought into the property. And as soon as we got to the property for dinner, there were people running around and there was a flurry of activity. And it was like, what's going on? What's going on? It's like, oh, everyone is white gloving all of their offices. And there was a huge flap during the day today. And we found out that in the cinematography division, David Miscavige had showed up to do a surprise inspection. And what he had done is the night before, he had gone through all their desks and rummaged through everything, looking for anything that was contraband or illegal. And then in the middle of the day, he just showed up, and then he was able to just literally walk into this person's work area and zero in on every single drawer that had like it was a pair of dirty shoes in one person's desk and maybe some magazines in another person's desk. But he opened the 2 desks that had this thing in it, and everybody was like, oh my God, he has this extra ability. And that we're being told the story like he just walked in and he's talking to the group of people and he said, hey, what's in that drawer right there? And then they opened the drawer and there was a pair of stinky, dirty shoes. And that's like, come on, nobody does that. And then in somebody else's drawer, there was a magazine that was forbidden. And everybody's like, he opened 2 drawers. And he knew. Yeah. And those 2 drawers were the things. And they opened every other drawer in the place and none of them had it. And I'm sitting there going like, wait a minute. He was digging through all those drawers last night when we were on the way to the meal. Yeah. And I'm thinking to myself, is that it? That's the hack? You just go in the middle of the night while everyone's asleep and you just dig through everything. Then the next day you show up and you have extra powers. So
have you heard the story of Napoleon?
No.
So I was told once that Napoleon, to engender confidence with his troops, he would find out the name of just a random soldier by asking, and then imagine thousands of soldiers lined up. He would just be, riding along, and he would stop and address one of the soldiers by name, and would be the one that he was told beforehand what his name would be. But it made all the soldiers feel like he knew them each by name.
Yes.
Wow.
Does that make sense?
Totally.
Yes, absolutely.
That sort of thing.
So that was sort of the very first little peek behind the curtain. And I wasn't supposed to see it, and nobody else saw it, but I knew, well, he's not. And the funny thing is people, when they would tell that about those kind of stories about David Miscavige, they would say Hubbard did the same thing. He'd walk in and he'd go into the galley and he'd open up a drawer and there'd be some rotten food in there. And I go, what if that's what that guy was doing? He was doing the same. They were on a ship in the middle of the ocean. He could have been walking around the whole ship all night long. Nobody would have known. Yeah. So immediately I sort of had like this, I don't want to say it was dissent, but I knew that there was a little bit of sleight of hand and trickery that was making this guy that's all so powerful, knowing I kind of know that he's not because I saw him what he was doing the night before. So it's really just a trick he does, and nobody knows that that's what he's doing. And the other great thing about it is that when he goes somewhere, he has this entourage. So not even his entourage was with him. Yeah. So they don't know either. Yeah. So then I thought, even the people that are closest to him don't know this is how he's doing the trick.
That's interesting.
So, but there were many kind of instances of that over the years. And my job for many years was manufacturing. Then I worked in film production and video production and event production.
Was that kind of propaganda stuff or not?
100%. They have 7 events a year. Scientology holds 7 like convention type events where basically all the Scientologists in that geographical area are sort of expected that they need to come. And if they don't show their face there, then it kind of is like, we haven't seen this guy in 2 or 3 events. So it's
like one in Asia, one in Europe, one in Latin America, that kind of thing?
More U.S. and England, but they have one in Florida, one in Los Angeles. Sometimes they'll do one in England. Sometimes they'll do one in Denmark. But most of the time, they're either in L.A. or Florida or England, those 3 places. And then they also, that cruise ship in the Caribbean, they have a week of events there every year where David Miscavige brings all of the top donors. So if you haven't given $1 million or more, you don't get to go. So the kind of guy, and even now, it might even be the guys who've given 10 million or above are the ones that are coming in.
Yeah. The events are not location driven, they're theme driven. So the New Year's event, for example, is held in Los Angeles, but then broadcast to all organizations elsewhere. Then they have Auditor's Day, L. Ron Hubbard's birthday.
The anniversary of the publication of Dianetics is in May 9th.
And then June, the one that's on the cruise ship, is commemorating the anniversary, the maiden voyage of that ship.
And so those, you said 7 events a year, basically?
Yeah, it's loosely, because that one they do in Curacao is really a week of events. So technically it's like 7 events on its own, but they're kind of mini events. But yes, 7 major conventions. And for that, we might produce 2 or 3 videos for each event. And what we do is we go to an organization or a prison that's doing a Scientology criminal rehabilitation, the Criminon program, or we go to a drug facility that's using the NarcAnon program, the Scientology drug, or we're do one for, they have a sort of a business arm of Scientology that's called the WISE group, and it's the World Institute of Scientology Enterprises. So any company that is owned by a Scientologist or is Scientology run, they're a member of WISE. They pay a membership fee, and as part of that, they have to kind of run their business using Scientology principles and teachings. And if there is a dispute within the business or with another Scientology person or business, then they are the mediator between them. And usually whoever gives more money to Scientology is the winner of that mediation. That's how that works.
And so were you always filming like testimonials of people that got clean from drugs or had successful businesses?
Exactly.
That you could play those in the rah-rah annual meetings to make everyone feel excited that they were part of something meaningful?
It's basically proof that Scientology is doing all the good things they say they're doing.
Yeah.
But when you're doing those, there's a lot of movie magic.
Well, let me just ask, like, we all want to hate on cults.
Yeah.
But let me be fair. Like, I'll give you an example. So I'm at Microsoft. No, we're talking 25 years ago. And I meet an ex-Mormon woman. It was about one of the first ex-Mormons I'd ever met. She's working at Microsoft. And I'm asking her about her life. And she says, I have a son that got hooked on drugs. And believe it or not, he's in a Scientology rehab because as far as she knew 25 years ago, that was the best rehab out there. So do your best to be fair. Are these programs sometimes really helping people?
Well, I would say that if you are doing drugs and you're addicted to drugs, and then you get off of drugs and you no longer do drugs, then that's a good thing.
Yeah.
I would say I'll say that is considered a successful individual that happened to. I would consider that a success. Scientology likes to say that they have, I can't remember what it is, but it's like a 90% success rate, which is...
They claim they have a 90%.
Yeah, they'll say we have a 90% success rate on keeping people that come in on drugs, that stay off of drugs. We have a 90% or whatever it is. Let's just say it's 90. It might be more. It might be a little less. In the drug rehabilitation universe, 30% would be amazing. 90% to them is like, well, that's of course absolutely false because it's not true. Nobody has that success.
So they
rate.
overinflate their...
They 100% overinflate it. But this is the thing. In order to get that person off drugs, they do Scientology courses and Scientology practices that were never designed to get people off drugs. They do the purification rundown, which is meant to rid your body of any residual drugs that might be in your body so that you can then do Scientology counseling. They do a course that it's called Ups and Downs in Life, but it really teaches you about PTS people and suppressive people and to stay away from suppressive.
But let me just say, if I'm a parent of a kid on drugs, I don't give a crap what they're learning if they get off drugs.
Well, but you would care if... Has the program been studied medically? Has it been scientifically proven? Is it even safe to give kids on drugs huge amounts of niacin, up to 5,000 milligrams a day?
Okay.
That is provably potentially carcinogenic. Like, there are no studies that show that the claims made by this purification rundown are anywhere remotely true.
Yeah.
So what do you think, if you had to guess what the actual success rate is of these drug programs?
I would say it's probably about 10%.
So a third of a really successful program.
And maybe not even that, because the thing that happens at these NarcAnon facilities, and we shot at these places so you would see it. When people graduate, so I come in, I'm addicted to, let's say the person's addicted to Adderall. They come in, and they do the program, and then they stop taking Adderall. As soon as they graduate the program, they're like, this is amazing. I'm clean. I want to help other people. That person immediately becomes an employee. And his only qualification to become an employee at the drug rehab is that he was a drug addict. That is 99% of their employees are former addicts that can't get a job anywhere else because they were a drug addict, and now they want to help other people get off drugs, so they become a NarcAnon employee.
It's like Landmark Forum uses former Landmark Forum
Yes, and I don't think that they've actually studied the effectiveness of it. I do know, yes, they have had some, I can name a few people that I know that they came in because they were, on drugs or struggling addicts, and they got off. But when you put someone in an isolated and highly controlled environment, what's getting them off drugs? Is it the purification rundown, or is it the environment?
No.
And what does that have to do with success?
I mean, on the one hand, placebo effect's real.
Right.
Exactly.
So, but also, who cares? Like, if it gets you off drugs, I don't care. So, evidence-based is always the best.
For sure.
And, non-evidence-based treatments that cause harm are terrible.
Yes.
Benign non-evidence-based treatments that have, placebo effect that lead to healing, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
But I guess what I also hear you saying is there's harm. It's false advertising because their effectiveness rates are overinflated, and you end up in a cult.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's
And
a
it's
hook to get
exploitative.
you
It's exploitative.
into. Yes, exactly. It's one of the many ways. It's one of the many front groups that they use to get you in the door.
The key statistic is they have less and less NarcAnons every year compared to what they had 30 years ago. There used to be NarcAnons all over the United States, and now they're barely holding on and staying. And there's that facility that I told you about in Oklahoma. They moved that to another Indian reservation in Oklahoma, and they had 3 deaths within 3 months.
So it's become a liability, probably.
Yes. They have.
Okay.
They not only did they have non-qualified personnel supervising. That's the other thing. There's no detox. It's cold turkey. You come in, you're addicted to drugs. There's no procedure to detox you. There's no Scientology procedure on how to detox somebody from drugs. So they just say, don't take drugs while you're here. And that's how you detox. It's just cold turkey. Some people can't go through that depending on what drug they were on or that doesn't work physically and for their body. It's not safe to do it that way, or if they are doing that, they shouldn't do other things that they are doing at the NarcAnon facilities. But regardless of that, the only reason I even brought this up was because when we would shoot there, sometimes there wouldn't be anybody there doing the NarcAnon program.
Yeah.
So the staff would dress up like they were participants in the program, and we'd shoot the full program.
Oh, so when you did these testimonial videos,
We have
they were
to spice them up.
staged.
Because
They were
we're
kind
like,
of fraud.
yeah, we can't show nobody here. And that's the same thing we did with the Scientology organization.
Okay, so it's making members feel like they're contributing to a cause that's super worthwhile
when there's
when
nothing
it was kind
happening.
of fraudulent.
Yeah, and so you see
Scammy.
that. We didn't always have to do that, but I'd say 75% of the time it was like, why are there only 5 people? You guys dress up, take off your uniforms, put on some civilian clothes, and get in here. Or sometimes we would just get people off the street. Hey, do you want to be in a video? You're in LA.
No,
Everybody wants to be in a video. Everybody wants to be on TV.
Yeah.
You say, hey, well, you mind signing this release form? We need some extra people. And then those people would be in a Scientology course room studying or going into an applied scholastics education facility, and they're just somebody that happened to be walking down Sunset Boulevard while we were shooting. So there was a lot of that over the course of many years of shooting those videos. But then the only other thing I wanted to say, just in terms of that, was sometimes when we were pre-producing these stories that would get shown at one of these events. So David Miscavige is the MC of all these events. He gets on the stage at the podium and he runs the whole event. And he'll tell little factoids and little tidbits throughout his speech. And so somebody will write in and then say, hey, we have a Dianetics seminar that we're running down here in Mexico, and we've got 25 people that are coming in for this thing. And so then a little blurb gets written up, and then that gets put into a speech for David Miscavige. And then the speechwriters get a hold of that, and they go, well, we can't say 25. We could say dozens of new people, because A dozen is 12, 2 dozens is 24, it's 25, it's dozens. So dozens of new people are coming in every day. Well, no, it was those amount of people are coming in every month. Well, did it say month? Did they say when? We'll say a day. The speechwriter's trying to spice it up because he's pitching this to David Miscavige to put into his speech. So then David Miscavige gets it. He goes, dozens? We're trying to clear the planet, okay? So maybe we'll say scores, or he'll punch it up when it gets to him. He punches it up. And so then when the event happens and he's giving the speech, he would literally be like, there's hundreds of people coming into this Mexican organization. So it basically, each person that touches it just puts a little extra spin on it. And that's pretty much how everything goes for these events. They make a mountain out of a molehill for the purpose of deceiving the members. And that's where you go, like it was similar, you were talking about, on a mission, maybe you witnessed these guys are baptizing drunks or children without their parents. And it's sort of like that flavor of, hey, guys, you kind of are lying in these things and none of this stuff's happening. But the worst part is that in a lot of these events, we're talking about a Scientology organization. There's Scientologists that work there, that are in that place. And they know that these are lies because they work there. And they're like, we didn't tell you that there was hundreds of people coming in. We said there was 25 people we got in a month.
Yeah, no, I get it.
And so they're writing in after events saying, hey, I don't know who put this in the speech or did this, but that was a lie. That never happened.
Yeah.
And then those people are getting in trouble, or those people are being like, hey, maybe something got mixed up here or there.
Yeah.
But it's basically a widespread issue where they exaggerate for the greater good. And that's the overlying excuse for everything is that it's for the greater good. We're going to get more people into Scientology. And so just telling a little white lie about how many people is not bad in the overall scheme of things if that gets more people in Scientology or if it keeps the members from leaving.
Yeah, and in the Mormon Church, they claim 17 million members, but we all know there's probably only 4 million that actually attend worldwide. The overwhelming majority leave, and you never hear from them again. But the church still boasts 17 million. Yeah, and then once the activity rates started falling and people started defecting with the internet, the church stopped publishing its statistics.
Yeah, Scientology has the exact same thing. They used to claim for many, many years, they claimed they had 1 million members, and then it went up to millions of members. And for most of the people that leave the Sea Org, they keep track of everything meticulously. And most Sea Org members that have left within the last decade or so give the estimate that there's between maybe 25 and 20,000 active Scientologists.
In the world?
In the world.
Yes.
25,000?
Yes. It's not that many.
Best case, and that's best case scenario.
What was the peak? What was its peak?
Probably in the 80s. I would say in the 80s, they probably had about 100,000. Mm-hmm. And that's another interesting fact because everything in Scientology is measured by a statistic. Every single person that works in a Scientology organization or in the Sea organization has a statistic. And since 1986, the international statistics of Scientology have been going down. And they kind of mosey down. But in 1996, David Miscavige released a new program that was called the Golden Age of Tech. And it was basically, he revamped all of L. Ron Hubbard's courses and the counseling technology and everything so that it would be much faster. And in actual effect, it became much, much longer and more painful and arduous for members to do.
And much more expensive
And much
since they
more-
had to redo all the training that they'd already done because it had now been revamped.
So basically, anybody who was trained to any level in Scientology, that was erased, and you had to start from the beginning again. And you had to pay to redo. It would be like me telling you, hey, this car you've had's really good, but it's been recalled. You can't drive it anymore.
No, it's like dig a big hole, now fill it up, now dig the hole again.
Yes.
Exactly.
You know?
Anyway,
Exactly.
so when that happened, and you can see this in Scientology, it's crushed into your skull, into your activities, into everything you do. Statistics are the key to everything. And if the statistic goes up, you find out why and you do more of that. If the statistic goes down, you find out why and stop doing that. And in 1996, when David Miscavige released this new golden age of tech, all of the Scientology statistics internationally have been going down since that time. They've never, ever recovered from 1996.
Given how sacred they view L. Ron Hubbard's instruction and rules to be, I'm surprised Miscavige had the courage to try and change anything.
Well, this is how he does it. And this, you only would know this if you worked at the international headquarters, because that's where everybody is that knows what all the original L. Ron Hubbard writings are, and where he gave this lecture. Most of the policies and most of the things that L. Ron Hubbard wrote were during the 50s to the late 60s, and then there's just a smattering of things throughout the 70s and maybe into the 80s. But most of it's throughout the 50s through the late 60s. And there were typists and transcriptionists and people that recorded it, and then they transcribed it, and then we never found the original recording. And then, so they've spent decades and decades finding all of the originals and transcribing them exactly how he said it. And this is another kind of part where you see behind the curtain, because when you listen to one of these lectures, it's very polished and it sounds great and everything, but L. Ron Hubbard recorded it himself originally, and it took 1,000 hours to make his recording listenable. It was horribly recorded. It was horribly mixed. It was horribly mic'd. But he was an expert in all these things. So how did he record such a horrible recording? And then you find out he had no idea what he was doing, but he professed to be an expert in all these fields. And then you find out they're removing coughs and racist statements and farts and burps and slurs. And so then you're going like, well, wait a minute. And there's many instances where he was very racist. There's actually a few recordings that are still floating around where he's calling Asian people by a certain name or calling black people by a certain name. And these are out there, but he left instructions that all those things should be edited out of those lectures before they're manufactured and put out. So, but then you find out David Miscavige has changed something, and you're like, well, how can he change it? Well, then he'll go to one of these events and he goes, well, we found out that there was somebody did a transcript and they altered the transcript and they added things in that weren't in the original recording. And so we had to take a bunch of that out because it wasn't in, but really that never happened. He said something that contradicted another thing that he said. And so something has to go away. And the only reason you can get rid of it is if it wasn't really L. Ron Hubbard who did that. And so a lot of times when Dave changes something, there's a whole explanation on what, and the last time that he did this, he redid all of L. Ron Hubbard's books, all of them. And some of them were edited and a lot of things were taken out. And the reason that he gave to the Scientologists at the event was, well, there was like semicolons and periods, and that whoever edited the book didn't understand the English language, so they were adding and taking things away, and so we cleaned all that up. And it's like, and that's why that troublesome paragraph in that one book just disappeared, because of misplaced commas and periods.
Yeah.
So, but either way, he's been doing this since the 80s. He would say, oh, we went through all of, they call L. Ron Hubbard's source. We went through all of the source materials and we isolated all of the original L. Ron Hubbard writings. And that's what's in this new course that's been streamlined and all this other stuff. But
and most of the courses were not written by Hubbard in the first place. Since the 70s, he had a compilations unit that would put together the actual steps of the courses, and those would get approved by Hubbard, but were not written by him. So Miscavige uses that as well as a justification by which he's just rearranging the steps to train Scientologists.
Yeah. So in 1990, when Tom Cruise was just getting into Scientology for real, he went to the international headquarters and they had to have somebody for him to audit. And because I had never really done any auditing in Scientology, I had done some courses and training things in Scientology, but not really any auditing. So then I was to be his guinea pig that he would practice on. And when he was doing that, they brought a whole team of the people that made the courses to be the supervisor for Tom Cruise so that he could do the courses exactly the way they were supposed to be done. And there's a film that teaches you how to do certain procedures in Scientology, and they got the guy who played the star of the film to work with Tom to do those procedures. So they basically took out any possibility of anybody doing anything wrong with Tom to be there for that. And then Tom didn't want to think like they were treating him special, so they brought in Kirstie Alley. Also, Kirstie Alley is somebody who came in through NarcAnon. She had a very horrible cocaine habit, and because she got into Scientology, she was able to not do cocaine, but then she became a Scientologist, and then she just did everything the Scientology way. And although she wasn't doing cocaine, there was other things in her life that didn't survive Scientology, like her marriage and, her career and other things.
Do we know why John Travolta joined?
John Travolta joined because he had it was either his girlfriend or a wife that he had just some sort of relationship, and she passed away, and that wrecked him. And then somebody scooped him up, and there's a thing in Scientology that's called life repair. And if you have a horrible or some tragedy or some horrible thing that's happened in your life, the way they isolate this is they call it your ruin. So whatever's got you in this state that your life is horrible, they figure out a way for you to get past that. And that is an introductory step to Scientology, is life repair.
Yeah. That's how finding the ruin is how they prey on vulnerable people, find out what is really destroying their life, and use that to get them into Scientology. Everybody does life repair as one of the introductory services when you're becoming a Scientologist.
And then
Except for if you're born in it. I never did that.
I did.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I never did it.
And then do we know what got Tom Cruise hooked?
Tom Cruise became interested in Scientology through
Mimi Rogers.
Yeah, through Mimi Rogers, who was a second-generation Scientologist, but he had always struggled with dyslexia, and they offered that they could provide a solution to that, allegedly.
And I guess the South Park episode alleges that Tom Cruise was secretly gay, and I think also people have made the same types of inferences about John Travolta, possibly.
Yeah.
How is that processed by people in and out of Scientology?
Well, first of all, it's very, very well known within Scientology
That what?
that John Travolta may be some truth to that rumor about John.
Yeah.
The rumor about Tom is not unfounded, but it is the thing that David Miscavige this is another very sensitive subject, but anyone who gets counseling in Scientology, there are cameras and microphones in the counseling rooms, and they record everything. And David Miscavige loves to watch those and dish about things that come up in those confessions. And so before him and Tom were best buds, whenever Tom's sessions would get recorded and he'd say things, Dave would tell people about him and joke about him and be like, he's worried people are going to think he's gay. What a stupid thing to worry about, or anything of that nature. And even when Tom Cruise found out that there were the sessions, that all sessions get recorded.
They don't tell you ahead of time?
No.
Nope.
They don't.
They didn't in the years that we were there. Maybe they now.
You would secretly record people?
100%.
Oh my goodness.
Audio and video.
So Tom Cruise got, allegedly.
Well, no.
I was there. So Tom Cruise, when he was being brought back into Scientology by Marty Rathbun, this was in the early 2000s. So right around the time he divorced Nicole Kidman, Marty Rathbun was deputy to David Miscavige and was doing counseling with Tom Cruise. Tom specifically stated he did not want to be recorded, and so instead they removed the cameras and put in hidden cameras and recorded it.
We just
anyway.
moved him to the hidden camera room. So some rooms you can see the cameras. Yeah, some rooms you can see the cameras, and they tell you these are for quality control purposes.
So they did record Tom Cruise.
Well,
absolutely.
In this instance, he moved to the room that had the smoke detector cam and the mirror cam and the picture cam.
So that's a recording.
100%.
Yeah. And so those videos, it was cassette tapes at the time.
Well, VHS.
VHS. It was VHS tapes that would record the session of Tom Cruise, and then that VHS tape would go with his folder to get reviewed by people in Religious Technology Center, and including David and Shelley Miscavich.
And
so they would watch his confessions or his sessions in Scientology, and then based on that, they would social engineer what we're going to do with him to make him stay in Scientology.
So is there any solid confirmation that y'all are aware of that Tom Cruise admitted to being gay in those?
No. His thing was that he didn't want people to think that he was gay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because he was going to join this, he was going to be a priest. That's what his path was when he was young.
Catholic priest?
Yeah, he wanted to become a priest.
Oh.
And he was going to go to the seminary, and all these things were going to happen. And then, if you believe everything, he then got in, I think it was Taps or some movie he was in, and then he became an actor, and then that's where he went. But he did struggle with dyslexia, and so his first wife, Mimi Rogers, she was a second-generation Scientologist, and even their marriage, when he did a movie, he did this, he saw Nicole Kidman, and I think it was a movie called Dead Calm, and then he was like, oh, we should get her for Days of Thunder. That is when I met him, was they had just finished shooting Days of Thunder. And so him and Nicole were a thing, but Mimi, it was basically like, hey, he likes her now. You guys got to get divorced because he likes her now. And it was just like, okay, okay, Mimi, you're out. Nicole, you're in. And now that's this. It didn't even seem like it was a big deal. It was just like, yeah, she's out, she's in. But then as soon as Nicole went sour on Scientology, then it was like, we got to figure out what she's up to so we can get rid of her. And during that time, the entire time from when he was there and they just finished Days of Thunder, and Nicole was there at the property with him. When he was auditing me and doing Scientology counseling on me, Nicole Kidman was 10 feet away in a chair doing a Scientology potential trouble source suppressive person course, like right on the other side of the room.
Wait, you've met Tom and Nicole?
Yeah. They went to the property to be trained and get into Scientology and get moved. Like, they basically got super speed to do everything. Like, you're not going to go to a regular place. You're going to do it here, and we're going to get you through as fast as you can possibly get through. And from that time to when they divorced, Tom was not in Scientology. He had nothing to do with Scientology. We didn't even know if he was still in Scientology. And then we were told at the property We would get updates all the time. And Dave would talk mad trash about Tom Cruise, about how he wasn't really a Scientologist and he never really did anything. He never talks about Scientology.
In the mid-90s, during this time period, Tom and Nicole had two people working for them, a husband and wife, who were their assistants. Those two people were Scientologists, and they were sending reports to David and Shelley Miscavige on exactly what was going on a daily basis. And
In their marriage?
And
Yes.
everything, in their work life, in their personal life.
Yeah.
And so Dave would dish
So Miscavige had spies
He had
spying on
Yes.
her. Nicole Kidman's personal assistant was a Scientologist, and Tom Cruise's personal assistant was a Scientologist, and they were a couple that was married, and they were both reporting directly to David.
And then you're
Miscavige.
saying David would dish what
He would dish on anybody, but he would especially dish on them. And we were told by him that Tom Cruise was sterile. And that was one of his ruins, that he couldn't have kids. And because he was sterile. And so then they found out, I'm assuming, I don't know where the information came from, but the information that was relayed to us by David Miscavige was that Nicole was pregnant. And so...
Meaning Tom Cruise wasn't the father?
Yeah, because
Right.
he's sterile. So how
She had an affair?
Yeah,
that
and
was the allegation.
it was told to us.
That was Scientology's allegation, and which was provided to Tom Cruise. Whether it's true or false, I don't know, but this is what David Miscavige was telling us was going on behind the scenes, and was then a pivotal piece that resulted in Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman's divorce.
This would make Suri not Tom Cruise's daughter.
If he is in fact sterile.
Again,
this
it all
is
came from
relayed
David
to us from David
Miscavige,
Miscavige.
so who knows?
It's hard to say what's true and what's not, but this is the narrative that Scientology was creating. She had just done a movie with Ewan McGregor. I think it was called Moulin Rouge.
Yeah.
And she was pregnant. So if Tom is sterile, then it is impossible that she could be pregnant. So therefore she must be cheating. And then this is how it was sold to us. And because Nicole's father was a psychiatrist, it was basically, and she was the one who didn't want them to be involved with Scientology. She was labeled a suppressive person. And it was very imperative to him that if he was going to succeed and have a good relationship and have a good life, that he needed to divorce her. And that was basically Scientology's pitch to him. And they did get divorced. And oddly enough, he didn't have any children with Mimi Rogers. She went off and remarried and had children. He didn't have any kids with Nicole Kidman. She went off and got remarried and had children. He had a relationship with Penelope Cruz. They didn't have any children. She went off and had children. Every person that he's been with, besides Katie Holmes, has gone off to have children with another spouse, but with him, they didn't have kids. So that's just I don't know how to reconcile that.
Piece of information.
Is that general gossip that Tom Cruise is sterile? Is that on the
That was
internet?
David
That was David
Miscavige's
Miscavige.
But I mean,
gossip.
is that bit leaked onto the internet?
I don't actually know.
The specific quote that I heard from David Miscavige was Tom Cruise is more sterile than a sand trap.
Yeah, but so circling back on John Travolta, Scientology, as we've talked about, is incredibly homophobic. And so it's sad that he would even be in a position where he has to hide or lie about his personal relationships. But that is the nature of Scientology. And so fast forward to, I think, 10 years ago now, Scientology very publicly was attacking and behaving homophobically, which then resulted in Paul Haggis leaving Scientology and contributing to the New Yorker article that led to Lawrence Wright's book, Going Clear. So by their actions in history, there's a lot of behavior on their part that is homophobic.
Okay.
Yeah. The only other thing that I wanted just to say about that was that when they sort of got Nicole out of the picture, when we were at the property, we would do auditions for film projects all the time. And there was one period, and this was right before I ended up leaving, near the end of 2004. And we were doing interviews with actresses in Los Angeles, but they weren't for anything we were shooting. And when I asked, I said, why are we doing all these interviews? And it was like, oh, this is a project being run by Religious Technology Center. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And it's like, let me see the questions they're asking them. And the questions are, what do you think of Tom Cruise? Where are you on your Scientology training? Where are you on your Scientology counseling? What do you think about David Miscavige? And it was very odd questions to be asking somebody for a movie part.
Weren't they trying to find him a wife?
They were looking for a girlfriend.
Which is, at the time, I was in Religious Technology Center. Mark and I didn't talk about this until after we escaped. But yes, Shelley Miscavich told me personally that she was having to run a project to find a wife for Tom Cruise because Tom Cruise was on the phone with David Miscavige every single day complaining about lack of having a Scientologist as a partner. So that entire project was run directly by Shelley Miscavige.
And they never found a Scientology person to be his girlfriend. There was no Scientologist that could be his girlfriend. And eventually they ended up with Katie Holmes. And the only reason they picked Katie Holmes was because she had written she had done a magazine article years before. And in there, she mentioned that when she was a teenager, she had a Tom Cruise poster on her wall. And that's the only reason she got pulled out of the hat. And she ended up being, the love of his life. And he jumped on a bunch of couches for her. And, the rest is history.
All right. Okay. So
that's
Mark,
most of the gossip. Gossipy.
No, it's good. We'll break some stories here on Mormon Stories. Okay, Mark. So I have a good sense for what you did. A lot of videography, filmmaking for conferences and events. Sounds like you helped out with video stuff at the center, that sort of thing. Why don't we let's give Claire some time now, maybe a little bit. Why don't we talk about two things? Claire, I'd love to hear the stuff you did when you were working at headquarters, whatever you called it. We also need to talk about how you guys met and fell in love and that sort of thing. So floor is now yours, Claire.
Okay, sounds good. So Mark and I met when I was moved to work at the headquarters in late 1991. In May of 1992, we became a couple. You can't call it dating because when you're working 100 plus hours a week, there's no time for that. It was just kind of like, hey.
Holding hands at dinner.
Yes, or on the bus if we were lucky to ride home at the same time or even eat together. There's no dating in the Sea organization. There's not any time for that. So anyhow, we met and we were married in August of 1992 in a very whirlwind. Like we drove to LA on Thursday night. We drove to Vegas the next day, got our marriage certificate, got our rings. We're married at Celebrity Center on Saturday. And by Sunday dinner, I was back at work.
And is premarital sex taboo?
100%.
Yeah, premarital sex is completely forbidden.
And do people blow that off, or do they observe
Well,
it?
if you're caught, that's actually a good point. If you're caught, most of the time, if you're at the international headquarters and you get caught, you get assigned to the Rehabilitation Project Force.
Yes. It's 100% completely. In fact, you can also be beached for that, kicked out completely, or sent to the Rehabilitation Project Force. It's definitely forbidden. And as a result of that, members of the Sea organization end up getting married very young, and most of the time, there's a very high rate of divorce in the Sea organization. So we're a statistical anomaly by Sea Org standards, for sure, in that we just celebrated our 33rd anniversary.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's exciting. Wow. Mark and I have only been married 32.
Yeah.
Yes, we were married in August of 1992.
Wow. Congrats.
Yes.
How old are you?
I was 17.
That's the worst part about her telling that is that people think I picked her up at daycare and never brought her back because we don't look as old as, or she doesn't, to be fair, she doesn't look as old as that old to be married for 33 years.
Okay. So, yeah, do you want to talk about but also you're not allowed to have kids, right?
Right. So by the time, backing up for just a minute, I joined this organization when I was 16 years old. I was aware of the no kids policy, which was already in place at that time. However, number one, I was 16 years old. I wasn't married. I'd never been in a serious relationship. And the pressure was so great to join this organization in the first place that I just followed the path of least resistance. Fast forward to now I'm working at the headquarters, meet and marry Mark. As we've mentioned, if we were lucky, we'd get $46 a week and having to, out of that, pay for birth control. So there were months at a time that our pay would get cut. And
so you didn't have health insurance benefits?
No,
nothing.
No.
So you couldn't afford birth control?
No.
So what did they expect couples to do to not have babies?
Figure it out.
Make it go right. Just
What?
well, and that's the thing, and that's a solid question, which is very applicable because there was from the time that I came to the property, I became aware that it was a common practice for, first of all, women to get pregnant, and second of all, for them to then be pressured to terminate those pregnancies. And third of all, if they refused to terminate the pregnancy, that they would be put on heavy manual labor, restricted to the property, put under security guard, like security watch, and interrogated because it was considered wanting to leave the Sea Organization, which is an unauthorized departure, which circles back to you have crimes and transgressions against the group, and that's the only reason you would ever want to leave the Sea Organization. So
Tell them about the van and the amount of people that were...
Yeah, so it was such a common practice that women being forced to terminate pregnancies was such a common practice.
Abortions.
Yes, correct. That the medical officer weekly would take a number of women to the Riverside County, Planned Parenthood. The medical officer would take women every week to the Riverside Planned Parenthood clinic, so much so that the director at that clinic started speaking out against the practice of forced abortion at that property, to which they changed to a different clinic.
They were bringing so many girls there that the Planned Parenthood place was like, there's something wrong. You shouldn't be bringing people here every single week.
Loads of people.
There was a list that was made.
I made it. I made a list during our lawsuit of the people that I personally knew who'd been forced to abort a pregnancy, and that was more than 60 women long. Some of those women had up to 6 forced abortions during the years that they were there because of multiple pregnancies.
It's weird they just didn't provide birth control for everybody. They had a lot of money. Do you have a theory for why?
They don't want to pay staff. They don't want to provide support. As after our lawsuit, when someone falls pregnant, they leave immediately. When someone gets married, they're provided with birth control. So that's what we've heard from several people who have left more recently than we have, because there were multiple lawsuits of forced abortions.
Yeah, the story we heard from somebody who recently left was that the cheapest, most effective way is just to have all of the men get sterilized. And that's what they're now doing to Sea Org members.
So Scientology is sterilizing the men?
The men are getting a vasectomy. If they want to have sex with their wife, they're getting a vasectomy so that they don't have to worry about the women getting pregnant. And so that's what we just heard within the last few years. We've heard it from a few different people because we were like, well, what are they doing now with people? Because there was many years where because of our lawsuit, if a girl came and said they got pregnant, they just said, okay, well, we're going to have you leave the Sea Org, and we're not going to tell you to get an abortion. We're not going to do any of that. We're just going to let you leave. And then we know of about 30 couples that were able to get out during that time period. And then we suspect that they learned that was just not going to be sustainable, because that was becoming the new epidemic, that they would get pregnant because they knew it was a sure shot. They couldn't do anything to make them terminate it. And so then we heard then, oh no, they don't do that anymore. Now the guys just get vasectomies.
So Claire, do you feel comfortable sharing the story of your 2 forced abortions?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The first time was in 1994.
You're how old?
I was 19, and we had been married for
2 years.
2 years. And so at this time I was still in Golden Era Productions, and so working at the headquarters in Gilman Hot Springs, California. We hadn't been getting paid, and I rarely saw Mark at the time. So the last thing I expected was that I would get pregnant. Certainly I had always wanted children. I love my husband, but I also was very aware that here I am in a position where if I do get pregnant, I'm going to be severely punished, isolated, taken away from Mark, and that they would do everything to split us up. And anyway, it was not a good situation. So and so backing up for a minute too, it's not like I had access to the outside world. So the first thing, as soon as I realized I'd missed my period, I had to go see the medical person, because it's not like I could just go to Walmart and get a pregnancy test. I had to pay and ask her to get me a pregnancy test, and then she required that I take it right in front of her. So immediately, the moment I found out I was pregnant, the pressure was on. She was sitting right there. I was not even allowed to discuss it with Mark, because that would be considered a suppressive act and a statement of wanting to leave. So if I said, oh, I'm going to try and dig in my heels, and that was just not even an option. And that's really tough at 19. Like, what should be your most precious, enjoyed moment of your entire life is now, you can't even have a conversation about it. And and the threat of consequences of, like, okay, as a pregnant person, if I'm going to say, no, I want out, then they're going to put me on heavy manual labor for months until I give in. And it was terrifying. To me, that was, I didn't feel, having been born into Scientology, that I even had the strength to withstand that. So I was forced to go through with that. In that moment, it broke a piece of me forever. And I swore to myself that if it ever happened again, I would, no matter what happened, just like grab my husband and get the heck out of there, no matter what it took. Unfortunately, 2 years later, I was...
Okay, wait. Do you mind if I ask? So did they drive you to the Planned Parenthood?
Yeah, they prepared me. They said exactly what I was to say, that I didn't want to speak to a psychologist about it. I didn't want to have any conversation about it. I was not to have any drugs during the procedure, which, by the way, I know now is completely barbaric.
So no painkillers?
No, nothing.
No. So I had to get special approval to take time off from my job, to be driven to the clinic, and to and a 6-foot guy named Mark Treasure was waiting in the waiting room while I was taken back. What almost broke me in that moment was the lady who was checking me in looked at me and she said, "Where's your husband?" And it's one of those things, like, it's
And he didn't know. Is that right?
He knew,
Well,
but
no.
there was no choice.
I
There
was
was
not
nothing
allowed
either
to
of us could
come.
do.
I wasn't allowed to come.
No.
I wasn't allowed to be part of it because we could have. Basically, when people escape, it's usually right around this kind of this subject when they're like, you know what, we're out of here. And when they go to do the procedure, they never come back from the procedure, and they don't end up doing the procedure.
So she was allowed to tell you, but you weren't allowed to.
And I didn't
Right.
find out until it was already a done deal.
And I was not allowed to even have a conversation. Like, we weren't allowed to discuss what do we want to do. That's not because that would have been considered a suppressive act for either of us to even suggest for one moment that we would fight against this. It was just not an option. So in that moment, and again, I didn't discuss this with Mark at that time, but I just, in my mind, decided that I would never go through with that ever again. And unfortunately,
One more question. Sorry.
yeah, no, it's okay.
Had y'all talked before that first pregnancy? Like, okay, Scientology doesn't let us have kids, but we want to have sex. So we need to be careful so that we don't get pregnant, so that we don't have to terminate. Like, was there any of that
Not really.
between? But
No.
you knew that you couldn't get pregnant.
Yes.
But it wasn't. It was sort of like, I don't know. It was sort of like if it happens, we might be able to just leave because that is how it is. If
That was
you
that
do
hope.
get pregnant, sometimes they leave. Sometimes they let them go.
It wasn't like, oh, we'll just abort it. It wasn't like that.
Oh, no.
It wasn't.
Never.
And it wasn't, we'll just do the pull-out method, or we'll just.
No,
you know.
it was never. It was never. I don't think we ever talked about it.
We didn't.
wild.
We didn't ever talk about it. But also, I think it's important to understand. Like, again, we're working 109 plus hours a week. We've committed to a billion-year contract. We're not allowed to have any conversations that would even infer the possibility of leaving because that's a suppressive act. So you're under such completely tight control that it's not even like even having a conversation with Mark, who I met. We'd already both committed to a billion-year contract. If I say to him, so we're going to get married, you want to have kids? That's a suppressive act.
Right.
Because the only way, because no kids are allowed in the C organization. So even just having that conversation was completely forbidden. So no, we never
in
talked
a,
about it.
yeah. So in a cult, it makes all the sense in the world to me. But my logical brain is like, well, surely there would sort of be a thing where they sit a couple down and say, you're going to get married, but you can't have kids. So, like, here are ways to prevent getting pregnant so you don't have to have an abortion.
No conversation.
There's no education around that.
None.
No, and again-
most of the kids that are there that were our age,
Or your
were
parents would have done it. Or your parents would have sat each of you down and had, quote, the talk. And your parents would have said, okay, sweetie, you're going to get married, but you don't want to get pregnant. You don't want to have an abortion. So, and you didn't have that conversation with your mom?
No, I never
Dad?
had that conversation with my mom.
And Mark, you never had with your,
No,
like, that's in it.
I don't actually think I don't even think my parents had the birds and the bees conversation with me yet.
Yeah. I mean, I expect that from conservative Christians.
Yep.
I don't expect that from kind of atheistic Scientologists, right?
Yeah. My mom she absolutely knew about the women being pressured to abort children, but it's taboo. Like, you don't talk about it, but it's demonstrated policy by evidence of the list of more than 60 women that I know personally that were forced to terminate pregnancies.
But also, you should say those are only the
That's only the
you
people I know personally.
knew.
Yes.
And that's only if you're in Sea Org, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so regular Scientologist couples are allowed to have.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
can do whatever they want.
But
with
within
whoever
the
they
C
want.
organization, that
Okay.
practice was rampant.
Okay.
Like almost, I would say 90% of the women that I asked had terminated pregnancies statistically.
Yeah.
And again, some of them were multiple.
Okay.
Yeah.
I keep interrupting you. So now you were
No,
going to
it's
say,
okay.
you said you'd never let it happen again.
Yeah. It was, again, we didn't ever talk about it, but I decided for myself that it was such a complete violation of my personal desires, integrity, my love for Mark, everything, that I was like, if it ever happens again, not that I'm trying to get pregnant, but I would just put my foot down. Well, fast forward to 1996.
You were how old at that point?
Now I'm 21.
Oh, so it's 2 years later.
Yes.
Okay.
And we'd been staying up around the clock. Again, I'd rarely seen Mark. We also weren't getting paid again. And
You went to Florida.
I went to Florida because I was I was moved into Religious Technology Center. So now I arrived there in March of 1996, and I was training to be an RTC representative, directly working under David and Shelley Miscavige. I truly had no idea I was pregnant, and the way I found out was super weird. I was in a meeting, standing all day long with these other members of RTC, with David Miscavige coming in and out all day, yelling and screaming apoplectically at us, and I collapsed and just clunk, passed out, and I was carried out of there, taken to a bathroom, and to this day I cannot tell you why they gave me a pregnancy test. I definitely was not showing. I was maybe 2 weeks past when I, very early. They brought me a pregnancy test, and it was positive. And now I'm in Clearwater, Florida. Mark is in California. I was working under Anne Rathbun. Now she's Anne Josime, who was Marty Rathbun's wife at the time. And I made multiple requests. I had to have written approval to make a phone call to Mark. And every single request I made was denied. And I knew that if I stuck to my plan and held my ground, that they were I would be out, and I felt quite sure that they would never even tell Mark that I was pregnant. So once again, for the second time, I was forced to go to the clinic with a handler. And
in Clearwater.
Yeah, in Clearwater.
And this time, I didn't find out.
You found out. I told you 6 months later.
Yeah, I didn't find out until 6 months later. I think she either came back to California, or I had gone to Florida to put on one of the events that we would do in Clearwater, in Ruth Eckerd Hall or the Fort Harrison or wherever it was there. And then she told me, and I was like, what? And I was like, why didn't you tell me? And it's like, they wouldn't let me. And I was like, oh my God.
How'd you feel, Mark, knowing 2 of your children had been terminated?
It's one of those things where when you're there, there's not really an easy way to leave, that you don't burn everything down. And that is a way that it's sort of like, it's a chance for us to have a life and to have children and get away from this nightmare. And it's kind of like, we could have got out of here, basically. And we could have had a kid. And I always knew the more I got to know her, and she used to take care of her siblings, and I was like, she would be an amazing wife, because I already know she took care of 3 kids for years that weren't even hers. They were her mother's kids, but she took care of them. And when I would go visit,
they were my half siblings.
Yeah.
And I looked after them more than my mother did.
Yeah. And when we would go to sometimes we would do an event in Los Angeles, and because we were doing an event in Los Angeles, we would get to stay the night in Los Angeles. And sometimes, because I was always driving a crew around and we were always filming, I had a tiny bit more autonomy than most Sea Org members, and I would have a vehicle that I could drive all these crew around in, and I would drop the crew off and then grab Claire, because she was also at the event, and we would go to her parents' house, which was only like 30 minutes from the Scientology complex. And then we'd stay there just overnight, and then we'd drive back to the property in the morning. And her brothers and sisters just loved her. Like, they were like gushing with, oh, Claire. And then they'd show her and I was like, oh my gosh. So to me, it was just more like a missed, as tragic as it was more like a missed opportunity that we could have been happy. This would have been our chance to be happy and to get out of here. And so it always makes me happy because after we when I had left and I was talking with her, I don't want to jump too much ahead, but when I did escape, and then she was able to get a hold of me because I had a secret email address. No, most Sea Org members didn't have email, but I was one of the few people because we were in film production and I needed to have an email account to contact vendors. I had a secret email that I had told her about that I never used on any of the Scientology networks. And so she managed to get a message to me. And as soon as I got on the phone with her, she was trying to get me to come back. And I said, hey, listen, you can leave and we can have kids, we can have a family. And I knew for me, I was trying to use what I knew how Scientology does it. Like, I'm going to play into what her ruin is, what the one thing she could never have. You could have that now. If you come now and get out of there, we can have kids, we can have a family, we can be happy, we can do the 2 dogs and a cat and some kids and a boy and a girl. And the girl never worked out, but we got 3 boys. But, and so because I was so affected by what happened back then, I knew that was her thing. If she could have kids, it would be worth it. And to be fair, in order to have those 3 kids, we had to give up our entire other family to have those 3 kids. That was the trade-off. If you want kids, then you can't have any other family that are in Scientology. Yeah, okay. So it's definitely the Sophie's choice of happy endings.
The what ifs are hard to deal with, even in retrospect. Like, what if I had somehow managed to get a message to Mark? But the bottom line is we were still so firmly entrenched in that organization at that time. And in retrospect, I would never want to expose any child to being raised in that environment. And until we were free, it was not even safe to have children. So not only was it not possible, it wasn't safe. That's how I view it in retrospect, because we would have, even had we somehow, despite all the odds, gotten out, we still would have been completely under their control, and most likely we would have had our family, but we would be in a position where we were being forced and coerced to raise our children in that organization.
Makes sense. I could see you ended up suing Scientology for that reason.
Yes.
I could see Scientology coming back and saying, look, on the first one, we can talk about it, but by the second one, you knew what you were doing. Y'all knew better. Fool me once, shame on us. Fool us twice, shame on you. Like, what would you say to the accusation by the Scientology people that by the second time you knew better and it was on you the second time?
Yeah.
I know that's a horrible question.
No, it's not at all.
I'm sure David Miscavich would ask that question. Yeah.
But the problem is that there's a paper trail that thoroughly documents that I wasn't getting paid, and that I had requested to be able to talk to my husband, and that was denied, and that then I was interrogated for and around this pregnancy, and that I was escorted to an appointment. So because in Scientology, there's always an extensive paper trail of everything. Mm-hmm. So sure, you could say that, but how am I supposed to not get pregnant if I'm not getting paid and have no money? And so sure.
Celibacy. The answer is celibacy.
Yeah, well, we're married. We didn't agree to celibacy. And,
that wasn't the requirement.
No.
Oh, interesting.
No, it was not the requirement. We were expected to just make it go right. And
it's funny that you say that, because one of David Miscavige's sort of pet peeves is he likes to know everything that's going on sexually between couples in the Sea Org. And when something goes sideways, it's his People magazine. It's his gossip. He likes to gossip about those things with other executives. And we've been in those meetings.
Well, he's done that to us. David Miscavige, from the very first time that we went and said Happy New Year to him 3 months after we'd been married. It was at New Year's. So we were married in August 92 at the New Year's event.
4 or 5 months.
Yeah, 4 or 5 months. From that moment, multiple times over the next 13 years, he gave us a hard time about being married. Like, Mark would get in trouble and he'd come to me and say, "Oh, you're still married to him?" And then even during the time I was in Religious Technology Center, he, in a meeting, said to me, knowing full well I'm married to Mark, "Oh, I've implemented a new personnel policy, and staff in Religious Technology Center can no longer be married to staff not in Religious Technology Center," which is me, because Mark was in Golden Era Productions. So meaning I'm now required to divorce my husband to retain my position, which I refused to do, and that's what landed me in the hole.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, words, I guess, couldn't communicate how sorry I and others feel for what happened to you.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
This is one of those things that falls into the category for me of time does not heal all wounds, but it does motivate me to let people know the abusive and dangerous practices of this organization, and to hopefully manifest change, like happened with our lawsuit, that there are many children now we know of that were born because we spoke up on this subject. So
that must feel good.
Yeah.
Well, Claire, what can you tell us about the main duties you had working with David Miscavich and Shelley and at headquarters? And what are some of the main stories you can tell to give us a sense for what it was like for you? What are the types of things you did? And what were some of the interesting and or horrific and or inspiring things that you experienced?
Sure. So during the years that I was in Religious Technology Center, I would very often attend meetings with David Miscavige. The first time I was moved into Religious Technology Center in March 1996, and that's also the same month that I personally witnessed David Miscavige physically abuse staff. Specifically, he beat up Ray Midoff, who was a senior executive in Scientology. And that was shocking for me at that. I had always had the idea, as we've talked about, that, the executives are good people, they follow L. Ron Hubbard policy, they're on purpose, they're getting the work done, and any manifestations of things that we see that are awful is just people not following L. Ron Hubbard policy correctly. So then to see the leader of Scientology physically abusing staff made me realize I was in a whole different game, or on a whole different board than I realized even existed. And so from that point forward, from 1996 until 2004, I attended hundreds of meetings with David Miscavige and witnessed him physically and verbally abuse staff many, many times. Mike Rinder, Lyman Spurlock, Norman Starkey, Mark Yeager, Guillaume Lecerf. It wasn't just an isolated instance. It was pretty much anyone in an executive position was fair game to David Miscavige's physical and verbal abuse. He would fly off the handle at the drop of a hat, and he had a reign of terror over that property and over the people that worked directly for him, including Shelley Miscavige.
He didn't beat her?
He didn't beat her that I ever witnessed personally. But so in the years from 2000 to 2004, I was responsible for essentially the internal staff in Religious Technology Center, making sure they were doing their jobs, and the financial planning of Religious Technology Center, recruitment, things like that, but also staff morale and seeing that they were doing well. And many of the staff in RTC were not doing well and would constantly get yelled at by David Miscavige, and I was supposed to help them and correct them so that they would do their job. So during those 4 years, I would report directly to Shelley Miscavige, meet with her almost every day. And Shelley mentioned on a number of occasions that that I had no idea what I was putting her through, meaning at the hands of David Miscavige, by not getting the Religious Technology Center staff to perform better than they were. So while she didn't say outright, he is abusing me, she was just telling me she was not exempt from the treatment that everybody else was getting. And more and more, I saw her isolate from David Miscavige. They were already sleeping in different rooms, and she was more and more getting in trouble or being sent back early from trips with him to get things done at the property. So it was... we always thought it could never get worse, and yet consistently, over and over and over the years, it always got so much worse.
That is the one thing that we would joke about. We would say, there's one good thing. It can't get any worse than this. And then
never say that.
And then the next year we'd be like, somehow it got worse.
Yeah.
And the best part is we left in 2005. We talked to people who left in 2010 or 2015 or 2000.
Kept getting worse.
Every time we talked to them, they're like, oh, dude, you got out just in time. We're like, what do you mean it got way worse after you left?
Let me ask, were there senior people that would help you feel better about David Miscavige's physical abuse? Was there some sort of apologetic or excuse or justification
It was Shelley.
that the leaders would give?
Shelley would just always say it was our fault, or their fault, and they pulled it in, and they just need to get their act together and do better and get his orders done, and then everything will be fine. We good?
Most of the time, sorry, I'll let him do that.
That's okay.
I don't know what that was. But it's okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, most of the time it was Shelley doing mop up after there was like a bad meeting and where he punched a bunch of people or threw a bunch of people up against a wall or threw a bunch of packages at us or whatever it was. And then she would say, you guys have no idea. We just came from a big legal case meeting and he's under a lot of stress and Scientology is being attacked and the SPs are, launching a full onslaught against us. And, he is the one who has to bear the burden of everything that's going on. And so it would be like, you guys have to do better because he's trying to do everything and you not doing it means he has to do even more, and sort of excusing why he had to beat us that day.
Yeah. At the same time, however, Shelley had expressed to me and to another staff member that she was worried David Miscavige was going to have a psychotic break and try to escape or hurt somebody very seriously. And she was trying to get David Miscavige fixed with Scientology counseling, but he was even refusing that. So, and that's where, when we talked earlier about Hubbard believing or not, to me, like at that time, David Miscavige hadn't received any Scientology counseling or training in more than 5 years. So that's not the actions of someone who's a firm believer when you're required to, by policy, you should be studying 12 and a half hours a week and going in session and going up the bridge. David Miscavige was not doing that, and Shelley was very, very concerned about him, clearly correctly so, since she's now been missing for 20 years, or at least banished to where she has no freedom. She has no personal freedom and no personal connection to the outside world.
What do you think happened? Were you there when she was banished?
No.
Okay.
She was banished approximately 6 months after we escaped.
And if you had to theorize what drove them apart and what led to her banishment and where she is and what's happening, what's happened to her,
we know because we've talked to people that were there.
Yeah, and it had a lot. So Shelley's banishment had to do with two main things. Number one, she did not approve of the close and ever increasingly close relationship between Tom Cruise and David Miscavige, where they were speaking daily, and his involvement in trying to find a new wife for Tom. She considered all of those were a distraction to David Miscavige's primary role, which is to expand Scientology. Number two, there was a building on the property that had been built for Religious Technology Center. It was a $40 million, like 40,000 square foot building. She moved management executives in there against David Miscavige's wishes, and that triggered the next series of events where she was now persona non grata and removed from his presence to a remote property in Big Bear, California, and has been kept there ever since then, maybe moving around to different of those properties, but with at least 3 dedicated handlers and multiple security guards on top of that, restricting her every move. And
so what was her offense?
She basically implemented personnel changes. And for many, many years at the property, there was a project to post the everything in Scientology. Everybody has a post and everybody has a stat. And David Miscavige had been going on for decades about how he has to do the jobs for these people, and they shouldn't even have these jobs because he has to do them. And so what he asked for was, I want a proposal so that every post that I'm doing, this is David Miscavige, every job that I'm doing for somebody, you have to put somebody on those posts so I don't have to do those jobs anymore. She did that. She put all the people on the jobs that he was doing, but she didn't get his approval to do that. And he had been, let's say, 100 proposals?
Yeah, that's where it's difficult to explain and understand. Like, he told her, go get this done. She went and got it done. And as a result of that, he was pissed because she didn't get it approved by him when he told her, go get it done. It's the ramblings of a madman, in short, is the reason she was. So that's
She's
what got her
doing
into.
What he asked her to do.
It was an excuse to get rid of her, basically.
That's what got her into trouble. Then she was sent off to be interrogated. He stormed off to Los Angeles. She went and got in a car to drive after him to sort out their marriage. And then she was accused of escaping without authorization, even though she was driving to see her husband. And then next thing you know, she's completely banished off the lines and has not been seen or heard from since by any of her family, and certainly by imagine if the president of the United States has a first lady, his wife, and she's everywhere, attends all the meetings and all of it for 15 years, takes the notes, manages his personal staff, everything. And all of a sudden, poof, she's gone. And nobody even asks any questions or dares to ask any questions because, as we know from Leah Remini's book, she asked, where's Shelley? And was told, F you don't have the rank to ask that question.
Well, I've heard just theories that maybe she was dead, and y'all are saying that as far as you know, she's not dead.
I don't think she's dead, because if she were dead, how convenient would it be for that to just be leaked out to go, oh, she passed away?
But then is she lobotomized? Is she in chains? Do you think she's being held against her will? Or does she believe that she deserves the punishment she's getting? What do you suspect?
I suspect both of those. She's doing the work to keep herself in. She thinks she has no option to get out of Scientology, in addition to which she's physically under guard and has no freedom in the outside world. But Shelley has been in Scientology since she was 6 years old. She worked with Hubbard away from her parents on a ship since she was 11 years old. So for all intents and purposes, Scientology is the only life she's ever known. And different to David Miscavige, I think she is a true believer. I think she considered L. Ron Hubbard a father figure, and she respected him and believed in him, even if it doesn't make any sense. She did. And so now she considers that it's her duty to remain, because she believes that eventually L. Ron Hubbard will come back.
He's supposed to return like Jesus?
Yeah.
He was supposed to show back
2007.
up in 2007.
There was a prophecy that he would return.
He said when he would come back.
Yeah.
He told people in the Sea Org, I'm going to be back at this date.
And what happened?
He missed a bus or a train connection or something.
He
never
didn't show up.
Yeah.
Was there an event like to usher him in? Or
No.
But we did build a multi-million-dollar mansion at that international headquarters property. It's called a Bonnie View, or
Yes.
Beautiful View, and it is a giant mansion. You can cut to B-roll of that if you want. But there's drone footage of this property. It is an amazing mansion that was built at that property. And the entire reason that it had to be built by the time it was built was because Hubbard was coming back, and it had to be ready for him when he got back.
How was it? So what happened? Yeah, when
He never showed up.
He's a no-show. In Scientology's terminology, he's officially blown.
Wait, so how was that dealt with the membership?
Well, it wasn't.
yeah.
It wasn't told to the membership that he was coming back. It was only known at the international headquarters that he was coming back, and it was a very specific date in 2007 was when he was coming back, and this house had to be built. The only kind of odd thing about that, though, is that, and in this house, they actually put his clothes out every night. And they like for tomorrow, there's somebody putting his clothes out on a bed.
His same clothes from the 70s.
But it was the clothes that he wore before he died. So I would always ask, like, hey, if you're setting out the clothes for that old 70-year-old
He's
dude
going
that
to show up
died,
as leisure suit Larry, basically.
yeah, he's going to be a 21-year-old kid that's not going to fit in those old fuddy-duddy clothes from the 70s.
Plus, it'll look kind of goofy.
Right. So
That's funny.
They have his cars are waxed and gassed and ready to go. His clothes are out on it. They change all of the bedding, all of the decor, all of the furniture in the house for every season.
Do you think they're still doing this?
They 100% are still doing it.
They absolutely are.
Even though it's way past the year he said
They
he
were
was coming?
doing it when we were there the entire time we were there.
Yeah.
Before they built the new mansion, they had his old house.
So
And
there's literally some people preparing the bed and the clothes for zombie 70s L. Ron Hubbard
that's going to come back. In case he comes back tomorrow, his stuff's all ready to go.
And this is in
Yeah.
2025 still happening.
Yes.
And he still hasn't come.
Because he laid out in a policy what he wanted done, and so they have to do it. You can't undo that. So there's an entire household unit of, I don't know, maybe 10 or 15 people.
What city is this?
It's Gilman Hot Springs,
It's still in
California.
LA.
It's
in
in the
Riverside
desert.
County.
It's in the desert.
2 hours outside of.
Yeah. But if you go, there's drone footage. People have gone to this property and filmed the entire thing in detail. And you can see this mansion that's built there it's solely for L. Ron Hubbard.
To return.
For when he returns.
This is the same place the mudslide happened.
Yes.
Yes.
And there's only 2 people that have ever stayed in this house.
Tom Cruise and David Miscavige.
You got it.
How did I know?
I don't know.
What did
You're
John
You've been paying attention, clearly.
You've been paying attention.
What did John
to the
Travolta do to
stories.
not get to go?
What's that?
Why didn't John Travolta get to go?
I don't know. That's
because
good.
of his relationship choices and not reforming.
Kelly
Yeah.
Preston, or is he out on the outs?
No.
He would constantly be in trouble for his choices in men, which were frowned upon.
So I think what I hear you saying is that John Travolta was continuing to have relationships with men.
Correct.
And
And he
that
was
was
persona
frowned
non
upon.
grata because of that. And he was constantly being handled by Scientology to stop his relationship choices. And because of that, he was not considered in the inner circle the same way Tom Cruise was.
I didn't know that.
When-
And so he's not, is he right now in 2025 a Scientologist in good standing or not?
He is.
Yeah, he is.
He is, but he's not on the same level as Dave and Tom.
Yeah.
He's another category of Scientologist. And even when we were shooting things at the property, but when John Travolta was shooting the movie Battlefield Earth, David Miscavige was like secretly producing that movie for John Travolta. David Miscavige was seeing the costumes and the special effects and the storyboards and the who's going to be hired as this and who's going to be hired as that. And David Miscavige was phantom producing Battlefield Earth. And when it was done, David Miscavige told all of us, this is the best movie that's ever been made. It's the best. It's not gonna. There is no movie that's better than this
John Travolta
movie.
was in this movie, right?
And John Travolta is the star, and Forrest Whitaker and Kelly Preston, John Travolta's wife, who was, rest in peace, she was in the movie as well. But David Miscavige told all of us it was going to be the best movie ever. That's a done deal. John Travolta was amazing. The whole movie's amazing because he produced it, really. So he was the one taking credit for it being amazing. And he would get the dailies. All the footage would come to him. And when it came out, we all were paid. We got tickets bought for us to see it twice.
We
Actually,
were busted.
3 times.
Yeah, 3 times in a row.
Inflate the ticket
3
sales.
times to make the ticket sales be up.
Yeah, which, by the way, it's rough watching a bad movie once. It's terribly worse watching a bad movie 3 times, and it's even exponentially worse watching it 3 times when you've been getting about 1 to 2 hours of sleep a night.
Yeah, a lot of us were able to take a few hour naps in that
get a
movie.
good 6 hours of sleep.
But the best story about this is that when the movie was released, it was panned unanimously by everyone as one of the worst movies ever. And I think it even won a Razzie or whatever the award is for the worst movie ever. But Tom Cruise called David Miscavige and he said, "What the F, dude?" And Dave said, "I know, John Travolta, that out ethics MFer."
Meaning?
He blamed the whole thing on John.
Because he was gay.
But also
Battlefield
because Dave produced the movie.
Yeah. Oh.
And now it was a giant pile of
but
nothing.
out ethics means what?
It means basically John is the one who made this thing and he's off the rails and it's his fault.
So
Off
if
the
you're
rails
in
as gay.
ethics, if you're in ethics, you're being a productive, contributing member of Scientology. If you're out ethics, then you are committing transgressions and making mistakes and not doing your best to promote Scientology to the world and present a good face.
So was that code for he's gay and that's why the movie was bad?
That was a piece of it. I don't think that was the entire reason, and it certainly I don't think was part of the conversation between David Miscavige and Tom Cruise.
I think is actually the way he told it, or the way it was told to us, is he said, "Yeah, John, that sea sucker, he really..."
Which means what?
A cocksucker.
Oh.
David Miscavige is notorious for absolutely terrible language.
Yeah. When we first left, we cursed more than, 40-year-old veteran sailors. That's just the way you talk there.
Yeah.
And David Miscavige, we will be in a meeting with him and he'll say, "Suck my big, fat, wet cock," in a meeting with all of the executives of Scientology.
But he would refer to David Miscavige of Scientology would refer to John Travolta as a cocksucker.
Yeah, 100%.
You heard that.
100%.
You too?
I did.
And was it pretty much out within the Scientology leadership that John Travolta was gay?
It was that he had a problem that he needed to sort out.
They didn't like to call him gay.
Yeah, and even John Travolta even had an auditor at one time, like a counselor, and the counselor was gonna try to leave, and they were like, "You can't leave because you know all these things." And when that guy eventually did escape, it was a big flap because now they have people that are being counselors that are getting these secrets from people that Scientology is keeping a repository of, but now they're getting people that are escaping that know about these things, and they have that same problem with Priscilla Presley, with John Travolta, with Lisa Marie Presley. It's a very big problem in Scientology that these people are being counseled and they're giving up all these secrets, and then the people with the secrets are then escaping from Scientology, and they have no way to keep those people from contacting the person and saying, "Hey, just so you know, David Miscavige jokes about your your sexual proclivities an hour after you've confessed them in the room with a bunch of executives," or that's his gossip, is Scientologists' transgressions that they're confessing is his entertainment. And so, the entire time we were there, we would have meetings with him and he would always have the up to the minute info on anything that was going on. And sometimes he would be talking about a person that had done something within the Sea Org or even a member. Sometimes he would tell us about members that had done things. And then that was even like, when you're hearing about the other Sea Org members, something went wrong, they're getting investigated. And so the results of the investigation are what he's telling us about. But then when he switched over to telling us, oh, there's this one guy in Australia who's not even a Sea Org member, and he's been screwing the commanding officer of the Sea Org in that area. And it is the mother of somebody who's in the meeting, and he pretends like he doesn't even know that. But he's basically shit-talking about this Sea Org person and a public member of Scientology, a paying member of Scientology, having relations, and he doesn't even know if it's true. Sometimes people are interrogated so long that they just confess to whatever they want them to confess to. So you could be in an interview for 15 hours and they just keep asking you the same thing. And after 15 hours, you say, yeah, I did it. I slept with her, whatever. Even though you didn't, to end it. And this is a known thing with interrogations in the CIA. And they've done other studies where if you interrogate somebody and torture somebody,
They'll admit it eventually.
They'll admit whatever you want them to admit to. And they have the same thing within the Sea Org.
Especially when you factor in sleep deprivation and everything else that are all elements of those interrogations.
Yeah. Claire, let me ask you, you claim that you believe that David Miscavige doesn't really believe that Scientology is true. I'll use those words. How would you describe it? That he doesn't believe in Scientology?
Oh, I just believe that David Miscavige does not have belief and conviction in Scientology.
Okay.
His commitment to it is as a result of the power and control that he's leveraged over its members and over its money.
And the money, yeah. So two things. Can you tell us what evidence or what things you saw that led you to believe that David Miscavige wasn't a true believer? And any stories you want to tell that would be disturbing to members if they were to watch about kind of what goes on behind the scenes, bodies get buried, that kind of thing.
Sure, yes. Primarily, when I started to see that David Miscavige was not a dedicated, committed Scientologist, as I mentioned, is that he has not participated in counseling since 1993, last I knew. Obviously, I escaped in 2005, but also he was not regularly studying Scientology. He was also not following the rules and guidelines of the Sea Organization the way he was requiring most other members of the Sea Organization to do. For example, he would keep his own schedule and meet behind closed doors with a close circle and drink scotch and go on extended trips doing scuba diving and had liberties that no other member of the Sea Organization had. And that
Why is scuba diving bad?
It's not that it's bad. It's that he's spending Scientology's money going on personal private vacations
Junkets.
What's that?
Junkets.
Oh no, just vacations.
Well, that's what I think of when I think of the word junket. But anyway.
Inurement.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Inurement. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So we're all living by the code of a Sea Org member and other requirements, and he's not.
And did he tell people he was, or is there like, I'm the king, so I get to do what I want, and God's okay with that, or whatever?
Yeah, there was no disclosure that, for example, he's drinking scotch every night, which is strictly forbidden for members of the Sea Organization. Anyone else would have gotten in very serious trouble.
Declared.
Yes, for sure.
So going on little private vacations, drinking scotch. Was there, it's almost every single cult leader ever has multiple mistresses or, sexual escapades. Any idea whether that was going on at all?
I never witnessed him actually doing something, but I know that Shelley Miscavige was very, very concerned with, so David and Shelley had 3 staff that were stewards for them, personal stewards who would prepare their clothes, bring them their breakfast, wake them up in the morning. And Shelley was concerned at various times that all 3 of those stewards were having inappropriate relations with David Miscavige and was having those 3 women interrogated about her suspicions of that. Then there was another
How do you know she was suspicious?
She told me.
Oh.
Yep.
So Shelley Miscavige told you that she was worried that 3 of his David Miscavige's assistants were possibly having sex with him.
Yes.
Okay.
And another person that Shelley Miscavige was suspicious of was Jenny Linson, who is still there to this day and is rather famous for a very bizarre interaction.
Cooper.
Oh, yeah. Anderson Cooper, she was on Anderson Cooper, but then also subsequent to that, a very bizarre interaction that was filmed with her and Mark Yeager, who's another executive still there, with Marty Rathbun at LAX Airport. Either way, Shelley was suspicious that Jenny had designs to create a relationship, an inappropriate sexual relationship with David Miscavige. Shelley's blame was putting it on the women, not on David Miscavige, but yet why would she be concerned if her husband was completely above board and the all-holy leader he was pretending to be?
One time, there was actually, I remember, there was one steward, Georgiana, one of his stewards, very attractive young woman that worked for David Miscavige. Shelley was convinced that there was a problem, and the girl was interrogated, and nothing had happened according to the girl, and so Shelley just had moved her to another base.
Shelley moved Georgiana to the Freewinds cruise ship.
So she would only see David Miscavige for 1 week out of the year.
Yep.
If she was there, and she became a steward on the Freewinds, even though Dave wasn't on the Freewinds, and she became a steward there. And I think that was the last time she was at the base, right? I don't think.
No, I
did
think
she come back
I think
after
she
that?
was brought back after that. But yeah, and originally she was banished to do heavy manual labor in the engine room of that cruise ship as a punishment. And then eventually she was let out from that. But the point being, there were many signs that there was more going on than met the eye. So again, I didn't personally witness him having
the transaction, as they say.
Yes, I didn't personally witness a transaction, but Shelley Miscavige expressed to me personally on many occasions concerns of said transactions, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other behaviors on David Miscavige's part that gave you the impression he didn't really believe or was a hypocrite, basically?
Yeah.
Or are those the main ones?
I mean, he had, so another significant piece of this is David Miscavige had many personal favors being provided to Tom Cruise using Sea Org members. So doing renovations of Tom Cruise's personal hangar, renovations of his private plane, and this
Vehicles.
is vehicles. Yes. Hiring his personal staff, selecting his personal staff from Scientologists. I mean, there were numerous instances of that, which is like, that's not what the leader of a quote unquote religion should be focusing on, is catering to and pandering to a top celebrity and going way above and beyond what would be considered legal.
There was also a time period after we left in 2005 and in 2006 where we witnessed RTC, Religious Technology Center, interrogators arriving at Tom Cruise's house. And we found out through people that worked for Tom Cruise that Dave was sending interrogators from Religious Technology Center to interrogate his staff on the e-meter that were not Scientologists to find out how things were being leaked to the media and to tabloids, because it wasn't Tom and it wasn't Katie, but things were factual items were being leaked to the press, and it had to have been within their household. And so Sea Org members were going and interrogating non-Scientology members of Tom Cruise's household on what who's the evil person leaking things to the tablets.
Yeah. Towards 2003, 2004, during the time that I was still in Religious Technology Center, the meetings were getting worse and worse and worse with physical abuse. But then David Miscavige started declaring the top executives as suppressive people and created the whole. And when that happened, it was...
Created the whole. Do you want to talk about what that was?
Yes. So the whole was essentially... the management executive offices were in these double wide trailers. And at first, Miscavige designated a room as the SP room and started holding people there who had been declared suppressive people. But then it expanded to all of management because all of management was not getting his orders done. So then when you don't have the moment to pause and consider it because you're in such an environment where you raise your voice against David Miscavige, you're going to be in the hole too. And yet...
So he could beat you, but you couldn't raise your voice back?
That's right. Mm-hmm. No. And if you did, you would be immediately sent to the Rehabilitation Project Force. So, for example, if I had ever done that, not that I dared to in that frame of mind, I would have never seen Mark again, or vice versa. It was just, and we're talking about people, management executives who've been in Scientology for decades, have committed to 1 billion years of service, and now they're suppressive people, and it really, it creates this environment of complete fear of the person who has complete control over your every movement. There's a security force that will keep you restricted to the property. All the conditions were just so deteriorating repeatedly year after year that by 2004, I couldn't imagine a life out of Scientology. At the same time, I longed for a life outside of Scientology. I would have nightmares about trying to escape, but I would never tell anybody that I had a nightmare that I was trying to escape.
Including your husband.
Including my husband, yes. And because Shelley Miscavich had personally told me I'd forgone my right to escape, and that came from a position of authority and power that I believed that even if I tried, they would track me down and bring me back.
So were you saying something about the whole?
Oh, yes. So David Miscavige created the whole as an extreme form of punishment where top executives were now labeled as enemies of Scientology, and
they couldn't leave.
Yeah, they couldn't leave. They're being made to do heavy manual labor, confessions, group confessions.
They welded bars on all of the windows of the building, so there was no way to get out of the building. And they had guards posted at the entrances, and they barred one of the doors. They barred the door that is in the main room of the whole. They made it so all of the windows and doors in that room you could not break out of if you wanted to. They were barred from the outside, and then the doors that you could easily go through that were locked and unlockable, they had guards at those doors. So even if you were able to get out of there, you wouldn't be able to leave the building. And they had to eat there. They had to sleep there. They had to work there. They had to do group confessions. That was also the time when he already knew all of the crimes that these people had committed for decades because he was reading all of the sessions. So if they would admit to something in front of the group that he already knew they admitted before that to their counselor, he would say, no, I already know all about that. And then people would say, no. They said there was a time in the 90s where Scientology was running a major campaign against Eli Lilly and Pfizer and saying that they were poisoning society and all of these different things. And they had been running a national ad campaign in USA Today, putting giant anti-Eli Lilly or Pfizer or Time magazine. They were attacking Big Pharma every week in these giant newspapers. And David Miscavige was like, you guys need to confess your crimes. Well, a few of the big executives, Mark Yeager, Guillaume Lesevre, Ray Midoff,
Ronnie Miscavige, his brother, David Miscavige's brother,
they had admitted that at the very, very end of that campaign, they all bought a ton of Eli stock because they knew it would go up after.
So they were manipulating the market.
Yes, and they were basically insider trading. They were
tanking the stock.
They were tanking the stock and then buying it because they knew when they ended the campaign, the stock would go back up. And this was a confession of the major executives in all of Scientology that they had bought Eli Lilly or Pfizer stock knowing it would go up so they'd make a ton of money. And when they admitted it, you would have to, the people in the whole would have to admit all these crimes. And then somebody would summarize them. And when he would come to find out what they had confessed to, he would go, okay, what's the big thing that these guys confessed to? And they would say, sir, this is so insane, but this is what they admitted. And he was like, that's not good enough. I knew about that a decade ago. That's not anything new. Let's hear something new. And to everybody there, it was like, wait a minute, you knew about this 10 years ago? And these guys have been in charge this whole time? And then you find about them, this is another big thing in Scientology is statistics. And that every organization has to have statistics so they can measure it. And then those statistics in the olden days would come up to management, and then management would present them to L. Ron Hubbard. All of the executives, including David Miscavige, knew that the organizations were falsifying the statistics and that they themselves were padding and blowing the statistics up to be sent to L. Ron Hubbard. And then L. Ron Hubbard was rewarding and penalizing people based on these false statistics. And they basically admitted that in the 1980s, when L. Ron Hubbard was still alive, they were all lying and false reporting these statistics to L. Ron Hubbard. And they were getting bonuses, those tens of thousands of dollars worth of bonuses that was later used to buy that Eli Lilly stock and these other things. And they all had sports cars, and one guy had an MG and one guy had a BMW, and they were living high on the hog, David Miscavige and these top executives.
Yeah, it was about 10 top executives. It was not broad, and there had been no bonuses in the C organization since that time, but they had amassed some decent amounts of money during those years.
But they were basically admitting to things that were unbelievable crimes that if any Sea Org member committed, they would immediately be kicked out of the Sea Org. It's just impossible that they would be allowed. And not only did he know about them, but he might have been, the way the stories were told by these guys, he was in on it. He knew about it.
Right.
And that he kept it under wraps as a way to ally them. And hey, listen, I know what you did, you know what I did, but I'm not going to do anything if you don't do anything. And then now that he's risen to this, he's amassed all this power, he can play with people, whoever he wants, and he can throw anybody under the bus. And I don't think there was ever a time when he came down and they confessed something that he didn't already know all about it.
All right, so I've heard forced abortions. I've heard physically assaulting, beating people, misappropriation of funds, personal inurement, racism, homophobia, stock market manipulation, hypocrisy, not living up to the standards, any other, imprisoning his wife and other people.
Imprisoning just regular Sea Org members.
Yeah.
Exploitation, all that stuff. Any other big thing?
Confidential, releasing confidential information that's given under a priest-pertinent sort of
Priest-penitent.
A relationship.
So violation of people's confidences, of their confidentiality.
Recording and sharing the recordings of these people.
Without their permission, without their...
Yeah. Those are the top.
Are those the big ones?
Sounds like that's like the top 10.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And factor in, this is up until 2005, and we know from other people who we've helped escape. Since then, it got dramatically worse. Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, like we're past the time limit that we had set for this episode.
Yes.
So stay tuned. So, I mean, what we're going to do, I'm going to ask you a couple questions just to end today, and then we'll have you come back tomorrow and we'll talk about your escape.
Perfect.
Is that all right?
Sure.
Sounds good.
Because y'all have been really good sports today, and you haven't eaten all day, and neither have I. And y'all are treating me like David treated you. No, without the
No,
physical.
we're all running
self.
on a lean mixture at this point.
I'm joking. Sorry.
I know,
bad joke.
it's all good.
So one, I guess, is just a reaction. Like, I am stunned and not stunned that this didn't collapse, that all these abuses didn't lead everybody defecting, didn't lead to the collapse, didn't lead to scandals and betrayal. I want to talk a little bit tomorrow about like when Mike Rinder defects and Leah Remini defects and how defections were handled. So help me remember that we want to talk about that tomorrow.
Yes. Got it.
But I'm just, the abuses and the illegalities are so severe. I just can't believe that, number one, it survived and survives to this day. And then the second thing is, I can't believe this is legal in the United States, that this organization continues to grow and thrive, maybe not in membership, but in wealth. They're probably richer than ever, and they're probably going to keep getting richer and richer. I can't believe that this is allowed in the United States of America, that all this information's known. You guys and Leah and Mike and all the people and Chris Shelton, you've all come out, whistleblowers. Everybody knows what's going on. And I guess under religious freedom
That's exactly
clauses, the Scientology is still allowed to thrive. So I'm shocked at both of those things.
Yes.
Let's give each of you guys a chance to kind of summarize today, and then we'll come right back tomorrow and talk about your escape.
Okay, I would summarize it as Scientology has decades-long history of perfecting their approach, their contracts, their legal team in order to protect themselves and enable them to continue their abusive practices. I would say that we have made progress. It's not satisfying in that, at least yet, as that they're still getting away with it to this day. But we've certainly, anyone who's spoken out against their abuses, each voice matters, and each account, each lawsuit, each contribution has continued to portray the reality of this organization. But yes, it's systemic abuse that is shocking that they're still getting away with it to this day.
And today we didn't even really go into the harassment of defectors, the lawfare, just
Correct.
the physical and emotional and psychological and physical abuse of apostates and defectors.
Correct.
So that we'll talk about that tomorrow.
Yes.
But okay, so you're saying every voice matters.
Yep, and because Scientology has been getting away with this for decades, as Mark mentioned, they're responsible for the largest infiltration of the U.S. government, and the raids from that proved that Scientology's body of fair game policy was alive and well. I mean, they were framing people for murder and back then, and bomb threats like Paulette Cooper's story. Anyway, it is frustrating, but it also is why we continue to speak out and use our voices to continue to expose them.
But I mean, in a better world, a government 2025, forget about it. But I mean, in a better world, any free market democracy with ethics would not allow this type of abuse and corruption in the name of religion.
That's right.
It shut all this down.
One of the key ways that they get away with it is not only the lawyers, but they use the celebrities.
Yeah.
And they use the celebrities to paint this picture over here. And when you've got a DA or a prosecutor or a judge or a mayor who could go the wrong way or be an enemy, you invite that guy to the old Clearwater get-together we're having and let his wife dance with John Travolta for 5 minutes.
The disco on the floor.
And he's your biggest fan in the world because you made it possible for his wife to have a dance with John Travolta. And now that judge is your best friend. And
they would do that with judges and
100%.
police officers and
that is
law
a
enforcement
big deal.
and judicial system.
You're going to have an LA. We're going to have a Christmas event, and we're going to invite all of the LAPD and all of the people that are involved with. If something goes bad for Scientology, these are the guys that we need in our back pocket. The LAPD are performing at their Christmas show. They're singing and playing guitar at the Scientology showcase, and they're getting to meet the Scientology celebrities, and they're getting to pal around with all the muckety-mucks that Scientology invited. And so, and also those, remember we talked about those events that happen every year? 7 events?
Yeah.
Every time they have one of those, they hire police to be off-duty security for their event. And so they're having 7 of those a year in Los Angeles, in Florida, in all these places. They have the events, and those police, that's how they're taking their family to Hawaii, and that's how they're going to get the boat the fishing boat they've always dreamed of. The Scientology, that little back rub that they're getting from Scientology is how they have a life besides what they make being a police officer. So when that girl shows up to the police station and says, Danny Masterson did this and that and the other thing, there's a police officer there that goes, hey, we got one of your guys over here and they're saying some stuff about one of your other guys. And then it goes away. So they have been doing this for decades. They know how to play this game. So if they don't win in the lawfare or the harassment, it just won't ever become a thing when the people go to the police, or when the case gets assigned to a judge and the judge says, oh, give me a break. There's 2 lawyers that worked for Scientology. One of them was on our case and one of them was on the Danny Masterson case. Those 2 lawyers are California Supreme Court judges now. They're the Supreme Court judges.
And
that
you think
worked
Scientology helped them
100.
get there?
How would 2 guys that worked for Scientology within a matter of 3 or 4 years?
Oh, they were lawyers hired by Scientology.
They were lawyers hired by Scientology.
These lawyers were representing Scientology and then became Supreme Court judges.
That's so scary.
2 separate ones.
Yeah.
That's
One that
wild.
was defending them against Danny Masterson, and one that was defending them against our lawsuit.
Yeah, those are just the 2 that we know of. There hasn't been a complete study of it, but then you look into and learn that now Scientology has created this whole false arbitration system, which we can talk about tomorrow because that's a whole other thing that they've invented to prevent lawsuits from even making it to the courts.
Because the courts are not allowed to interfere with religious disputes. So Scientology says, well, we have a thing called the COMEV, the Committee of Evidence, which is basically just a kangaroo court that if Scientology wants you to be guilty, then you're guilty. That's how that works. And so these cases are being sent back to Scientology. So the judicial system is saying, we don't want to get involved with this. You guys have an internal arbitration system, so sort this out within yourselves. And so you're going to a lawyer, you're paying to sue Scientology, and then you're being told you have to go and sort it out based on Scientology's policies.
Yeah, not only that.
And your lawyer can't come.
Yeah, go back to your abuser and they'll figure it out there, and giving them no recourse in the judicial system, even for the woman who had to escape in the trunk of a car. And that's the only reason she is out now. They're saying, go sort it out with Scientology. And other worse examples too. But yes,
So Scientology's worked with the California legislature to...
No, they've just established through precedent that this case went this way. And so now it's basically just a get out of jail free ticket for the judge to say, this is going to come back to bite me. Also, if you're that judge, you are now entering into the fair game. All your secrets are now going to get aired out.
So judges can be fair gamed?
100. Anybody who doesn't like Scientology can be fair game.
Even in the Danny Masterson trial, the district attorney's office, they were being fair gamed, and they documented and spoke about it publicly.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Wow. Dang, man, what a crazy world. Okay, well, the one thing I'll say in closing is I'd be willing to bet $10,000 that the Mormon law firm Curtin and McConkie has the Scientology lawyers and law firm on speed dial, and that they're communicating with each other regularly on tactics and techniques.
I would absolutely agree.
I would say the same, because David Miscavige has said on many, many occasions that if we needed to do something when we were working there, if we needed to build an audiovisual system for a hall, or we needed to create a video for a certain thing, he would tell us, go see what the Mormons are doing, because they're doing it the way we want to be doing everything.
Yeah. David Miscavige was 100% an advocate for mimicking and studying and researching how Mormons were doing things and following that same approach.
Any idea if there was direct communication between Scientology and the LDS Church behind the scenes?
I don't know, but he knew a lot about a lot of Mormon stuff that, I mean, obviously we didn't know. We were SEERG members. We're kind of cut off from the whole world. But when we were building there was designs, which is now they're trying to do it again. It's called the L. Ron Hubbard Hall. They're trying to build this thing down in Clearwater. But when we were designing different properties in Clearwater, and we were putting the initial sort of, this is what we would have in this facility if we did that. And he was like, oh, you've got to go see what the Mormons did in Utah, because they have a place there which is just teched out it's just the best. And that's
our conference center, basically.
Yeah, and that's what we need. We need to have it set up like they have it set up. And we would look up whatever we could look up on the internet and see what equipment and hardware, and we'd be like, I don't know, this is a lot. This is way over what the budget we're used to submitting to Dave. And nobody wants to be that person that gives him the proposal that says it's going to be $10 million, because someone's getting beat in that meeting for sure.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Well, if that's not enough teaser for tomorrow, I don't know what else we could do. But yeah, so tomorrow we're going to talk about y'all escaping. We'll talk about the Danny Masterson thing. We'll talk about your legal efforts, y'all being fair gamed, what you know about other celebrities leaving, how they were fair gamed, how y'all have come out the other end, how you've tried to help people, how you've become healthy. And that's so a whole nother, I'm sure, 4 or 5 hours. We'll do a little more.
Well, we appreciate it.
Sounds good. Yes.
Well, I hope today was okay for you guys.
Sure.
Yes,
Thanks so much for
absolutely.
your generosity and fascinating stories. It's so disturbing.
Well, yeah, that was the craziest thing when people would ask us about what happened when we were there, and then they would go, well, at least you're gone now. We say, oh, no. After we left and started talking about them, that's when they really started putting the screws to us. So that is like basically everything up till now was just
I get it.
training for us for what was to come.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay. So you ain't seen nothing yet is what they're saying. So Claire Headley, thank you so much for being willing to share your stories and experience.
Of course. Thank you for having us.
And Mark, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
So the YouTube channel is called?
Blown for Good Scientology, Exposing Scientology.
Yes.
And the book is called?
Blown for Good, Behind the Iron Curtain of Scientology.
And the nonprofit is called?
The Michael J. Rinder Aftermath Foundation. We also have just started a YouTube channel dedicated for those stories, which is the Aftermath Foundation YouTube channel.
Beautiful. Well, thanks for all y'all do and your courage and for coming.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for joining us today on Mormon Stories. We couldn't do this without our donors, so if you're a donor, thank you. You made this possible. If you're not a donor and you value this content, we would love to have you become a monthly donor. Just go to mormonstories.org, click on the donate button, become a monthly donor. We'll keep providing this content for as long as people support it. Also, there are ways to support us even if you can't donate. Don't worry about it if you can't donate. We're happy to provide it for free. However, subscribing to the channel, liking the episodes, commenting, sharing, all helps with the algorithms. You can also find us on Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, and again on YouTube. So those are all the different ways you can subscribe to us, join us, like us, follow us, etc. So please do that if you can. And come on back for another episode of Mormon Stories Podcast and part 2 of this 2-part series with Claire and Marc Headley. Thanks for joining us today, everybody. Y'all take care.